Good morning to all my people living out in the Europe land, maybe some of my Asian friends getting up a little bit late, to my Australians who are also maybe a bit hungover, maybe getting up a little bit late. How are you guys doing? I hope I'm joining you at a convenient moment, whether that's at work or in the car, on your workout, your ride home, whatever that may be. Today, the agenda for what I will be serving straight into your ears is a review, or rather I should say a react, to Vaush's Fortress arc. Now, this is something that I've wanted to cover for a good bit now, while I was talking about some of my plans for the channel, like moving forward with more community-oriented shout outs and where I'm going to focus my time behind the scenes and things like that. Some people have likened it to a sort of fortress arc, and I'm noticing this term float around and be connected to Vaush. So I figured it would probably be worth it to look a little bit into this, to watch his own video titled the same thing. I'm also working off of a document that a couple of people in the community have worked on, primarily Saint Nick, who you might know from the Discord, and Mr. Hen, I believe. Oh no, my apologies, Cats. I've gotten to know a lot more of the people in the Discord, a lot more intimately since I've kind of started refocusing on the clubs and bringing on more people to the mod team. And so a lot of names getting jumbled up in my head. Apologies for that. Hey, the docket. Yeah, the docket. When's the poll? Well, I DM'd your partner in crime, Cats, and I don't think that I have gotten a response yet. I mean, I can check right now, but I don't think Cats has responded to me. So for once, I don't think this is on me. Let me see here. Oh, never mind. It is on me. Okay, Cats has responded. I'll try to catch back up on this after I get a little bit of sleepy time in, because in case you guys didn't know the context for this stream, I wasn't able to get any sleep last night. Anxiety is a motherfucker. I gotta not do work before I go to bed. I think that needs to be a new rule. Because I think the last few nights I've done fun stuff before bed. So I've played League, which depending on who you are, that might not quite hit the definition of fun, but I went to sleep easy then. I think another night I watched movies with my host and then went to bed, and that was easy on me. So I think maybe doing exercise before bed and relaxing before bed is necessary. And I'm just going to have to put the phone on the charger and pretend like it doesn't exist for a while, close out Discord on the laptop. I've been doing that a lot more, kind of ignoring a lot of alerts and things that I see on the phone just because it's not the right moment to be responding to things. And that's why some things like Katz's message has kind of made it into the back of my queue. But I think that's probably better for my sanity, because missing sleep and stuff is definitely not good in the short or medium term. So, yeah, I can't believe people play League for entertainment. I don't play League for entertainment. The same way I don't go to the gym for entertainment, okay? It's to exercise the mind, friend. New drama drop Pog. Yeah, I think that what needs to happen is... I need to implement some of the things that we were talking about in the stream after the Destiny thing. And I think enough time has settled and life has stabilized a little bit, and it's time to start putting some of those into action. So one thing that I'm going to kind of be more careful about is stepping out of my lane, saying stuff that is hyperbolic or, is fueled by frustration or things like that. I'm going to try really hard not to get frustrated by y'all. So do expect timeouts and things if you do try to upset me today, okay? And I'm not going to feel bad about those. I'm okay with seeing, people in comments on Reddit and other places saying, Booksmarts bans people or Booksmarts times people out and bitching about that, because I can generally be, fairly certain that they're timed out for reasonable reasons. But, if they feel bad about some of my coverage or stuff like that, that's something I would care a little bit more about. You know what I mean? So that's a trade-off I'm willing to make. Because it's better I time him out than I get pissed and, you know, have a moment. Oh yeah, for this week's, I'll probably try to scoop tweets and have a playlist alongside. Yeah, that'd be cool. One thing that I thought of when I was looking at the docket is it's probably best to have history and context in here. Because come to think of it, I think one of the benefits of having somebody else prepare some of these drama arcs for me is probably to have all of the context linked in there, so I don't have to look it up, or I'm not missing it and then somebody gets mad at me because I don't know all the context of their, you know, minor internet celebrity drama. You know, so not to shit on those people. You know, if you are going to do it, it's best to be informed about it. But, you know, if I'm having these documents, it's probably good to have that. Anywho, without further ado, I am actually going to skip music altogether today. That's right. It's one of those. I don't know how much, you know, energy I have to do this because, again, no sleep. I have a Jolly Cola. Okay? It's Sukurfim. So, my apologies. I pronounced that completely wrong. Sugar-free, which maybe means sugar-free. Wow, it's got 0 of literally everything. It just has 2 kilojoules of energy. They pack 2 kilojoules of energy in this can. That's all that's in there. 0 of everything else, of course. It tastes better than Coke, so I like it. To my right, I have a little bit of wonderful tap water, because in the EU, all the tap water is safe. And I have an assortment of very fresh, because it's, again, like 7 o'clock in the morning, very fresh from the Lidl. Got some bakery stuff there. And we're going to have a really good stream today. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling this is going to be a good stream. And if it ends up not being a good stream, we could clip that moment and then put it in a compilation of Bookfucker fails, which I'm surprised there are not more of on the internet, given how often we do fail. So another thing to keep in mind is my voice might be a little bit more monotone. Again, I'm trying to maybe keep it down a little bit while we're streaming so early in the morning. A cola without sugar, it doesn't taste like it doesn't have sugar. I don't really trust that. It's probably some of that cancer cream that they squirt in there that tastes like sugar. Aspartame or some shit like that. Booksmart, show us your dolls. No. No, I won't. If you mean my books, I don't call them dolls. They're functional, purely functional. Let me go ahead and grab the link for us for today. I exited the tab. It's a big rip. Let me find the Fortress arc here. Okay. Purging the toxicity. Interesting. So I guess it's just called Purging the Toxicity. Is that the dealio here? And is this a timestamped link or... it is timestamped, but because I have no good communication with Saint, I don't know if it's timestamped intentionally. Let me see what it says here. The purge has begun. Okay, I don't know why the link is timestamped, because it starts at a timestamp that doesn't seem to correspond to anything that has to do with the timestamp Saint has given me. So I'm just going to start it from the beginning. It's short. It's a 40-minute video. It won't be that big of a deal. Alrighty. It's by accident. Oh, of course it's by accident. See, these are the things that we'll iron out, I'm sure, over time with this. Mysterious timestamps that I have to sit and ponder the meaning of. Oh, another thing that we fixed. This time around, the alerts should work for everything. You should get all your dono alerts, and you should get all of your super chat alerts and everything else. Let me just go ahead and try one from last stream to just make sure. Excellent. So that's working just fine, which is good because, you know, the last time I streamed, for some reason, we weren't getting our dono alerts, and you can only imagine how that is a problem. Let me go ahead and exit the other ish that I have open here. And close out of that. All right. I think we should be good to go. Why don't we just jump into this, huh? That sound good to y'all? Sounds good to me. I'll just put you guys on the side monitor here. You'll be on my left side. So if I look over there, I promise it's not notes. I have not pre-watched this. As someone who doesn't watch any debate stuff outside of these streams, I feel like I received psychic damage from the toxicity. Well, you know what? I hope that moving forward, maybe you get less of that. And I'm going to try to be less toxic about your guys' desire and interest in internet blood sports politics chats. So these are things I want you to hold me accountable on. If I start to mess up, let me know. You could put book joker in chat or whatever. Just let me know. So if I start getting hyperbolic about a creator, if I start getting frustrated with you, if I start getting stun locked with you, if you know, I start shitting on the content that you like or the content that we're consuming, these are going to be triggers for you guys to let me know. You know, because change is not something that is going to happen all at once. Okay, I'm going to be real with you. I have made some public dedications to get better at this, but I am somebody who comes from behavioral psych, so I understand very, very well that things do not change overnight. I cannot will these changes into being. I understand that maybe people who have a more logical brain or who are younger may think that that's how things work, but it's really not, and we need to be careful about that when we're holding public figures to these standards, especially ones that talk forever and ever and ever. I'll be making efforts. I'll be what's it called? Susceptive or whatever. I don't know the words. I don't have words in my brain. I'm quite tired. I will be receptive. That's what I'm looking for. I will be receptive to any negative feedback that I'm getting in the chat regarding those things. So that's what it'll be. Thank you, Ezekiel. Yes, receptive. What is the time where you're at? It's super late for us. Yeah, so in the US, it's probably quite late. Over here, it is 7:41 a.m., so it's the beginning of the day. How is the Destiny bridge? I haven't burned it. I don't think that we'll ban Destiny content. I don't think that, like, I super duper hate Steven or anything like that. I think I've talked at length in the response video about how I felt like he handled that conversation or how I feel about him. But, you know, I don't think he's burned it with me either. I'm pretty sure if I asked him tomorrow if I wanted to come on and talk about something, he would probably be open to it. So, you know. Ooh, my host says, do I want coffee? That would be a sure. Sure, pog. I would certainly love some coffee. That'd be lovely. Now, do I want to crack open this Jolly Cola if I'm going to be doing that? That's the real question. Let me make sure that we're on the right scene here. Let's go to this here. Just like meow. Figure out what Vaush's setup is here. Like meow. Skip past the opening because I don't need to look at a blank screen of nothing.
No time at all to waste.
Oh, no time at all to waste. I certainly agree with you. I'll put me up here, huh? How about that? Let's see here. Bring up my chat. I'm quietly phone lurking. Well, any kind of lurking is appreciated by me. Ask Vaush about John D. Make him squirm. I don't even know who that is.
I'm ignoring chat. You exist entirely as a backdrop to me.
Oh, damn. Okay. I'm already getting alpha energy. Let's go ahead and set this thing to 1080p 60, give the people what they want. Let that buffer while I grab myself a croissant because I'm quite hungry. That's good. Okay. Here's another thing. Take it easy, chap. Be nice. Be nice to Vaush. It's just how he talks.
I was doing emails last night, catching up because I always have a lot to do, and I got an email from Streamlabs, essentially thanking me for the charity work that I did with Ukraine, offering to send me a gift. And I thought, how nice. How could I not? You know, I've actually gotten emails from a number of professional orgs, some Ukraine-based and some just like general charity stuff, you know, thanking me for what I did. And I realized two things while looking at that. First,
let's hear what this fella has to say. Oh, wait, there's two of them. And yet we are not having TTS, which means our friendly TTS people who give us our TTS.gg, their shit's not working. So you can blame them. Now we've zeroed in the problem, I think, to TTS.gg, who their thing is not working. That being said, perhaps I should just unsubscribe from TTS.gg, honestly, because I'm not fitting to troubleshoot that. I say as I go to the website and try to troubleshoot it. I'm awful. Let's see here. All available voices are on. My TTS should be all set up. I don't know why it's not working. If I go down here, there's no like frequently asked questions or anything. Nice. Well, you know, it is version 0.5 alpha, so you know, maybe I shouldn't expect much from TTS.gg, but oh well. I will read them out then, just as Jake and Bake would. Okay. $1 from St. Nicholas. Your favorite furry dropping in to say that if anything is timestamped in the link, it wasn't intentional. Love, Nick. Great. Good to know. It's your favorite furry. Ah, Nick again. Any timestamps on this current docket is a mistake. Sorry, much love, Nick. It looks like Nick didn't hit the threshold for it to show up on stream the first time with his first $1, so he had to come back for the other 3 and get that in there. The same message, Lamau. Yeah, it is the same message. Holy shit, is Vaush pitching his voice now? I haven't heard his voice in ages. At first I thought the audio was glitching. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I'm used to listening to him at least 1.5x, if not 3x. So I don't know. I'm used to hearing him sound like a chipmunk. I couldn't tell you.
I never really got much credit for that, which again, I don't do it for the credit, but it's just weird because after the PCRF stream, like, you know, it felt like it defined the positivity in the community for a while. It was like a good rallying cry, I guess, for good stuff here. But obviously that got overshadowed by the J.K. Rowling stuff, and you know, it all kind of spiraled out from there. And I felt a bit upset at you guys about that. But then I realized, the second thing I realized was that I had forgotten about it too. I forgot about it. I had forgotten about the charity stream, you know? And something occurred to me.
Is it not about the credit? Yeah, that's a good thing to mention. So we're going to start rhetoric stuff. Again, I'm going to try to be fair, but just say some things that are on my mind and try not to be too mean. It's good that he maybe mentions it's not about the credit, because if we just open the stream and that's kind of the first thing that we mention, or at least this video that I'm watching, it's the very first thing it's mentioned. As a paper would be structured and as a, you know, YouTube release might be structured, I think that whatever you open with is going to be pretty important to understand what's going on. And that's going to be a bit of a thesis point or a bit of a tone setting thing. So it's difficult, you know, if you open up with saying that, but then immediately say that it's not about that, it's going to make it difficult for some people. I think it's instantly divisive insofar as for the people who think that he is just, he's straight up whining about, you know, the people not recognizing him for his charity work, then you already have what you need to believe in that. And you can disregard the second thing that he says as just covering his tracks, or however, maybe you think he's weaselly, like you think that I am, or something like that. And then on the other hand, for the people who like Vaush or, you know, want to handle it charitably, well, he explicitly says that that's not what it's about, right? He simply points it out as a phenomena so that he can talk a little bit more about it, but that's not really the purpose for why he does those things. He's just talking about an aspect of, you know, a coverage or lack thereof of this, as opposed to his PCRF fundraising efforts.
Along with some advice from TJ Kirk, ever the advisor to me, which is that I feel like there's something wrong with the way this community has been conducted for a while, you know? I feel like there are problems. There are like nefarious elements that I wanted to.
So here's a meme that I keep seeing come up over and over again. The "I'm admittedly beset by tiredness" clip. So at first I heard somebody say this about me when I said that I couldn't stream because I was tired. And I picked up on that this is probably a meme because other people laughed at it. And now I'm seeing it here. I've actually not seen that clip. It should be of no surprise to longtime viewers that I'm very disconnected from a lot of this stuff. So I don't see a lot of that. Why do I think that Vaush talks like this? I don't know. I've met people that speak in a very verbose manner. And I think it's for a variety of reasons. I certainly couldn't pin it down. I'm not a longtime viewer of his. You know, it could be a gazillion different reasons. But if I speculated and gave you 3 different reasons, any one of them could be clipped. And then if I was, you know, talking to Vaush or something and that clip was put in front of him and he said, "Hey, you said this. Don't you believe this?" And I said, "No, I said 3 things." And all of them could be equally possible. Thank you. Have a good day at work. Oh, he put cream in it too. Wonderful. I love my host so much. If I gave 3 different reasons and I don't really know if I believe in any of them, it's going to be very hard to defend. Nobody hears me out anymore, so I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to speculate on things I don't know about. You almost got me, you know? You almost got me. That's the first dodge that I've had so far of saying something that'll get clipped and then I'll get in trouble. However, I do have a link to the meme that we're talking about for those of you that are unaware, as I am. Ah, wonderful. It was not whoever sent this. That's not helpful. Good thing Ezekiel sent something else, which is a Twitter link, which I'm sure has a clip in it. Let's see.
I am admittedly beset by tiredness.
I love how when Vaush talks like this, so here's what I will say speculation wise. Part of me thinks this has to be in some part an act, right? I think that when I talk, I'm a bit more verbose than the way that I would be if I was out and about in public, and especially when I'm trying to be careful, as I am on today's stream, because I'm thinking more about what it is that I'm going to say. However, if you've talked to my host or any of the people that know me in real life, I'm much more apt to use curse words and vulgarness and jokes that probably aren't allowed on Twitch and all sorts of other things, right? So I think in part it could be he's blowing up maybe an aspect of his personality. But I love that in a clip like this, it just rolls off, you know, it comes off as this is just naturally how this dude talks. He's like a full grown, you know, verbose character of sorts. So, you know, interesting. That's all I'll say about that. What an idiot, bro. Bruh, be nice. Bro, book smarts. My parents made me homemade pizza yesterday and I ate some of it and got the most painful diarrhea. What the fuck, dude? How do I get back at them for this? Well, there's only one way. And my people call it the chunkla. Sometimes, kind of like when a dog bites you, and he's being a little bit too aggressive, too playful, and you're getting sick of it. Sometimes you just got to bite him back, throw him off. They just don't know what the fuck happened. Yes, I'm advocating that you hit your parents with a chancla, and that I am. I think that would stop it. I think that would make sure that they never ever cook you a diarrhea pizza again. They'll remember that the next time they cook for you, especially if it's a pizza. I would suggest yelling pizza as you throw the chancla as well. That way they associate the two in their head. And if it ever comes up again, reach for your shoe. Do the little, flamingo stance where you throw that back leg back and start to reach. And then you just got to train them, okay? You got to train them. Next time that happens, you do it again. And eventually we'll have a long list of foods which your parents are clearly not qualified to cook, and none of them will be served to you again, okay? That's what I would say. That's my suggestion. My people? Yeah, my people. I'm doing an id pull for sure. The kittens are always so confused when I bit them back. I mean, high key, it does confuse animals when you do that. Eventually you'll cause so much trauma they stop. Yeah. And they just stop cooking for you or talking to you. Then problem solved in my book.
To deal with. So because it was like 2 a.m., I slapped, it was too late for me to contact my editors to ask for like a real thumbnail. So I just went on Clip Studio Paint and I just did the new arc. But anyway, here we are. and it's just, you know, it's just a video that is streamed. But, okay, we need to purge the toxicity within. See, here's the issue. Here's the problem. Okay.
What are you responding to? I'm out of the loop. Well, rather than getting frustrated at saying the same thing I've been saying over and over again, I will say to rewind. But the title of this video is Purging the Toxicity. It's about Vaush's Fortress arc. That's planned for today.
The problem is that I am an exceptional person, and I have an exceptional community full of exceptional people.
True.
I think we're pretty great.
Yeah.
Really. And in spite of that, I feel like so much of this community and the content that I produce is reactive. I defend myself against other people, you know? It's been a while since I've taken charge. It feels like I'm always defending myself, you know, against an onslaught of... And the defenses that I put forward, I think, are valid, by the way. You know, I don't think that I'm wrong to do that, wrong in the stuff that I do or that I say, but I feel like in terms of like the community perspective, what does it mean to be a member of this community today?
So some interesting points being brought up here. The defensive nature of how much time is spent on his stream. We've gotten some hints of toxicity and his urge to get rid of them. I'm going to respond to a few things in the chat. So the plan for today is to cover this. This is Vaush's Fortress arc. What I presume it's going to be about is him separating himself from other communities, focusing mostly on his community, because that's something that I've said about myself and kind of our plan for content moving forward, or at least the time that I spend on content, particularly off stream, moving forward, moving away from a lot of prepped content about other people or responding to drama about other people talking about me, and kind of more about the amazing people in this community and the amazing things that they're doing, like our movie club that does an Academy Awards show every 11 weeks where they make a whole movie poster with Easter eggs and stuff, and they do like a proper awards show and vote on stuff, or the anime club, which I recently opened, where we watched 3 shows, one of which is a seasonal favorite and the other 2 are kind of maybe things you haven't seen before or things you did see before, and it'll be a refresher for you. So, you know, that's what I presume this will be about, to answer those people and to answer the most important question that I got. Book, should I slam a fat cloud of DMT and let the elves massage all the demons out of my prostate? Good prostate milking, huh? Well, the Elvish have some soft hands, my friend, and long, spindly fingers. As long as they got those nails cut short, I don't see why not. As long as DMT is legal where you are, I'd advocate for it. Go ahead. Have fun. Have fun, and tell them Booksmart sent you. That might get you a little bit of a discount with the elves with the good hands.
Hey, well, it mostly means being hated by everyone online and getting banned in every left-leaning community. That's what it means to be a fan of me today. You know, back during the 2020 primaries, being a...
Is that true? So here's where we enter into territory where I feel like this is hyperbole, clearly. I think if I sat him down in a room with God, he would have to admit that this is hyperbolic, right? There's a lot of people I know that like Vaush that get along fine in lefty communities. There's a lot of creators I know that explicitly say, hey, if you like Vaush, if you're friends with Vaush, that's fine. They say the same thing about Hasan and other people. You could certainly say that they face discrimination in certain places. Same way maybe people that enjoy me or try to defend me or things like that face discrimination in certain places. I actually think it's the defending of the streamer that really gets you discriminated against. There might be some minor omega lolling if you say that you're like a Hasan viewer and you're avid about it or something like that. But I think this is a bit hyperbolic. I think Vaush Fortress arc will only make it more delusional. I don't know. What I've heard from other people is this suggestion that Vaush was really good when he debated with other people, because I think people are under the impression that it kept him sharp, constantly testing his ideas and his intelligent, ideas about things. We'll just say his ideas. Testing his ideas and his kind of... arguments that he's putting forward with other people helped to make them better, and it kind of carved off some of the rough edges and allowed him to kind of test material is what I would say. So I'm a content creator, I'm an entertainer. So from my perspective, I view this kind of more like stand-up comedy. I think that you're testing your material with these debates and with these arguments. It doesn't mean that your arguments are the best. It doesn't mean that they're the most logical. It doesn't mean that they are the closest to truth necessarily. What it means is that you've tested it against a lot of people in this particular space, and you've heard enough counter arguments that come from people in the mindset of this particular space, enough so that you begin to develop an argument that will make it past most people with this viewpoint in this place. The reason why I say all that is because if you go outside of that, like let's say, for instance, you talk to intelligent people in a particular field who don't engage with the internet at all, they may bring forward questions and problems with the ideas and arguments you're putting forward that you will never have faced if you just stayed inside the Twitch politics community. So while I do think it strengthens your performance relative to other people in the politics space, I don't necessarily think it means that you have better ideas by some objective standard or something like that. But that being said, if Vaush chooses to not sharpen his ideas, not engage with other people, and really stay inside of what some people would call like an echo chamber or a bubble, that's going to result in poorer ideas, because as new things come out to talk about, he's kind of either getting some of his ideas from people outside of that space, hopefully to kind of level out what he's saying, or in the worst case, he's kind of shooting from the hip and giving some kind of extreme take that then is not challenged by anybody. And I think that's kind of what people fear, especially people that like seeing Vaush debate and seeing Vaush have his ideas challenged, or maybe people that watch Vaush as well as another creator, right? If you watch Vaush and Destiny watches a Vaush clip and is like, oh, this is a problem for this reason, and what he's saying here is dumb for this reason, and this argument would fall flat if I said this. Really, you're going to feel like maybe you had some counter arguments to that, but what's going to be disappointing is knowing that Steven and Vaush will never have arguments about that. So you can only kind of have a headcanon for how that would play out in your mind. And if you listen to that enough, it gets frustrating that you never see these two people actually talk to each other. Instead, you listen to a lot of people who react to that content and give counters to it or give issues with it. And maybe those pile up over time. You start to see trends. And at some point, maybe you get a little bit sick of hearing those problems. You make a determination, do I only listen to Vaush? Or do I kind of stop taking him seriously on particular issues because these problems keep coming up and he's never going to fix them because he doesn't take the criticism from his community seriously, because it sounds like it's a copy paste from these other creators. And he's certainly not taking the creators seriously because he's not going to have conversations with them. I think that's a bit of the TLDR of worries with this kind of bubble mentality. And I don't think it's completely unwarranted, right? If you guys are expecting your debate people to be polished debaters and to have really good ideas that kind of stand up to scrutiny, then that's going to be disappointing for you. The issue is Vaush's relationship with others is kind of bad. He often creates men of straw towards his critics. I see. So it seems like he's locking himself away in his tower to throw stones at people who'd want to verbally spar with him. I suppose that's another side of this issue, although one that I actually take less issue with. I don't think it's that big of a deal to sit on your tower and to criticize other people. I actually don't think that's that big of a deal, but I'm a person that does that, right? So I don't have too much of a problem with that, but sure, maybe that's something else that people are upset about. To make sure I understand, you're saying that although engaging with outsiders wouldn't necessarily help build the best arguments, this fortress/echo chamber definitely wouldn't help. Yeah, because I think the more exposure you and your ideas and your viewpoints have to other people and other cultures and other viewpoints in the world, the better it is for you, because the more well-rounded those ideas are going to become, the more considerate they are of conditions and people and ideas that exist outside of your everyday, right? So I think putting those ideas out there for anybody is actually a really good thing, and to kind of rob yourself of that and really focus on only, speaking from your own perspective and your own knowledge about things, I think is very limited. So yeah, I think no matter what, that's probably worse than talking with other people about that. But it's not to say that he's not going to point out later in the video that he's talking with other people behind the scenes or people in real life and things like that, right? Like if a creator said that, you know, I don't want to have my opinions on the refugee crisis in Poland or something from the internet. I actually want to go talk to people on the ground, take a sort of Lawrence Southern approach, but without the motivated reasoning. I think that would actually be better than testing your ideas versus people online on Twitch politics. So it would depend on what he chooses to do. Hi, Book. Hey, what's up, Stardust? Been a long time. He's resting on his laurels. Maybe. Do you not think there is some value in he's resting on his laurels? So, I mean, if you're wasting time on people whose input is not important or constructive, then yeah, for sure. For instance, if you're only engaging with trolls or something like that, that's not really helpful. That's not making your ideas better. So it's actually wasting your time because your time could be spent on other things. I worry, though, that Vaush may think that way and may attribute that characteristic to people that aren't deserving of it. I would say that a lot of the time Steven would fall into that category, and if you're here, that may be a surprise for you to hear out of me, because maybe you think that I hate Steven. I know that's the thing that's going on. People think I'm a snake, that I fake that I like him. No, I think that he has good criticisms for a lot of people a lot of the time, and I think if you treated him as a troll and oh, I'm on my laurels and I don't need to listen to you, tut tut, I think that's losing out, in my opinion.
A fan of me meant something. It felt like we were really fighting for something, you know? It felt like there was a real effort being made, a strong, you know, community cohesion. And I saw on my Reddit the other day, I saw people liked a little rant that I did last stream, just some anarchist. I just got mad at a chatter and I talked about the unimportance of national boundaries and stuff like that. And people in the Reddit posted that, and they posted that not just because it was, you know, well-spoken and thank you, but I think also because it was affirmative, you know, it was like a positive, it was something to rally around rather than something to defend against. So it came to me, you know, and I think the come pledge was great, but I think we can do better. Okay. I think it's time to begin the fortress arc. All right. For too long, we've been fighting in the open field. Okay. For too long, we've been battling out, all right? No trenches, no fortifications. We've just been out there in the fields and the forests, okay? It's time, all right? It's time to build the tower, all right? It's time to mine the quarries, all right? We're going to build a fortress, the Vaushite fortress. And to that end, we have to focus on affirmative community behavior, making things rather than responding to things. You know, we have to decide our arc. We can't let other things decide the arc that we're on. We have to make choices. We have to give people in the community a reason to be here other than being right. Because if you guys want to, at least in my opinion, be correct about stuff, then you can just listen to me and then like not be a part of the community. But the community, I think, can be much better. I think we have a uniquely...
I really hope that we're not being super serious here. I'm going to be quite honest with you. This is almost starting to turn into, and again, I'm trying to stay really positive here. This is almost starting to turn into like when Emperor Palpatine is talking to the Senate after fighting the Jedi, and he's like, the incident with the Jedi has left me seriously scarred. And then he starts to talk about how he's going to be changing things and shaking stuff up and consolidating power. I'm not to say that this is evil or something like that, but it's more so I'm getting bad vibes about what it is we're talking about when you mix in these kinds of messages about, well, I mean, you could technically just listen to me and copy me all day and then you'd be right. And this idea about correcting the behavior or having affirmative whatever about the people in your community. I'm worrying about this. It's getting increasingly worrying for me. But hey, maybe it'll turn around. I'm not sure.
Good community, like the people here are upstanding in a moral sense. I mean, don't get me wrong, you guys get on my nerves sometimes, but Really, I've been in a lot of online communities, and I've seen a lot of them from the outside. And this is a good one. This is a very, very good one. So to that end, we're purging the toxicity.
So here's one thing I will say, because I want to try to do more positive things when I hear them and I agree with them. I actually do think that when we look at all the online communities, at least in this space, I do think that his is one of the better ones. It has more people who are doing things in real life. It has more people who can be generally positive, right? Like, and I would even say this about DGG. You have a lot of people that watch and listen to Destiny that may not even be involved necessarily with this Discord or this or that, who actually do a lot. Actually, my host is somebody who has watched and listened to Steven since Justin TV. And he's a wonderful guy. He's totally involved in his community. He's politically active. He knows everything about the city that he lives in. Anytime he sees a political problem, he tries to put his will and energy into solving it. And my host in Switzerland is another wonderful example. Somebody who became involved in government, again, does a lot of volunteering in civil service efforts to help better his community around problems that he saw. I think that you actually do see a lot of positive people in these communities, and they're drawn to them because they're politically active in their own spaces. So yeah, I think it's worth keeping in mind that his community is like not necessarily one of the worst. Now, if you are a DGG or if you are somebody from a space where the VGG horde has been called against you, you may vehemently disagree with me, and that's fine. There are going to be active vocal members who go and attack people, that go and insult people, that go into the DMs of people and say terrible things. That exists as well, right? But if we want to focus on the positive of his community, they're definitely there to see. And I think that's worth bearing in mind too. You fit a paragraph in one sentence. Thanks, brother.
From within me, I'm going to address briefly every drama thing that I think we've been bogged down by interminably in the recent past. And as far as I'm concerned, it's settled. I'm sure it'll come up in the future, but I don't want to obsess over it, Because if we were to obsess over how wrong everyone else is, every wrong done to me or what, we could do that forever. For years and years and years. Okay? So I think it's important,
What's funny is, on the one hand, I think there's a problem with focusing on how right you think you are all of the time and really highlighting that. But on the other hand, I think it's totally fine to say that you are not going to be focusing so much on the other people who are wrong or on the other people who are wronging you. So that's kind of where I seesaw on this. I feel like if your focus is mostly on not wasting your time on people who are trying to tear down your ideas or are super anti-you or who are trying to start drama with you, I think that that's totally fair and reasonable. And it's probably better. It would probably be better if most people, instead of focusing their attention on talking about how wrong the other person is, focused on doing the things that they thought were right about the world and focusing on how do I turn these ideas that I think are right into political action and real things that impact change that I believe is the right change to impact. So that's kind of where I'm seesawing here. I don't have a problem with this messaging, but I had a problem with the idea that he knows for certain that he's right, and if everybody copies him, then they'll be right, and so on and so forth. I'm young. I'm 25 years old. I'll be 26 in a couple of months coming up here. But I certainly feel all the time that I don't have the right prescriptions for things. I'm changing my mind on stuff all the time. Even little things like I used to always give the travel advice that if you buy socks, and this is a very minor thing, right? Because I don't want to get into serious stuff. If you buy socks, just buy a gazillion of the same pair of sock. That way, when you go to put them all together and you go to pack them and stuff like that, or if you lose one or whatever, it's not that big of a deal because they're all exactly the same sock. But I looked at my socks today and I'm like, oh, I have a gazillion different kinds. And I like that I have a gazillion different kinds. I say gazillion, but 3. That's 3 times as much. That's 300% what I should have. But I like having thin socks for when it's hotter. I like having low ankle socks, depending on the shoes that I wear. And I like having my big fluffy socks for when it's cold, but sometimes it's too hot. So I think ideas are in flux. I think the idea that you are very, very adamant that you're right about things right now is a futile one. And I think that if you have people in your life that are telling you that they have 100% correct answers and that all you need to do is copy what their answers are, this is somebody I want you to be careful with in your life. This is an influencer that I want you to be careful about when you listen to them. That would be the advice that I would give you, whether it's me or anybody else. I think that you want to be careful about that. I think skepticism has turned into something that is a negative that people use to deny things in a very unproductive way. But I honestly think that skepticism around people like that is warranted and perhaps necessary, because that's a scary place to be if you start taking that seriously. So that's what I would say there.
Fortress, we lay the first stone, okay? Clearly. Beginning, obviously, with the JKR situation. There are a lot of really good people in the online left who are, I think...
If anybody has a link to that tweet or a picture of it, we could show it on the stream for those unaware. I wouldn't want to say what it was without having a quote on hand. That's part of being better at my job that I'm trying to do here. So, if we want to go through that, we could, but otherwise I'll let it continue.
The well has been poisoned in their minds with regards to their perceptions of me, to the point where they are, when they see drama pertaining to me, they are there's an entirely different version of myself in their head that they're responding to. Like, whatever leads a person to equate my moral worth to J.K. Rowling's moral worth, I genuinely don't think that can come about from a person actually knowing what I care about or what I do.
Sure. If somebody's doing that, maybe that seems silly on the surface. Let's go ahead and click this tweet to see what it's all about from Saint Nick, our resident drama interviewer or whatever here. Let me make sure that y'all can read it. You obviously can't there. And we'll cover you up. What you and your ilk fail to appreciate is how... Oh, let's read this first, of course. All right. So Vaush says, all J.K. Rowling had to do was shut the fuck up, and she could have been almost uncritically beloved for like a century. So this comes off to me like, I think they told some basketball player to shut the fuck up and play ball or something like that. I feel like this is similar to that. Sure, sometimes people who aren't political in nature that are famous for something else might say something you disagree with politically, but I don't think it's generally good to encourage them to shut the fuck up. Now, depending on what your position is around trans people and TERF stuff, you may, again, disagree with that. You may think that there is demonstrable harm that is done by sharing those opinions, but I think this is more broad. This isn't necessarily just about that, but it's probably meant to be a joke tweet or something like that, to be fair to Vaush. Then he follows it up with women be quieter and start apologizing challenge. So again, we started with like, okay, there was something in here that's kind of more broad than it needs to be, but maybe it's a bit of a joke tweet. Then we have a joke that I don't think is very funny. And I think it's not, and I think that, is March Women's Month? Is that what March is? Not that I think that necessarily matters here, but just in general, I don't think this was a very good joke. And therefore people might take it worse than they would otherwise take it. I don't think that Vaush is some like anti-woman person. I will say that right off the bat, right? And I don't think that this is necessarily evidence that Vaush is some anti-woman person. However, it is like an anti-woman tweet, right? So it's not a good tweet. And I think as long as he kind of just accepts that, sure, it was a joke that didn't land or whatever, that's totally fine. And I think I had seen him say at least one thing to that effect. But here's the problem is, depending on how he recaps it here, we may have to take this very differently. Let's also go ahead and read, to be fair to Rowling, what she says here. What you and your ilk fail to appreciate is how tediously familiar I find your tactics. I had a violent ex-husband who used to tell me life would be great if only I'd comply, but you're making the same mistake he did. Women like me can't be bullied out of existence. Yeah, I don't think this would ever be effective for J.K. Rowling. And here's another thing, is if you say these two things back to back to J.K. Rowling, and you presume that maybe J.K. Rowling reads it, what do you think the impact is? Do you think that this makes J.K. Rowling less likely to share her stances around trans exclusionary radical feminism, to maybe stop talking about how trans women aren't women and this, that, and the other thing? Do you think that's going to have that impact? Or do you think maybe it's going to cause her to hunker down and have her own sort of fortress arc approach and to, be more kind of steadfast in her beliefs and be more convinced that she's right and she's wasting her time talking to people who are wrong? That's kind of what you're perpetuating here. So I think that on a lot of levels, it's just there's a lot of things wrong, but I doubt that it's directed at J.K. Rowling as an audience, and I bet it's more directed at internet people online that maybe already agree with Vaush's philosophy or Vaush's opinions about J.K. Rowling. And, so for that reason, it's pandering to an audience that is not J.K. Rowling or people that are sympathetic to J.K. Rowling. So let's see how Vaush handles this, because there's been a lot of criticism for a variety of different reasons here behind why this tweet is bad or why the second tweet is bad. There's also a reply from Vaush in the comments. Okay, so I mean, we could open it back up again, and here, I'll just try to scroll up and get your tweet thing again. All right, so reply from Vaush in the comments. Let's see how far down I have to scroll for that. Nope, not reading it. Sorry, too hard. Let's continue.
Or what I believe or what I say or anything to that effect. And to that end, we must recognize, no matter how wrong everyone else is, and God, are they wrong.
Let me catch up with the chat here. Give J.K. Rowling a huge optics win. Good one, Vaush. Yeah, probably not. I don't think he thought she would respond. No, I don't think so either. But hey, that's something that we learn about with posting these public tweets, is that the people are, there's a chance they're going to see it, This guy is so hard to listen to. And who's he taking advantage of now? Meaning living with fans? Are you talking to me, Eric? Eric, here's the thing. I'm going to put you on a one-time warning, buddy. And that is your only warning. And if you continue to be rude, I'm on my own sort of fortress arc, as people say, and I will ban you, because YouTube only gives me the option to either time you out for 5 minutes or block you entirely. So that is your one and only warning for the stream. I'll be very careful with the things you say next. Let's try to focus on Vaush, the subject. And if I mess up and I do something, then that's fine, but that has nothing to do with what you're talking about here. So Daniel says he never defended the misogyny. Okay. I didn't say that he did. So the point was that leftists hyperfixated on the relatively minute harm that a jokingly misogynistic tweet from him caused versus the massive harm that J.K. Rowling does. So that's certainly what he's focusing on here. What I'm saying is it's not the only criticism that I've seen of this, nor is it one that when I look at it comes to mind. So what I'm expecting is a response that should be maybe responding to something that's more reasonable, right? A whole theme of what he's talking about here is not responding to the people who he thinks are like completely wrong, not responding to the people who are making maybe bad arguments against him. So I think fitting in the theme of that, maybe he should take this opportunity, like he said at the very beginning, to only respond to the substantive claims against him. Of which I don't think that is one. I don't think that's a very good argument. I think he knows it's not a very good argument. I think he said so explicitly, and you believe so as well, right? So I almost feel like we're wasting time, given we said we weren't going to be responding to that stuff, and we're going to do a list of what we feel like are substantive critiques and then move past them. I worry that we've so far spent the beginning of this on arguments that I don't think are very good. I don't think are very substantive. Booksmart's echo chamber. You can call it what it is, but I think that's more trolly and not necessarily against anything that I'm saying. It doesn't have anything to do with that.
No matter how wrong everyone else is, the only way out of this pit is to give them a better narrative. It is so tempting, and God, I want to, and I do defend myself, and I will defend myself against bad arguments, but a better narrative has to be given, you know? The well has to be unpoisoned. There's no way around that. You can't. Now, it may be frustrating, but it's just necessary, you know? We aren't taking the yellow? No, I was right about everything that I said. In spite.
Huh? Do we mean everything he said in the tweet? It doesn't even appear that we're handling this as if it was a joke. I'm just going to keep it on the second tab here so we could reference back to it. Again, these are the two tweets. All J.K. Rowling had to do was shut the fuck up, and she could. So the first tweet, I could see how maybe he defends it. I mean, technically, if J.K. Rowling was quiet, her art would speak for itself, and she would be a well-renowned author without much taint on her record. I think that she comes from meager, a meager background, right? I think she was like a mom who was working and wasn't in the best financial position or something. At least when I was a kid, I remember this being the story of J.K. Rowling, the author, and it was told as a kind of story about how, these little ideas that you have in your head as a kid might be something worth putting to paper and trying to get published, because you never know what kind of story is going to resonate with the right generation of people. And then you could go from this to being, a multimillionaire or whatever else, and have movies made about your fantasy world and all this other stuff. So that's how I remember her. And if she didn't talk about stuff, maybe that would still be the case. This second tweet is, I would hope that we're not defending this as a very serious point, that women should be quiet, that there should be some women be quieter and start apologizing challenge. Maybe women apologizing would be a good thing, but I think anybody apologizing would be a good thing. Although I don't know about that. That's a tougher defense, I think. So here's another thing. I'm not doing the counter jerk thing. I'm not going to sit here and be super uber charitable to what is an awful tweet. I think it's an awful tweet. I'm going to keep repeating, I think it's a bad tweet. So anytime I give a defense of something and it is to kind of give a narrative that might be counter to what's out there, I want to be very clear where I stand on that. I think it's a bad tweet. I even think the first one's a bad tweet, but I may be in the minority on that.
Fight of me being correct and me being the wronged one here. I will still attempt to amend their misconceptions. They strike me, but I reach forward and I gently brush the spider off their shoulder. You see, I help them even when I'm under attack. That is what I want to do, okay? And we will do it. With regards to Cat Black, I think that her behavior is very weird, and judging from what I have seen of her, I genuinely think that she is of low moral character. And I do not feel like that should be excused or overlooked simply because she has a long history of trans advocacy. There are plenty of people who have long histories of advocacy for marginalized groups.
So at this point, I'm assuming we're giving nothing else on the tweets. I do think that if he meant for this to be the closing of this arc, it would have been very good to include something about this being a joke, about people were something about that, because that's I don't feel like my criticisms are addressed anywhere in there, and that's going to leave me feeling like maybe he didn't quite understand what people were upset about, because what we're all going to do is take what we think is the best reason to be upset about something, or the reason we were upset about something, and then assume that some large percentage of people probably feel similarly. And if we don't see that represented here, we're gonna not feel good about that closing up of the drama. So kind of disappointed in the response to that. I don't know a lot about this Cat Black stuff, so I'm gonna let it play through. And I know that this one is much more complicated. This isn't as simple as looking at a single tweet. I know enough to know that, so just gonna move past it.
To have serious problems with their behavior or their moral underpinning, and she just gives me
that's the thing, it's not a joke. maybe not
a really bad vibe. So yeah, just no. ContraPoints. ContraPoints is a brilliant woman. It would be stupid of me to deny this. I do not deny this. Her content is exceptional, and I will continue to.
Now, this drama, I do believe, can be simply summarized, at least the initial part of it, in tweet. So if Saint has that available, I would certainly be interested.
Watch and praise it, assuming it maintains its quality, which I have no reason to believe that it won't. She is also unequivocally wrong here, and she wronged me. But smart people can do bad things.
Oh, my little friend. Look at that. We already have our link. Thank you, Saint. All right. In before the delete. It would appear it's been deleted. I don't know what that tweet could have been. My bad. No worries. I mean, this is one of a couple of links that I'm probably going to need here. All right. Let's see. Hui. Oh, I love this. This is my favorite thing in the world. Covering some kind of drama and having it be, this is from an account you muted. This click view button is always like a good test of like, was this the right thing to do? You linked me this, but I actually don't think this is the original tweet. I'm kind of looking for a picture of the original tweet. That's what I'm looking for. But I suppose that we'll wait on that because I kind of need to know what the hell he responded to here. That's really what I'm looking for, and I don't think it's this that you've linked me, Saint. So far, Saint, you're about 50-50, or if I'm being very, very generous to you, maybe 65, whatever the other 35 with your links. Some of them have been wrong for different reasons, and you'll get better. I'm trying out here. Yeah, I think you should try to click your own links and check before you get that. That's my little bit of meanness I get to give because we get along in the Discord.
And in the grand scale of things, given the fact that she was acting to defend a friend, I don't think this should be considered some kind of ultimate, denunciation of her character. ContraPoints is often in her live streams and in her videos and in essentially all the content that she produces indicated that she's... This isn't meant to be a sideline, but, catty, I guess. I don't know how to say. I mean, she says it about herself. I don't know if I'm to be impugned for that, but a person who, let's say, plays it a little bit fast and loose with friendships and emotional states sometimes. I don't know, mean girls behavior. However you want to frame that, I feel like I'm essentially just repeating.
Thank you, Nicholas. All right, let's check this out. All right, so the original tweet. No, good God. Okay. I'll try to do what I can with this. So, original tweet for the audio listeners is from Freaky Fishy Cat Black. Says, so I'm only making this thread because I was mildly entertained by the encounter and wanted to share a good laugh with my audience about it. Yesterday at Vaush sent me a series of private messages saying that he really didn't appreciate the conversations I was having on my page. Not going to read the rest of that thread because it's not linked to me. Vaush replies and says, this is maybe the longest Twitter thread ever typed. And one of its 16 theses is apparently that she doesn't obsessively think about me. Well, Vaush, I know you spend more time on Twitter than I do, and I have seen many a tweet thread that is over 16 parts long. So when he says theses, I hope he is not referring to the number of tweets, because unfortunately on that website, people who are very long-winded choose to use the medium to post 20-something long tweet threads. Natalie Wynn responds to this by saying, I think you should think about what she's saying here instead of getting really defensive about her correctly, in parentheses, pointing out that your perspective on this is limited by your not being trans and not a woman. Natalie goes on to say, doing edgy, ironic misogyny while defending trans people magnifies the grain of truth in what TERPs say about there being misogyny in trans activism. Natalie then says, maybe your tweet at JK just didn't land the way you wanted. Okay, fine, it happens. But why get so defensive about reasonable criticism? I don't see a lot of problems in this, really, on the surface. I think these are fine tweets from Natalie. Oh, right. St. Nick has given us all of the links today. Let's go ahead and check out this first one. We value your privacy. And by we value your privacy, we mean that the EU is forcing us to give you options for the cookies that you use. And rather than not use these cookies, which the EU thinks are bad enough to have people decide on whether or not they should have it creeping on their computer, we're going to give you a difficult way of handling that. I'm just going to hit disagree. How many reasonable criticisms of you have you, knowing what others don't, thought unreasonable? Oh my God, what a sentence. Let me try that again. How poorly written for Vaush. So this is from Vaush, in case the audio people didn't know. How many reasonable criticisms of you have you, knowing what others don't, thought unreasonable? I've talked about all this before and will continue to, and I'm happy to hear out Kat or anyone else, but I disagree with her here and have reason to think little of her opinions. Vaush goes on to say, with respect, the arguments you give in your videos support my position here, and with all of the associated context, this site really isn't the best place to speak on it with nuance. I'm extremely confident you'd agree with me if you were fully caught up. I love the passive aggression in all of this. It's an interesting combination of these. You clearly aren't educated fully on this situation, but I respect you. And I think that you would support me with your arguments if only you knew more. Natalie responds, ContraPoints, by saying, it just strikes me as off that you're extremely confident you definitely know better than a trans woman who's been doing this activism for over a decade. And it kind of compounds my discomfort with the women be quieter tweet. Vaush responds, is that really your argument? That I, by way of being cis, couldn't possibly, I assume, be correct in a disagreement on trans issues with a trans person? I was always under the impression you value the quality of the argument. So one thing, and this is probably down to the character count or something else, I don't think Contra just says that. Contra says, you're extremely confident you definitely know better than a trans woman who's been doing this activism for over a decade. That's all done together. And I think that second part is far more important than the first part for me personally. I think maybe somebody who's been doing trans activism for over a decade, whether they're cis or trans, might have a better idea than the average cis person. That's going to be my guess. Now, Vaush, I'm sure, would argue that he's somebody who also deals with trans issues regularly, and maybe he feels informed on the topic as well. But when you combine their identity as a trans woman, somebody who lives through that life and has for presumably quite some time, if they've been involved with activism for over a decade on the subject, and they're involved in activism for over a decade on the subject, I think maybe they have an opinion that we should respect in some way. Now, that doesn't mean automatically assuming you're wrong and they're right or something like that. I don't know if we go that far, but Natalie responds, I haven't heard any arguments yet, only your assurance that you're extremely confident that you're correct. And I don't think extreme confidence is warranted. Men who are extremely confident they know more than women what is and isn't misogyny don't have a great track record. Okay, so now we're going into character attacks. Interesting. All right, let's continue here. If I wasn't capable of extreme confidence in disagreements I have with people whose lived experiences differ from mine, I wouldn't be able to argue against TERFs. Also, I guess a fair point in the debate sphere, but I don't know. I feel like we get further from God or further from what we're meant to be talking about with every one of these tweets. Also, I can't help you if you're jumping into this without knowing my arguments. What do I even say to that? Yeah, I just, okay. I'm not clicking all these. I don't want to. I don't want to read all this. I don't want to read a gazillion tweet deep threads. Sorry, I'm not that interested in this. I literally only wanted to know the very first thing she tweeted, and I still don't even fucking think I got that from Nick. So I am a little bit upset that I went and read all of that, and I don't have what I'm looking for here. Last tweet Vaush ever did won this. Okay, let's... I can't believe that you linked me all these things, and I'm still not sure that I got the one thing that I really wanted to read. I'm disappointed in you, Saint. I'm going to say that. I'm disappointed in you, Saint. I was literally stalling this whole time thinking he's going to link it at some point. He's going to put the original tweet because I keep repeating it. He's definitely getting the message that that's the one thing that I want. And I never got that. So I guess we'll never know what it is that she tweeted and got deleted. Although I feel like it is the most important thing to know about this, but evidently we're working on it. We're working on our drama reporting team. They will get better as time goes on. Just know that the first things that happen are probably going to be very important. And if things are deleted, and I asked for it 3 times, it's probably the only thing that I'm really looking for. That's the start of the thread that leads into the in before delete. I see. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and continue here. You asked for the job. You fucked up. GG. Well, now you know what it feels like to be me. Now the whole Twitch chat is being rude to you. You don't want to be paid to read Twitter? Can we switch jobs? I didn't say that. I just said I don't want to spend my time on that. So no, not quite.
Stuff that she's jokingly said about herself, but given that, I think it explains her behavior. It's very disappointing. I look for
also. I get paid to be an IRL streamer. I am an IRL streamer, Bing Shilling, right, chat? Booksmart's the IRL streamer. He doesn't do politics. He's done with that shit, dude. He just does that on occasion, bro. He's an IRL streamer, didn't you know?
Forward, maybe one day in the future, possibly, to seeing that relationship with her improve. I don't expect it to, but she is wrong, and she will have to apologize if that is to happen. Noah Samson.
What is this?
Well, I guess we're all done with that part of things. Moving on to Noah Samson here. Getting paid to Bing Chilling. Yes, sir. Let me see what that was. Metal Gear Muffin. Thank you for the tier 1. And thank you to Stardust earlier for all the cheers. Do appreciate that. Let's keep going.
It's really difficult for me to make out what Noah Samson is or means or intends or plans to do, because it feels like Noah Samson is incredibly, the negative term here would be spineless, but I think if we're to be more charitable and also more accurate, I think that Noah Samson is just very susceptible to input from people around him. I don't know if that's just a product of him being new to the space or of being younger, or if it's like a cowardice thing or whatever. I don't think that he's dumb. A lot of people in my community have said that he's dumb. I don't actually think that. I think that snark, when applied unwisely, can often come across as dumb, because it gives the impression of a sort of confident ignorance of a subject. Snark is difficult to pull off when you're talking about political subjects, because if you frame it incorrectly or pose those arguments in a way that sort of looks...
I was gonna go look at his tweets as a okay example of this, the ones about J.K. Rowling. So I don't know. I don't want to comment too much on the Noah Samson thing. This is something that I actually do know a bit more about, and I have watched this stuff and taken notes about it. I'll sum it up here, and I've talked about it before. I think one of the most interesting things with the first video Noah did that kind of sparked his drama with Vaush is by making a whole video about how one of the main differences between YouTubers and Twitch streamers is that YouTubers get to prepare their content, put a bunch of time into researching it, and generally have more thought out things that are presented in a very good way. And Twitch streamers have to talk off the cuff and on the fly, and that leads to some issues in wording or in how accurate the things they're saying are, or the quality of the arguments, or yada, yada, yada. And then he goes on to make a video where he doesn't seem to go through the effort of researching everything that he's talking about, and then continues to make that mistake throughout that entire arc where he has problems with Vaush and other people. So I just find it a little bit ironic, because Noah seems to be acutely aware of this problem and yet does not seem to work on rectifying it. Now, in terms of his willingness to change his opinions and stuff like that, I actually don't think that's a problem. I don't think it's a problem to be influenced by the people around you necessarily. Depends on the people around you, of course. And I don't think it's necessarily a problem to change your mind when you've been proven to be wrong. I'm somebody who, if you follow me, love it or hate it, if I see something that I said or a belief that I have that I think is incorrect because somebody has brought something to my attention that proves it to be so, I try to admit that as quickly as possible. Now, you may see some kicking and screaming on the way out, but I think in most of my conversations that I can think of, and most of the conversations I've had that you can probably think of, I end up conceding on stuff that I got wrong. I end up conceding on things that are proven in the conversation to be not good or incorrect, or, you know, maybe not the best solution to things. So I try to make it a point to do that. And you can call me spineless or whatever. I think it's good for all of us to keep our opinions in a basket in front of us and to kind of take them out and put them back in willy-nilly as we begin to find more information about the world, okay? You're not really going to be producing stuff that is right all the time, 100% of the time. I actually think that most of the things that you believe about all the things in the world are probably not correct. They're probably not as accurate as they could be. And the odds that you stumble upon another person who's thought more deeply about it or is more educated about it, who can change your opinion, they're very, very high. And if somebody who's worked, because of my previous job as an essay writer and a ghostwriter and researcher for people at a very high level, I have to say I run into people all the time who teach me about things that I thought I had correct that I clearly had very, very wrong. And that's after doing, 20 to 40 hours of research into some of these papers and projects. And I'm still proven wrong because there's a whole world of information out there that I haven't read and I don't know. I could read 20 different articles that all say that this one thing is right. But if those 20 articles are from 5 years ago, and in the last 2 years, there's been groundbreaking work that proves all of that wrong, as happens sometimes in, the field of psychology or the field of education, then so be it. That happens, and you can be wrong, and it doesn't matter how many sources you have that say that you're right. So, I think we have to be careful about that. And that's the same reason why I have a problem with him saying that he's for sure right, and it's good if people just copy him. And being so confident about that, I think, is problematic because it cuts you off from changing those opinions. And really, like I said, most of us and most of our opinions about most of the things that we hear about, whether that's to pull things out of the ether from nowadays, it's going to be like the Amber Heard trial, maybe this that you're watching right now, maybe some of the tweets that we've shown on stream, maybe it's Elon Musk buying Twitter. You don't know about what the board of Twitter was like before. I don't think that's very likely. You don't know a lot about the decision making going on behind the scenes. You don't know, a lot of us don't know about what Elon Musk's plans are. We have his stated goals, but I think the people who might be unhappy that he is getting Twitter are also people that probably don't trust that his stated goals are going to align with the goals that he actually pursues, right? And his implementation of some of his goals are imperfect. Like if we look at Tesla, yeah, he made a wonderful car, and it was an expensive, wonderful car, whose service is shoddy and craftsmanship is shoddy, right? So I think his implementation of some things is flawed. So, what I'm saying is there's a lot of nuance behind all these things that we have kind of immediate opinions about. And I think we should be more open to people changing their opinions, and maybe punish people for giving snap judgments about things that they haven't done enough research on. I think that's also fair. But we should be careful about being upset that people change their mind. I don't think that's a good thing to demonize, and I'll continue saying that for as long as I believe it. Wait, what happened with Fresh and Fit? I didn't hear anything about it. I don't know what that means. I don't know what Fresh and Fit is. Again, I don't think that Black people can take more pain than your average person, but a doc that believes that and teaches other people does a lot of harm. Okay, I had no idea what you're talking about. Let's be careful in the YouTube chat because I'm seeing a lot of this. Remember that we have a rule about back and forth, so just try to keep them to a minimum. What I would highly recommend that you do, because I'm not just discouraging you from talking to each other, is you take it to the Discord and have that open while you watch the stream today. So if you do !Discord in either of the chats, you'll have access to our Discord server. And we have 3 debate channels. One is called Debate, where you just have your regular garden variety debate. Second one is called Good Faith, where you can call a moderator in at any time if somebody is being a little bit too snarky for your liking, is levying personal attacks, anything like that. They'll be warned about it, and if they continue to do it, then they will be removed from that. That is a place where you can go to just hey, I don't want to BS this. I just want to have some good pointed back and forth with somebody who is not going to act like an asshole. And then if you'd like to be an asshole and you'd like to be that kind of person, there is gunslinging, which I have permanently muted on the server. I don't want to see a goddamn thing out of there because it is the wild fucking West, and you could do pretty much whatever you want as long as it's within the rules of the server. And even that gets a bit shaky. If that chat moves quick enough, that's a bit of a wide to hide moment. So yeah, any of that's all covered on my Discord. I provide you a place for that, and that's why I think it's reasonable to expect that you don't have these ats back and forth in chat. It's not even the best place to do it. YouTube has what I think is restrictive character count, so probably a better spot. Just ask the other person, hey, want to go to Discord, talk about this? If not, shut the fuck up. Let's watch the scheduled programming, right? That's what I'd say. Didn't know about that. Sorry. Yeah, no, not a problem. So, that's why I'm just, mentioning it to you. That's why nobody's getting timed out or anything like that. I'm just saying,
it's over nuance that's really important to the thing you're being snarky about, then it can make you look really dumb. And again,
True.
the well is so poisoned with me. We'll see how things play out with him. I don't know if it's going to go super negative. I don't know if it's going to go positive. I genuinely don't know. I have no way of knowing. Demon Mama. I genuinely think that Demon Mama is like a good person, but holy shit, her grandstanding arc needs to like, it's not even an arc, it's her entire like career.
Oh no. This is another thing that we watched on stream. If you're curious about that, there should still be a timestamp VOD out there on the YouTube if you want to check that out. Yeah, disappointing conversation the two of them had for sure. Also to the people in the YouTube chat saying sorry and stuff, thank you for saying sorry. I do appreciate it. I'm not punishing any of you guys. It's something where as we have new people in the community, I try to be super patient and understanding and just explain what the rules are. People aren't going to know them. So yeah, it's just, I see something, say something kind of deal. Nobody's getting arrested for leaving their backpack at the subway terminal. It's more so if a backpack is left there, maybe we should say something because people don't know. It looks like you could be dropping a bomb. Sorry, Booksmarts. No problem, Kebab. I love you. I eat you all the time. Sometimes people don't do you justice. It's always a toss-up whether the kebab places are good or bad. But just know I love you. Even when you're bad, I'll still keep trying you.
Demon Mama has enjoyed success in being a loud and aggressive advocate for the things in which she believes. And I think there's something to admire there. But the fact remains that the longer you do this job, the longer course correction and the ability to...
Bookfucker Eats His Viewers actually canceled now. Yeah, well, don't tell Teddy about what I do to my viewers who are books.
Engage in course correction is important. You understand? The longer you do something, the more L's one will accumulate. Everyone, including me. And when those things happen, when you accumulate L's, you need to have a process for being able to address them and respond to them. And when you grandstand so hard, when you posture so hard that not only do you deny these, but you also essentially like gaslight and abuse people who point them out. Like you act instantly, you act out like every like element of emotional abuse that you can, like in the short frame of a conversation to try to manipulate them into not pointing out. Like, look, we all have bad processes.
Yes, this is deserving of a pause. So as the Not Father Eon Lord, and I hope Not Father is not talking about furry knots, but if it is, wink, wink, nod, nod, man of culture there. They said, I feel like this is a big self-report. Yeah. As I'm hearing this, I am remembering, even within this same stream that we're watching, kind of elements of this. And I won't go as far as to call it gaslighting the way he's done with Demon Mama, because I think that's a very serious term. And I'm going to kind of make an effort to move away from the way internet lingo has taken hold of these very serious terms and kind of really broaden them beyond what I think they should be applied to. So I'm not going to go along with that. But what I will say is emotional manipulation is something that many streamers, myself included, engage in to one extent or another. Now, streamers who might be notably using that more than other people, I feel like Vaush would fall under that list. And I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing, but what he's pointing out here with Demon Mama, I feel like to a lesser extent certainly happens on his own stream. So you know, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. He knows so well from experience, certainly. Yeah. What I want to say, but this is purely speculation. So if this gets clipped literally 2 seconds before I said this is just my speculation. My speculation is that a lot of Dima Mama's style comes from Vaush. No, like she was a viewer of Vaush. She is a fan of Vaush. She maybe even is a friend of Vaush. They, she had a good deal of respect for him before this conversation. I don't know about afterwards. But it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of the same things that you see Dima Mama implement on her stream, whether it's talking about the poisoning of the well around her, how that is reflected in people's arguments against her. People don't really know her arguments, and that's why they're saying these awful things about her arguments. Literally, those 3 things we see in this video, and they're used to create the same separate bubble of reality that protects Dima Mama from criticism about the arguments that she puts forward. So, if you add into that these kinds of like, oh, I'm kind of being emotionally battered by this and stuff like that the Dima Mama does specifically more than Vaush, I don't think they're too far off the mark there. I'm not going to equivocate these 2 things because I've not seen enough of Vaush's content to know that. But from what limited engagement we have, with it on the channel, I would say that they're stylistically similar. Okay, so that's where I would go with that. He convinced her to begin streaming. Oh, okay, cool. I think that's cool. When Vaush talked about how his community is full of people who go out and do action and they're incredible people, I think that's a good example of that. If he can inspire somebody to go out and stream, whether you agree with Dima Mama or not, streaming is a hard thing, and she's kept up with it for a while now. And I think anybody who kind of endures this, and especially somebody that has to endure the nonsense that she endures, whether you agree with her or not, that's a strong person. So that's another testament to Vaush's community and stuff there. But yeah, I'm not sure about this point. I think it would mean more coming from somebody different because, there's some reading between the lines that anybody who's aware of the way that he handles these situations or is handling this one would kind of see into. And if you miss that completely, here's a wake-up call for you, right?
There are people who do this worse. So hopefully she improves in that respect, and we'll see how things go. Speaking of people who do this worse, Hasan. Hasan, look, at the end of the day, the majority of the things that Hasan believes and stands for and argues for are things that I will agree with. The problem is that Hasan has absolutely no mechanism whatsoever for recognizing criticism. Absolutely none. He doesn't. He has no such mechanism. I don't think that he can I don't think he can recognize criticism as good faith. I don't think he can. Like, I don't know what like pre-existing biases are feeding into this. If it's all just like DGG harassment stuff or whatever, but whatever has led him.
Another example of like, if you're anti-Vaush, there must be some irony in this statement when this video is about, he opens up and talks about some drama that I feel like he didn't really bring up the good criticisms about. He talks a lot about how the well is poisoned about him and these people aren't trying to understand him and all this sort of stuff. It seems like Vaush has had problems both in the past and recently with accepting criticism as well. Now, I won't say that he's to the point that Hasan is, of course, right? Again, I struggle to draw these similarities without you all, or at least some vocal minority of you, thinking I'm equivocating these 2 things. I'm really not trying to, but there's enough similarities. These things rhyme in my brain enough that I feel like they're worth pointing out. And some non-insignificant portion of the audience is hearing that rhyming scheme as well. And it's just, it's strange. And I don't know if anybody who is not super positive for Vaush is responding well to this kind of stuff.
To this point, the problem
is he talking about Hasan Piker or Hasanabi? I think he's talking about Hasanabi, and then Hasan Piker, of course, is the man behind Hasanabi, the same way that Alex Jones is the man behind InfoWars, right? 2 different people, perhaps. I hope. Maybe that's what Mini Ivan means in the YouTube chat. I'm not sure. There are degrees of separation, but they are on the same ruler. Sure, that's a good way of putting it. Again, a lovely comment from the Not Father. I'm liking you so far. I hope you stick around in this community. Books, I agree with you. Good to know, Ben. I'm happy to hear it. I honestly think Vaush was pretty gross toward Hasan in the last month and a half. I don't know. Haven't really kept up with it too much. But Mr. Nexus says, word TBH. So you have somebody agreeing with you, dude, man. Honestly, I'm not sure Vaush is too far off from Hasan anymore. He constantly bans people for respectfully disagreeing with him. I have seen Vaush ban people for respectfully disagreeing with him in the past. I don't know if it's to the frequency that Hasan does it, because I've certainly seen more instances of Hasan doing it than him. But again, not really synced up to either of their content. I don't really watch it too much, so I couldn't speak for if that represents a lot of their content or a little bit. And this is a lot of the problem with the Twitch space that gives some like plausible deniability to a lot of people, while also being a legitimate point that you could bring up as a streamer, is if you don't really watch the person's content, if you don't really watch my content, your criticisms, there's no way you can be super confident about them, right? Like if you generalize my content in the way that you just did, you generalize how often people are banning people, what their content is like, whatever, and you're not watching a lot of their content, I think you need to take a step back and be very, very careful about that. As a streamer, and with my most recent thing with Steven, I've seen a lot of that. I've seen a lot of people who clearly don't consume a lot of my content say things about my content that are they're frankly not true. And I know they're not true because not only do I stream it, but I'm often the person going back and timestamping them as well. So I will go back and I will listen to my entire VOD back again. So I'm quite well aware of like what the proportions are of things going on in my stream, and people mischaracterize it. And I've seen people mischaracterize Steven's coverage of things after watching all of his coverage of something, or mischaracterize Vaush after watching a video that he puts out about something. So that's one thing I'm uber careful about, is when somebody in the chat tells me, oh yeah, this person does this all the time. It may frustrate you that I do that, but I can't just take your word for it, because I don't watch enough of his content, and I see enough people make these claims without doing that either, that it makes it hard to take it seriously. You know what I mean? The Reddit in his own YouTube chat would disagree. Interesting. Okay. I guess we'll see.
Is like, for a long time, I've wondered, what happens when he defends a really bad take? And then it happened with the Ukraine situation. And, because do you remember the JXE stuff as well, with the like watching stealing content stuff? Like any criticism that Hasan gets, like instantly, like full nuclear, the people criticizing him are bad people, they're bad faith, they're
See, like this is a good example of that, where a mischaracterization can do a lot. I watched Hasan watch the JXE thing in full. I watched that. I think that if you actually watch that, especially in the first half of it, I think he's pretty, like, he's not uber dismissive. He's not like turning it off and saying, fuck this guy, he's a fucking this and that. He's actually pretty mild-mannered about it. Now, he might not be that way in later streams, sure, but in his coverage and direct response to it as he was talking about it, I didn't see that from what I saw of his coverage of it. Again, there may be stuff afterwards, and that may be what you're using, but what I'm saying is like that there's a balance there with watching stuff, and I've seen enough of Hasan, responding to that I don't think is that way. You're the first person I've seen characterize it that way. Yeah, so I mean, we could try to find it if we'd like, but so I wonder where we would go for this. It doesn't appear that we can find this easy. It's going to be difficult to find this quickly. Maybe our drama gnomes will get on the case and they'll find it. But when I watched Hasan react to the video, the way that I saw him respond, and this is going to be, paraphrasing or whatever, is that he says like, well, I mean, yeah, if he thinks that I should, react more to the content, or he's not happy with me putting it on in the background, or not watching his content on stream, that's fine. I think that's totally valid. you know? And I tell people this all the time is if you don't want me to watch your content, you just let me know. And I don't, and I stop, you know, and that's what it is. And I think I heard him repeat that at least 2 more times. So when he was watching it, I felt like, you know, you could say that he's not like responding all the way to what is being claimed or whatever, or he's not responding in a way that you would like, but I don't think he's necessarily being dismissive. I don't think that's a fair characterization of the way that I saw him respond to it. If anything, I would say that he's just, you know, saying, hey, if this guy's not happy with the way that I'm reacting to his content, he doesn't want me to react to it on stream, then that's fine. You know, it's the way I read that is like, hey, I do my stream the way I do my stream. If you don't like the way I stream your ish, then that's fine. Then I don't have to stream your ish. So, you know, I don't know. Bad impression, you're not talking slowly enough. Well, I'm trying to be fast, you know. But Secret Hasan stan, you would actually be surprised. I probably, oh God, is this going to out me? I probably watch more Hasan content than I do Vaush content. I don't like Hasan more than I like Vaush, but I have probably seen more hours of Hasan content than I have Vaush content. So I will say that. And in terms of watching somebody live, I have most certainly seen more Hasan content than I have Vaush content. So I'm just going to put it all on the table. There have been times where I have put Hasan on in the background because he's reacting to something that's in the now and whatever. And I wasn't having fun watching it on Steven's stream and having all the video game noises and stuff. So I've just stayed there and listened to it there. There have been times in the past where he's been important in drama, like with the JXC situation. And I watch it from his perspective and see how he reacts to it because I think that adds more to it. I think it's a better viewing experience because I'm getting the input of Hasan at the same time that I'm getting the criticisms, right? And I try to do that whenever somebody makes a video about somebody else. I think it's good to watch the video of them watching it. There are problems with some people though, like Vaush in particular. Sometimes when he'll react to stuff, and this is something that I learned helping Doomer Politics with his video about Vaush, Vaush will cut things out of the things that he's responding to, particularly in YouTube videos. Sometimes that means cutting out more than 50% of whatever the subject is that he's speaking about. And that creates a problem. If you're only responding to the first maybe 50% of a video or of a topic, you could miss out on a lot of context that's added in the last half. And if that's not included for YouTube viewers that are watching that later and they've never seen the original content, that's not good because they could come off with a wrong impression because you decided not to include all of that. If you stop in the middle or something like that, maybe it's best you don't put that out because it's going to give people the wrong impression, right? So yeah, there's some kinds of problems there, I would say. I consume more Hasan than I like through Relly. That's another example. You may watch a lot of Hasan through other sources that you're not considering, right? And I'm certainly counting Relly coverage in my account of like, do I watch more Relly or Hasan? Or more Vaush or Hasan? Relly is a big part of that. Relly watches a lot of Hasan content. That's one criticism from Vaush that I actually think stands against Relly. That I feel like Relly might disagree with, but I hope he wouldn't, is he certainly watches his fair share of Hasan content, a lot of Hasan content. Clout sharks.
He's right. Everyone's trying to tear him down. He hardcore guilt trips. And
Vaush said he didn't want you to react to his content anymore. Well, unlike Hasan, I don't give a fuck what you think about me reacting to your content. I'm going to do it anyways, matter of fact. Hasan and I differ in that regard, in that, I put a lot of work into my reacts, so I have no concern with what you think about my reactions to your stuff, or whether you'd want me not to do it anymore. I could give a flying fuck less.
And plays the victim, which is ridiculous because, and I don't know, like, he needs to be reminded of this. He is literally the largest political streamer in the Western world. I'm only saying Western because I don't know if like China has like some gigantic political streamer that I don't know about. He might actually be the largest political streamer on Earth, on the planet, ever in all of human history. In which case, like, holy fuck, he needs to tone that shit way down. Way, 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 way down. Like, oh my God. Yeah, thank you, people in chat, I know. Shh. He needs to tone that way, way, way down. He can't keep playing the victim every time he gets criticism. It's ridiculous, okay? He needs to tone that shit down, okay? Okay, so that's those groups. Destiny. Okay.
Oh boy, here comes the big one. I'm eating croissants out of this bag. The reason I'm eating them out of a bag is because my dumbass didn't bring a plate into the room. So now I'm having to try to minimize the crumbs. Futile that effort is, as Yoda would say, because I've made a mess and there are crumbs everywhere and I'm probably going to have to clean it after anyways.
Okay. Destiny was recently banned from Twitch. Nobody knows why, because Twitch is a horrible platform that is incredibly opaque with their moderation. So I don't know. It's possible he was banned for briefly having Nick Fuentes on stream, a banned streamer, before getting off Twitch. It was like a 10-minute period. If that's the case, then I guess you could argue that's a fair ban, because that's an...
Oh, don't say that, Vaush. They're going to get mad. Because then you're weaseling out of something, or rather. What I will say about this, because I have extra information, I've been talked to and told several things from chatters and Steven himself. Now, the reason they gave in the email was something about harassment, the harassment policy. And so it's not likely that it was from showing a banned streamer, because in the past, for other people and for I think Steven too, it tells you that it's for like helping somebody avoid a ban. Like recently, a good example is Relly's ban. It'll say that you were helping somebody with ban evasion or something like that. So I think we can rule that one out. That was my thought too, to be fair, at the beginning was, well, if he had this dude on accidentally for 10 seconds, that seems to me to be the reason, you know. Now, I'm not clear on how Twitch bans work. It could technically be that whatever the reasons are that you stack up to be banned, it could be the last one that is the one that's given for you, or it could be the one they care the most about. So let's say I had an awful stream where I had Nick Fuentes on for 10 minutes and I talked to him and then I booted him because I forgot that he's banned. And then I said something awful about trans people and how they're not human or something like that. And then I, brought an African-American person on and I called them the N-word for 2 minutes while I had them muted. And that was my stream. Now, it could be harassment, and it could be about the trans thing, or it could be about the black person thing, or it could be that I was banned for all three of these reasons. They just give me one, I'm not quite sure how that works. So it could still be that was a bannable offense that he committed, and that was the reason. And then there were other reasons, and those other reasons were the ones that were given because they were the last one or the most important one. I don't know. There's not a lot of transparency around how Twitch does bans, so it's tough to say.
Explicit violation of the rules. With regards to that ban, though, it seems like the people in his community are saying that it's actually because he said trans women shouldn't compete with cis women in sports or something like that. If that is the case, if that is the reason why he was banned, I would find that incredibly disappointing. While I disagree with Destiny's perspective on this, I do not think it's appropriate for Twitch to ban people over just stated positions on contentious issues like that. That seems to ban people over.
One thing I will say about hairless cats, and you'll see this in the corner here, hairless cats actually a lot of the time have fuzz, like peach fuzz. And I would compare it to the hair that old men have, these little spindly itty bitty little, hairs. They're so cute. Now, when you first see them and stuff, they're ugly as fuck. All it takes is for one to love you, and then you start petting it and stuff. You give it a couple of days, and they'll be a lot less creepy to you, and they'll be more like, oh, I like this thing. I moved into a house where we had 3 hairless cats of varying sizes and shapes and colors, and I loved all of them. They're such characters, man. I mean, they're cats, but they need a lot of help. They need warmth. They need a very special diet. They have genetic problems. They typically want to be with another cat or with a person because the warmth, they lose it from their body pretty quickly. We used to have to put a little electric blanket in a cat cubby, and they would go in there. Their skin is oily, but they don't have fur and stuff. So particularly if they're not taught by their mom to clean themselves, they're oily and they leave oil and film on everything they touch and they sit on. Especially if you leave them outside. If you let them go outside, they will be uber dirty and they will never ever quite get clean. So that's a bunch of facts about hairless cats. Your mileage may vary though.
Just stated positions on contentious issues like that. That seems like an incredibly difficult line to maintain. Yoink.
Oh. Oh. We were duped, brother. Bait and switch. I thought that was one of the cute hairless ones. This is nasty, fluffy fucking monstrosity. Yeah. I don't like those. I don't like those at all. No thanks. Get that out of here. Not my kind of cat.
Ultimately, the problem here is that Destiny has done so many fucking reprehensible things in the past month alone that I'm not even fully aware of, because he does them so often that keeping appraised of them would take more time. Like, I'm playing Elden Ring. I don't have time. He does so many awful things, at least has in the recent past, that for a lot of them, I would think his ban was justified. When he was doing his, like, rape apologia arc and, like, laughing and saying that, like, a woman who was raped was a retarded child, like, if he got banned from Twitch for that...
So, oh God, here we go. All right, Book Smarts, here's your test. How good are you at those corrections you said that you were going to make on the last stream? Let's try to be very careful about this. Very diplomatic, very political. So, what he's saying here, I kind of want to give pushback on. I don't quite remember this as Destiny saying that she was a retarded child. I believe that the phraseology was more so, if we have to treat women in the way that you guys are asking me to treat this woman, you're asking me to treat women as if they're retarded children. You're asking me to treat them as if they don't have agency in these situations. They can't make intelligent decisions, that we take all kind of responsibility away from the woman because, what can you do? Women, they're just like that. Do the fucking, they can't think for themselves. They can't do the right thing. They can't, take agency in situations that are stressful or emotionally taxing or whatever. That was my understanding of his point. So I feel like this is he may have said this at one point, but I feel like the broader thrust of what he's talking about is that. Every time I hear him talk about it, that's what I have heard. This could have happened. He could have said this one way, but I would feel it would be very disingenuous to categorize or characterize his whole thing as what he just said, when all of the things that I've seen have been worded in such a way that they're different than this. So I'm not liking this. Welcome, Zonia. I see a lot of stuff about you. I will say this, Zonia, while you're in here, you are this close. Yeah, I'm starting drama with Zonia already. Zonia, I've seen you say some things I like. I've seen you be cool. And I've also seen you on Twitter, okay? And I got to shoot you straight. Sometimes you say some shit on Twitter that almost pushes you into the category of people that I mute just so that I don't have to see another silly thing. Lots of people are in that category. You're not uber special for that, but that's unfortunately more and more what I'm knowing you for, mostly because I don't watch panels, because I can't. There's too much yelling and talking over each other, and there's 6 different people and nobody really gets to put out their positions in a good way. So unfortunately, most of what I know about you is from your Twitter, and you engage like most people on Twitter in such a way where it almost warrants a mute. So that's what I know about Zonia. But I've also seen Zonia say good things on panels and be base. So, it seems to run the gamut. Nobody looks very cool on Twitter but me. All of my tweets are fine. All of my tweets are anime. All my likes are hentai and fucking furry stuff. So in my opinion, I'm based on Twitter. And in my opinion, a lot of you are cringe on Twitter because you're trying to play the Twitter game, and I don't play the Twitter game. So, yeah.
I would have thought, yeah, no shit. Like, if he got banned from Twitch during that, I would have thought, like, yeah, okay. Like,
Furries are based. A remark like that is certainly saving you in my book, Zonia.
But he didn't. He didn't get banned from Twitch for that. He's gotten banned for Twitch now for reasons that I don't know. I don't know. It's impossible to know with him. It's genuinely not possible to know, like, what this is actually about. Honestly, I just think that Destiny is a transphobe. People in his community will argue against it because he's had pro-trans positions in the past and even does currently. But let me talk to you very briefly about that.
Oh, no.
Very, very briefly. How can you justify that? Just you watch, person who joined this.
I am surprised that cat just handled that. I think when a cat's head gets tilted back like that, it hits this freak out moment. Kind of like in Inception where they tip you back in the chair so you wake the fuck up. I often see cats freak the fuck out. There is the instinct to flip around and claws come out when that happens. This is a very trusting cat with Vaush here. Yeah, I don't think that Destiny is transphobic. However, and I'm going to be as political as possible, I think Destiny has said some transphobic things in the past. I do think that some of the things he says about online trans people is, I think, like, and this is tough because I'm trying to be very careful with criticisms that I give of Stephen. I'm trying to be really fair here. I don't think that Stephen is a transphobe. However, Stephen has said transphobic stuff. I think that, like, talking shit about the online trans community to the extent that he does, because of like I also, how do I handle this right? Yeah, like I'm just gonna say that I think that, you know, online trans community is a wild place. It most certainly is, but I think we want to be really careful about the way we talk about those groups, right? Like I don't know. Maybe I have like a more conservative take on this. I'm willing to accept that, but I think it's a lot like when you're like, well, I don't have any problem with black people, but poor black people or hood black people, there I have some problems. Like, I think you have to be very careful about statements like that. Same with this trans people thing, like online trans people, really all online trans people? Because I have a lot of online trans friends that are completely fine, right? Like, I think we want to be careful about these characterizations. I don't think they're necessary. And I think we want to be uber careful if it's about a group where there's a lot of hate behind them, right? Like, I don't know. I think there's more carefulness with the words that needs to be done there on Stephen's part. And I think, unfortunately, I certainly wouldn't get in an argument with somebody that, like, some of the things that he's saying about the online trans community are transphobic or not, right? Like, I don't know. But you know, we can disagree on that. That's totally fine. And, you know, if Stephen disagrees on that, which I'm sure that he does, that's totally fine. I'm not necessarily interested in an argument about it. But that's my opinion. You guys can have your opinion. I think he has to be a lot more careful with that stuff. And I would hope that that's something we could agree on, me and you viewers. Again, this is something Stephen probably wouldn't agree on, but we're going to have a difference of opinion. What I want to be careful with after this Stephen drama that I had with him is to not be afraid of criticizing him, not be afraid of having a different opinion than he has on stuff, but just be more careful with being hyperbolic about him, you know, being unfair in coverage about him. So again, we have this balance here. I don't think he's transphobic, but he said transphobic things. The same way that Vaush, with that tweet that he did, that's misogynistic.
Let's have a smell of it. Ooh, wafting, wafting. Oh, everyone likes their own brand, don't they? This is magic.
Bo Blacks.
All right, analysis.
Well, you people just missed a little bit of, I don't know, something I hope doesn't get me in trouble. Talking about a bit how, like, people can say things that are homophobic, misogynistic, transphobic, racist, and not be those things. These things can happen. We need to accept that. Dave Chappelle can have some bits in his show that might be transphobic. Okay, does it mean Dave Chappelle is a transphobe? No, not necessarily. Vaush can have a segment in his tweets, like the one that he had about J.K. Rowling, that is misogynistic. Does that mean he's a misogynist? No, I think that would be unfair to say. Does Stephen say things that are transphobic from time to time? Yeah, he gets heated. Does that mean he's a transphobe? Certainly not. I don't think so. And I would just hope that we can all be reasonable and have, you know, opinions that kind of cover that nuance better than I worry that is going to happen if people, you know, look at that opinion from me. Well, where is the line then? Different for everybody, right? And I think the part of the problem we run into is for these marginalized groups, particularly the ones that feel attacked all the time or feel some sense of righteousness about going after people they perceive as attacking them. They put that line way the fuck back here, like past where I think the average person is starting from and past where a lot of allies are. And that hurts them. That hurts them. If you think that making one transphobic remark makes you transphobic, I don't think that's productive, and I don't think you should do that. If you think one homophobic remarks makes you a homophobe, that's not helping you. That's not helping anybody, I don't think. And I think that's the wrong place to put the line. But this line is going to be different from everybody. And people from that group, I think, are going to tend to put that line farther than people that are not in the group. However, in the case of social justice warriors, people who are not a part of these groups might put it farther back than the group would on average, right? Certainly, maybe some people would think that about like my opinions with the N-word, for example. I might put that line way farther back than a black person would, but that's just where my opinion is. So everybody's line is going to be different. It's going to be different on different topics. And if anybody tells you they have all the specific rules that cover how that line is drawn all the time, you show me that person, I'll show you somebody who hasn't thought it through all the way. Because I don't think we can create a rule set that always covers every single situation there. So I couldn't even give you a description of where that line is if I wanted to. I think it's way more of a feely thing than a thinky thing, if you catch my drift there. I think an actual disdain would be my line. All right, Tom. Oh, good to have you, Tom. Good to see you. Sure. Yeah. But against how many, right? Like, if I were a streamer and I decided, hey, all of the online trans people, I don't like them. Don't like them. Not engaging with them ever again, because I think they're crazy. Well, what percentage of the trans community is that? Do I pass the bar for transphobic for you? I mean, I certainly, disdain those trans people, and I am categorizing them based on I don't think it's their transness that makes them that way, but a bunch of the people with that quality have congregated in this area and become that way. I'm sure that some people feel this about particular races or religions or immigrants or things like that. Well, hey, I don't have a problem with Islam in general, but maybe these particularly Islamic people coming to my particular place are a particular problem for me, right? So I don't know. I think this is more complicated than just like disdain or something like that. I think I don't know. Again, like, I don't think that's a rule that covers everything. And I think it's much more of a case by case, and we're handling all these case by case if we're being honest with ourselves. The problem is that there is a large silent subset of those minorities that are quite reasonable on slip ups. We only see the loud ones and loud supporters. True, that's true as well. And that's why I think it's very important not to be duped into saying these statements about the group or about a group much larger than the group you want to target. Like, even if we say online trans people or online trans people on Twitter, I follow a lot of really cool artists, and those cool artist people that are trans are not involved in any of this trans shit, but they are online trans people who are prominent on Twitter and doing Twitter things, right? So, and if they saw somebody say, hey, online trans people are this, that, and the other thing, they might go, whoa, what the fuck, dude? Taking a swing at somebody that has nothing to do with this, right? So that's why I think it's good to be careful about those categorizations and stuff like that. I think people won't be charitable at all, and if they're called out or name called, they'll default to characteristics about themselves that can be used as ammunition online. I don't think that's a good generality to make. But Sharia is a book after all. Yeah, and she's real fucking prudish, so I've never slipped it in the Sharia before, bro. Let's get off this topic. Let's just continue to listen to this, eh? The online gay community is subhuman doesn't sound so great, to be fair. And I mean, like, the online anything community is subhuman, I don't think sounds great. So yeah, you're gonna want to be careful with all of that, I think.
Site in the last 24 hours. All right, Artemy, you getting out of here. You fool. There we go. So,
you know what I find funny? I think I have this exact same chair that Vaush has, and it's a cheapo chair from what's it called, Staples or whatever. I'm surprised he got the cheapo $100 chair. You would think having to sit on his ass all day, he would get a more expensive chair. I mean, he makes good money streaming. Now I'm judging him. I'm gonna judge his chair choice here. Kind of surprised he doesn't pick a better chair than this one.
There we go. So I'm going to paraphrase Destiny here, but nothing that I'm about to say is a smear. It's literally just a thing that he said about himself. Destiny does not...
I haven't been plugging this dono goal the whole time. I'll do a secret bit of React content if we hit $100 for the day. I'm sure this is it for... you know, in no small part because I haven't been shilling much this stream. I have to get better at that. I've been doing streams where I really can't shill. So I'll take the opportunity to say, hey, if you want to support this content, especially now that I'm doing IRL stuff and trying to move away from this space, it would be really helpful if you supported it. Supporting it also helps encourage me to continue to do this kind of content, which it's no surprise. I don't necessarily enjoy it. Certainly not more than I do going IRL and exploring countries and doing fun stuff. Thank you for the sub. I do appreciate that. That's going to be the kind of stuff that helps me out. Thank you for smoking for 11 months. Have a good day, Book Lord. Thank you. Thank you. I am doing essays again. Because they are very easy to supplement the Twitch income because I want to do more stuff that's fun. I want to look forward to streaming every day. I think you guys enjoy happy book smarts more than you do suffer book smarts. At least those are the people I want to keep around. So I've been focusing more on my Discord communities, on our Discord clubs, plugging that kind of stuff. If you didn't know, !Discord, go ahead and join there. Super fun and free, except for the VIP chat. If you are a sub, you get access to the VIP chat, and we're in there all the time with secret memes and sneak previews of takes that you certainly will not hear on stream. So check that out. I'm just trying to focus on more content that I enjoy doing. And this stuff isn't necessarily something I enjoy doing. And if you've been a long time viewer, you certainly know that. So if you'd like to support that endeavor, that's cool. But being quite honest with you, I'm trying to start up essay stuff in the background a bit more to supplement the offset of not doing that content. Resident Oiler, Nicole, who I call Teddy just to piss her off, just to see if she'll comment. Oh my God, you always forget my name. You're such a goofball. I will be honest. I do a bit of trolling with Nicole. I do straight up call her Teddy just to see if I can provoke her to do a comment about how I forget her name. At this point, I'm fucking with you. Nicole says, and I'm having to read them out because we use tts.gg and it's not working. So I'll have to DM those people later. Any Oilers? Any Oilers? Any Oilers? Any Oilers? Any Oilers? Any Oilers? I think that's the right number of that repeating sentence over and over and over again. Fuck you, you bitch. Well, you've got a bitch that I love, and that's your wonderful dog. I think its name is Shadow or something like that. I do love that dog. Hope to see more pictures of that dog in the pets channel on the Discord. That would be really lovely. Misogyny. You know what? If I was a woman, it would be, but it's neutered misogyny because I got a big old ding dong. Just kidding. My ding dong looks like, how would I describe it? Have you ever seen one of those Greek statues? You know what the Greeks believed? I say this every time. The Greeks believed, and this is why on their statues, the proportions are maybe not what you would expect on a statue. The Greeks believed that the bigger the ding dong you had, the more savage you were. So when they were depicting these kind of pure people and whatever, they would make the ding dong small and big nuts because they thought that was more civilized, that savages have these big ding dongs. Sounds like a bunch of people with small ding dongs doing, copium, but hey, what do I know? They were pretty far advanced for their time, so who knows? Yeah, because they were racist. Well, I don't think... never mind, I'm not going to comment on this. Let's just keep going here.
Care inherently about any minority groups whatsoever. He cares about the pursuit of the truth. Truthful positions. He said that himself. He said it for years, too. Like, he cares first and foremost about finding the truth, which sounds nice, He said for years as well that he's a sociopath, which is kind of a warning sign when people say that about themselves.
What is this? Oh my goodness. Zonia, despite the shit talking about her Twitter account, has decided to give 5 subs to the community. If you're Discount Pimp, who's on their 2nd month, if you're Entropy Maximizer, surprisingly getting their 1 month. I thought you were a subscriber. If you are Yaspa, longtime subscriber with your 8th month, or if you are Lemony666, didn't know you're in the chat. Nice to know that you're secretly listening wherever you are in some hidden place in Denmark somewhere. In case you didn't know, Lemonies is one of the streamers that I had the pleasure of hanging out with just the other day. I'm currently in Copenhagen, Denmark, and Lemonies, my wonderful host that I'm staying with here, took me out, and we did some really fun stuff. We went to Refn, which is a wonderful food place where all the food places are in shipping containers, and then we went to Copenhill, which is this big ski slope that they built on top of a... now I know what it is. It is a water heating plant. So in Denmark, what they do is they heat all the water in one place, and then they shoot that shit out to all the different homes out there. And then there's a heat exchanger in all these buildings, and that heat exchanger takes that heat and then pumps it through pipes in all these different houses. So rather than having a big ugly couple of silos or a big ugly factory there, they built a whole shell around the building and put some artificial grass on it, and now it's just a giant ski slope. And we climbed to the top of that, looked out over the city. My host is a brainiac, and he knows everything about everywhere. There wasn't a single place he pointed to where he didn't know something about what that building was, or what its history was, or all sorts of info. So he is a walking treasure trove of information that I'm sure I have talked the ear off of, and he is going to get sick of me at some point. It would not be the first time that somebody I've lived with has gotten sick of my incessant need for small talk. But I enjoy it. I think it's wonderful, and I try to get the most I can out of these stays. And a big part of that has been Lemonies, who's been wonderful. I hope I get to meet you again before you leave. And lastly, Dylan EFG with his 5th month. Thank you to Zonia for those 5 subs, and let's go ahead and continue. That kind of support is mucho appreciated. I'm not going to hold it against you that you have no sense of humor and don't appreciate dank memes, so don't worry about it. I'm still down to support the community. Well, that's good to hear. I appreciate it. And then we have Wolfgang Schurig with $10. Wolfgang says, I have a lot of faith in your ability to be a successful entertainer, be it as a streamer, YouTuber, podcaster, or even in OnlyFanner. That's wishful thinking, my friend. I'd have to go real far down before I turn to that. Or real far up. Maybe I get fit and skinny and I look hot. One day I just wake up and I'm like, you know what? These Greek proportions would look good in some Greek poses, you know what I mean? It's good to see you keep your chin up. Here's to many more happy book streams. You know what? On that note, I want to thank my support network. I want to thank Wicked Supreme. I want to thank Dr. Luxifer, who you see in the chat every so often trying to push my buttons. And I'm really important. These are 3 very key people in keeping me on the rails. And they were the reason why after that Destiny thing, even though I had my emotional moments with it and I felt super frustrated, I know I fucked up and whatever, I was able to bounce back a lot quicker than I have in the past with similar situations. It's not just me, it's my support network. Sure, I've gotten better at this and I've kind of leveled up my ability to take that shit and handle it. But, you know, I would be lying if I told you that's all me and me alone. I'm very acutely aware of my support network being a huge part of, you know, me getting back from that. So thank them as well if you're ever in their chats or streams. Make a art/drawing channel already, by the way. You request that on the Discord. DM me, because I will not remember from the stream. But thank you for the $10. And yes, I'm spending a lot of time on the people who spend money on the stream, because especially in these trying times, they're very much so appreciated. Anywho, that being said, let's get back into the stream. What happened with Destiny? Bad debate? Ask in chat. Okay, I'll let chat answer you then.
Whether or not they're correct, but you know, he said many times that he's an egoist, that his moral...
you don't have to do sexy stuff for OnlyFans. Lots of people would pay to see you hug hairless cats. It's a very interesting way to refer to femboys with Neko Mimi. But I would love to hug femboys with Neko Mimis on OnlyFans. You know, that would certainly be lovely. I don't think I would mind that job very much. Although I will say, the femboys I've interacted with so far... They have things about them, okay? They have beliefs, or they have personalities and attitudes. I don't know how long I could get along with them for, but I could certainly hug them and maybe do a little bit more. But you know, that's about it with those femboys. But yeah, good to know. Good to know. And maybe I'll get a hairless cat or two of my own. That would be kind of cool. A Nazi femboys? I'm not even talking about Nazi femboys. I'm not a part of those circles, but nice self-report there, Saint. No, I'm talking about the femboys on the other side of the aisle, but I'm sure they're equally crazy on that side. Certainly polarizing characters.
His moral biases are towards his own self-betterment, you know? Now, on their own, none of these things are inherently wrong. The issue is how they combine. Let me explain, okay? So, when I talk about all these political issues, it's because I have a political bias towards a set of principles derived from subjective axioms that I want to achieve. They involve equality, they involve, you know, human betterment, you know, blah-de-blah. I've talked about it a million times before. I have what feels like an external set of processes and destinations that I can refer to whenever I want the world, you know, whenever I want to refer to my own beliefs. Now, obviously, these are still subjectively held values, the axioms, so it's not like I have some objective truth marker that I can figure out, but I think it's still useful. The issue with Destiny is that, like, speaking frankly, if you distill it down to its truth, Destiny argues to feel smarter than other people. Every position that he holds is a product of his desire to satiate an emotional need to feel smarter than other people.
So here's another thing. I like that we keep running into these criticisms of other people where I feel like it would be very easy to say the same thing and be not so charitable to Vaush as well. Like, from the way that Vaush talks, to the passive-aggressive condescension with other people, to the statements he made at the very beginning about he knows that he's right and he's obviously right and we're going to frame this as everybody else is wrong and we're going to spend less time on the wrong people. Again, these criticisms just... I feel like there's very little consideration for how they turn around on him, but perhaps the people in his chat don't care. Perhaps people that like Vaush don't care about that. I don't know. If you're a Vaush lover in the chat, definitely sound off and let me know. When you're hearing these things, how does it make you feel to know that a lot of this could be said for Vaush as well? Like, if it could be said for Vaush as well, are you holding on to other criticisms that are being said or that you're coming up with to feel the same way about the people? Do you criticize Vaush like in the same way? Do you feel like this also applies to him? Or do you not feel like that at all? Do you feel like I'm completely off base on that one? D-Ride is a Submarino on Patreon. Oh, nice. Vaushites don't care much. I don't think there are any Vaushites here. Well, I think there might be some that wash Vaush. Yeah, this is one of the least self-aware statements of all time. Lol. If they do, they're getting banned. Yup. Jesus. The people who do care are getting purged. Ah, okay. I think you're right. I worry about purging those people because I feel like he talked earlier about the problems that I don't know. This is turning into a bit of a Noah Samson moment for me, where it appears that Vaush is aware of a lot of these things being wrong, but is not aware that they apply to the very statements that he's making or his character. And I don't know. It's sad. I really liked when Vaush, I don't know, maybe I'm one of these people that enjoyed when he kind of tested himself against other people, because unlike Steven, who I feel like for the most part knocks it out of the park on most of his debates, Vaush actually lost. Like, Vaush would lose, and Vaush would have battles where, you know, like, maybe this is like wrestling. I don't know. You wouldn't want to watch a match where one person always whips the ass of the other person. I feel like at some point there's only so many people that constantly want to see that. I much more enjoy when both people are losing, when there's some exchange, when, oh man, he got this guy on this point. Oh, he's got a point there though, man. You got to give it to him. Like, maybe it's because of the fairness that I try and you know, have with these conversations, but I enjoy them much more when there is some ebb and flow of who's right and who's wrong on different points. And Vaush certainly has that. He's wrong on some stuff and he's right on some stuff. He wins some parts of an argument. He loses some parts of an argument. He wins whole arguments and loses whole arguments. So I found that to be a fun thing about watching Vaush, is I never know from the beginning really what the odds are of him winning or losing something, regardless of the creator he's talking to. And that's fun to me. And on this note, I think that's also why, like, sometimes I don't enjoy vegan gains debates. If I'm really in the mood to watch somebody kick somebody's ass in something they're very, very good at, then I'll watch a vegan gains debate. But otherwise, I just don't see the guy lose. He's very good at the points that he's prepared for. And, he's frankly, he's going to win if you debate him on veganism. I think I've just never seen the guy lose in any meaningful way. So, that's kind of my feeling there. What do you think about Vaush's vocabulary? Don't you feel a lot more complicated than what's actually needed? Yeah, like that it's inflated diction for sure. This used to be a problem with the essays I wrote, both when I was in high school and into the early days of me doing essays for people. So number one, it doesn't look like the average undergrad's writing. Number two, if it doesn't match with all the other essays somebody has submitted, it's an instant red flag that you have this really verbose piece of work that doesn't match with anything else, tonally or verbally, whatever, that they've ever done. So I worked really hard to remove a lot of that. And it's easy because once you stop using those words, they just really don't come up. And I think it's not like a bike where you get back on and you immediately learn it again. You have to engage with materials that have new stuff all the time and constantly try to use those words and whatever. So I don't think it's good. I think inflated diction has problems. I think it makes it more difficult for people to understand you in essays and stuff like that. It has problems stylistically for my work, of course. And in this, I feel like it makes you look worse to particular people. It'll be off-putting for some people. However, and this is probably what Vaush would say, some people really like it. And he certainly has a community full of people who appreciate him for him. And part of that is going to be his verbosity, right? So I feel like if you're talking not to sound smart, but to debate, you can use easier words and still make a sound argument. Yeah, for sure. I think a lot of what he says could be said in fewer and more easy to understand words, certainly. As a matter of fact, we had a president who rose to power using very simple words. I think when you did the averaging out, it's like, what, a second grader's vocabulary level. So yeah, I think simple does a good job. And there's no reason to be super duper complicated unless you're an entertainer and you want to appeal to a crowd that likes that. I think to some people, verbosity can do the work of creating ethos for you, to create like an air of authority that makes it easier to trust what you're saying and believe in it and whatever. And for other people, for instance, for me, maybe it's a fetish. For instance, an English accent, and they're saying all these fancy ass words. Ooh, boy, that'll get me going. Even a French accent, which I don't normally like. If it's verbose, if they got all these fancy ass English words in there and shit, I don't know, even some French words, it's kind of hot. I kind of like it, right? And I'm not saying that's a huge portion of Vaush's, fan base, but there's a personal anecdote from me. I mean, hey, if you're verbose and you speak with an English accent, that's big time hot for me, dude. I quite like that. So, I never noticed this. Well, I do. I've noticed that much more traveling in Europe, because everybody has these sorts of accents that I consider like posh, or like very intelligent. And I run into way more intelligent people on average here than I do where I'm from. So, yeah, I figured that certain accents with certain, large pools of vocabulary certainly do the trick for me. Some words have very particular meanings and are valuable, but it's like a spice. If you use too many, then it ruins a dish. Yeah, for sure. I wouldn't necessarily say he uses too many, but, this is a matter of taste. Some people like curry. Some people like Indian curry. Some people like that shit with all the spice, fucking... that kind of spice that sticks to your walls and doesn't go away for years and years if you cook it too many times in your kitchen, right? Some people like that spice that fucking aerosolizes in the air and turns into like a fucking smoker smoke. It just fucking stains the walls and gets them all stunk up, right? Some people like a lot of spice. And hell, some people don't like no spice, right? Some people, they have an English diet, okay? They like their beans and their bread and sausage, and that's just about it, right? So it depends on the person, you know?
That is absolutely the case, and he has essentially admitted this on stream before. That's what happens when you are primarily interested in the pursuit of the truth, which, by the way, pursuit of the truth means pursuit of what you think is true, and you're primarily self-interested, and you argue in favor of self-interest. All this adds together to mean that he doesn't argue for trans rights because he believes in trans rights. He argues for trans rights because those positions, when held, are the easiest ones to defend. They give him the greatest rhetorical and intellectual advantage against the people he argues against.
Even if we fit in with everything else he's saying, this isn't how I would word this. I don't think this is true. In Steven's framework, I think it would be far more accurate to say that he has trans positions because it would do better for him to have trans not for like rhetorical reason or anything like that, but I think it helps him have this social contract with people better, right? Like he's got, you guys are DGGers, you know what I'm talking about. He has a gazillion other reasons for this. I feel like this rhetorical and whatever is more so a Vaush thing than it is a Steven thing. I think Steven traces it all back to transactional nature and stuff like that, and I think it has more to do with that. And I can't remember the exact wording off the top of my head, but Steven has explained why he's pro-trans stuff in a very concise way. I can't bring it to mind the exact words. I don't want to mess it up, but like, it's not this. I think he's suspecting something different than what Steven is saying, but I have no reason to disbelieve what Steven is telling us. I, for one, really don't like it, and it is one of my hugest pet peeves to have somebody not believe what I'm saying when I'm being truthful to them. And that's not something I would want to do to Steven, nor do I have any reason to do it to Steven. So I think he's being truthful when he explains to us the reasons for why he's pro-trans stuff, and I have not heard this. Do it, book you stretch? No, I'm good, bro. I thought he only cared about the outcome anyway. I'm not sure, bro.
But having pro-trans positions is not the same thing as being pro-trans. Usually they are. For most people, that is the case. But it's possible to be Destiny, a person who argues in favor of most pro-trans positions.
This sounds sort of more or less kind of in that vein, is from Not Father. Again, wonderful chatter. I hope I make a sub out of you. People should benefit from society as much as anyone else, because then that makes society better for me. Yeah, I think it always comes back to the making society better for him, and it's not for rhetorical reasons or easy arguments. I think it makes a better society for him to live in, and it's a more preferable society. And Steven has trans friends and stuff, you know, like, I don't know. There's a gazillion reasons we could jump to, and none of them are the ones that he's putting forward here.
And then to spend a ton of time on Twitter, quote tweeting trans accounts, accusing them of being groomers, accusing them of being pedophiles, accusing them of being sex pests, making fun of trans people's suicide attempts, going on a Twitter rant in which he defends continuing to make fun of people's suicide attempts. You know,
but here's where we get into like plausible deniability territory. So like to go to the other side of the aisle, and again, I'm not equating these things. I think a user said earlier, they're points on the same ruler, but they're not necessarily close to each other. There's a lot of conservatives that choose to pick fights with like particular minorities of people or particular demographics of people. And this happens on the left as well, picking particular people to argue against, whether that's because their political ideology, their racial, makeup, or their, their gender identity, these sorts of things. You could see a pattern of attacking these particular people, but a pattern alone does not mean that like they're against this particular kind of person. There's lots of people that Steven goes after, and they're not all trans people. So I don't feel comfortable with this narrative. I mean, by the same token, we could pick a bunch of the people that he complained about in here, whether that's Dima Mama, whether that's, Kat, I guess, because she's a trans advocate and trans woman. Who's another? Oh, ContraPoints. Like, I mean, if we wanted to be really, really uncharitable to Vaush, we could put forth the same argument and then name a bunch of trans people he's had arguments with and like awful things he said, and then just like do the same thing. Again, same yardstick, different though. I feel like Destiny's farther along than Vaush is from what I've seen so far, but you know, again, we're on the same yardstick. These are similar things. I'm not sure if this is super duper fair. RGR, yeah, that's another good one. RGR, man, that's one that like, look, I get that RGR like freaks out sometimes and does some stupid shit and says some stupid shit and picks the wrong side on particular arcs and isn't good at listening to people once she like shuts down, but like, some people really hate RGR, and I know all the stuff that she does IRL and her personality and stuff. I don't feel like that's right. I feel like that's wrong. And it hurts my heart every time I see it. Like, I can get not liking RGR. I could get having problems with her takes on particular things, like her take about public, you know, kink feeling or whatever. I think that's all stupid. But man, people kind of go above and beyond the Call of Duty to be mean to RGR, and I'm not sure she deserves all that. But
no, it's possible to be pro-trans position but still transphobic. And anyone who thinks that's not possible, do you guys not personally know, or at least on the internet know, somebody who argues in favor of feminist positions but was still a misogynist? Is this really that unlikely? Of course it's not unlikely. This is actually a pretty common thing. There have been plenty of examples of people who argue, you know, in like a factual or logical sense in favor of progressive positions, but nonetheless have biases against those groups. My personal belief is not that Destiny hates trans people. It's that he and his community regard them with a kind of detached apathy. Essentially, Destiny thinks trans people are stupid ingrates who don't appreciate all the good he's done for trans people. And in that respect, because they've wronged him and his bias and priority is towards his well-being, they're functionally no different from the alt-righters that he used to argue against. They're just another group of, you know, essentially subhuman internet detractors that he can pull out all the stops again.
And here's the problem with using things like fucking subhuman when you're talking about groups of people who are already, you know, treated not well. And here's where, like, I'm not going to steer out of my lane to defend Steven. Stop doing that, dude. Stop calling groups of people subhuman. Stop categorizing all of the online left or all of online trans people or Twitter trans people. Like, don't do that shit. My advice is to not do that. And this is a result of not following that. The same way that you can bring me on stream and hold my feet to the fire about being hyperbolic about you, here's where I hold your feet to the fire about this. This is very easily avoidable. All of these points that he's using here are difficult. I'm not going to jump on a cross and argue against them the way I've argued against his other points, because I feel like this is one where the percentage of like okay to not okay is just way off. Stop doing that. Stop calling people subhuman. Stop calling groups of people subhuman. Like, it's not good for you, especially when they're already marginalized groups. Just focus on the individuals. You don't need to connect the dots because of their transness, or it's going to look like you're a transphobe. That's not what you want to do. Like, and you don't need to do it, right? If anything, I would much prefer that you call online lefties, subhuman than I would that you call online trans people subhuman. It's kind of a dumber thing to do, I feel like. I'm getting book jokers. Should I stop? Okay. I'm just saying. Okay, so I'm getting my Joker faces. This is apparently I'm going too far. Okay. I'm just saying, okay. And I feel like I've earned just this one point because I've been very nice, okay. There's been a lot of defending. There's been a lot of defending here. I'll move on, okay. He's not here. It's not about him. All right. I'll take a couple of breaths so it doesn't happen. I'm sorry, Steven. I'm working on it. But calling people subhuman is probably not good, and that's an insult that we probably shouldn't use just in general, even if it's about marginalized groups or an individual. I'm standing behind that, but I'm not going to act out like it's you in particular that has this problem, because other people copy you, and it's a problem when they do it as well. Okay, there we go. Optics are for cowards. Burn it down, book. No, see? And it's people like you. It's people like you that make me go farther than I need to. When I come out of my meditation, that's the first thing I read, bro. We don't need that. We don't need that. We don't do that here, okay? No, you know what you remind me of? Big soda drink. You remind me of the guy at... do you guys remember this video? It's at like an Antifa protest or a BLM protest. And there's this like live streamer dude who's like, yeah, flip the truck, flip it. And all the people in the crowd are like, what the fuck? Flip the truck? This guy wants us to flip a truck. What the fuck's wrong with you, man? You can't tell us to be flipping a truck. And they all like turn on this one guy and he's like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean actually to, you know, I was just saying, you know, like he's trying to get them to do violence at the fucking protest. That's what this big soda drink guy is like. And I hope everybody in the chat can just look at that one person and call him out. I don't disagree inherently, but given the situation you find yourself in it, you might be going a little too hard. Save the bridge. Okay. I don't think that'll burn the bridge, but yes. Okay, I will. That was an alt-right dude? Oh, interesting. I don't even think he had a French accent. I just threw that on there. Anytime I can take a jab at the French instead of taking a jab at Steven, I'll take it.
I think that Destiny's moral compass is fucked. I think the warning signs have been there for years, but they've gotten infinitely worse in the past few years. And as a product of all this, I just don't care about him being banned from Twitch, because he's done so many things that I would consider worthy of it, that parsing out the specifics of how this ban took place when the Twitch ban is opaque and I don't actually know how he got banned from Twitch is... I just don't care. Which brings me to his community. It's psychotic. I'm sorry, I can defer to objective truth on this one. Just go look at it. It's absolutely psychotic. You can go look at the replies to anyone he argues with on Twitter. They are full of conservatives, alt-righters, and Destiny fans who act like the former two, except they're better at concern trolling. They are absolutely insane. I genuinely believe that a good portion of that...
Oh, I had no idea I was muted. So sorry. Oh, it's a bit? No, it's not a bit. And my light has run out of power. No, man. Come on. Teddy took the bait. It's not muted anymore. You guys fucking suck. How long? Whatever. I'll read the tweet. I joined on no sound, thought it was my headphones. It was your headphones. Bing chilling. I never have tech problems. Fucking light. Speaking of no tech problems, is my fucking battery out of juice? The fucking juice in my battery. I need to charge this somehow. Oh, I can use the dingleberry. Yes. I'm sure this dingleberry has plenty of juice for my light here. Oh, let's light him up. Hopefully that charges at a rate that's good. Like the past minute. All right, 60 seconds. I could live with that. Ever have tech problems? Light dies. Cam gone. Wait, what? Oh my God. Okay, so there's not enough power in that USB. Let's oh no. My poor fucking tech setup, dude. I gotta buy another power converter thing tomorrow. All right, I'm gonna reset my camera here. By going to this screen and doing it here. Is it working? Yes. Excellent. Excellent. Watch my mic go out now. That's the thing we're gonna have to keep an eye on. Okay, back to the stream. Goodness gracious. You know, it's cascading failures. I think that's what they say at NASA. Everything is falling apart. Pro streamer? Yeah, well, pro streamer on the move. It's tough. Please tell me those. Okay, I already read that. All right, let's read this. Actually, it costs $0. Just because there are more empty homes than homeless people, we could just make laws so squatting is okay if there's nobody actually using the building. Okay, obviously that's a stupid as fuck thing to say. I certainly wouldn't be happy with that as a property owner. And then we read what he says. Sure, just tell all the homeless people to leave Seattle/LA/Miami/New York City and head to Montana and Wyoming where all the empty dwellings are. I mean, she doesn't really say that, but okay. I don't know why I'm saying she. Oh, well. Wait. He, they. Oh, no! I'm so sorry. Oh, this is gonna pretend that one didn't happen. I had a joke too about about that. I'm not gonna say it anymore. White wealthy Americans when they want to help homeless people. Jesus Christ. Okay. Kyle Kalinske and other buzzword/catchphrase lefties have made us more economically illiterate. That certain things should be guaranteed in a civil society doesn't give us the right to spread misinfo. So it's Hans of Harkir, prominent right-wing streamer. So far, not looking good for Steven. Surely if you... Obviously, it's a meme. Surely if you give each homeless $40K, some of them will put the money straight into their veins? Jesus Christ. Is this a right-wing person? Gabagoo. He's followed by counterpoints. Okay, confirmed righty. Passes law to make squatting illegal. Big city ship homeless people Reagan style off to ghost towns in the middle of nowhere. They freeze to death squatting in some half-collapsed shithole because they don't have money to heat it. I love the thought of fixing homelessness by making them move into abandoned buildings and giving them nothing else beyond. I mean, like, they're not right-wing things, I suppose. I don't see like that they're right-wing people. But hey, you know what? Maybe he's seeing different tweets than me. That could very well be the case. Everyone is followed by counterpoints. I'm followed by counterpoints. Yeah, I guess he's a bit of a follow-ho, huh? Not to judge him or anything, but it seems like a lot of people are getting followed by counterpoints. Stocks of counterpoints follows are going down. Inflated, the market says.
Community is just mentally ill. Not to say y'all aren't either, but different degrees of harm. They are incredibly prone to brigading, and they are the biggest, let's say, selectively forgetful people in the universe. Like, for example, they're like seething over Keffals briefly and tepidly for 30 seconds or so, saying that Destiny might have raped somebody because of his like Rapestiny arc with the whole stealthing thing.
Vaush, God gives me the hardest battles, the hardest tests of this new arc, I feel like, because I am his strongest soldier. I can handle this. All right, chat, hold me accountable. If I get too crazy, we'll let that light charge a bit more than it's had the opportunity to so far. Okay, book smarts. You can do this. You can do this. So, as far as the Keffals thing, I will say this. It was she said it quickly. It was quickly corrected by the chat. And then she kind of shrugs it off and goes, well, you know, maybe he didn't actually do this, but I mean, blah, 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 blah. And she keeps going on. It was a quick thing. And I think 30 seconds is a liberal estimate. I think it was actually much quicker than that. Yeah, it was a quick oopsie. But here's the thing. Kind of a big oopsie. Oh, is that the guy that raped somebody? Oh, he didn't rape somebody. He just did this. Oh, okay. Well, still not great. But as somebody who's been judged by their individual clips, I'm going to be somewhat sympathetic to that, you know, a little bit. But yeah, that's not a good thing to just say. The same way saying somebody hasn't had good content for 2 years when their whole job is making content, kind of a shitty thing to say, especially if you don't really believe in that. You know, like, it's a shitty thing to say, even if it was immediately corrected. So I can kind of see both sides of this here. Not to be a fence sitter, but that's honestly like where I'm at with it. I see both sides of this. It's not a good thing to say. It's not good that it happened, but she does immediately correct it, to be fair. So
or so, saying that Destiny might have raped somebody because of his like Rapestiny arc with the whole stealthing thing.
How did I do, chat? Rate me out of 5. 1 to 5. How was that? Was I fair? I certainly want to be fair. So if you don't think I'm being fair, let me know, because I am on a course correction here a bit. You know, I feel like this is like a, you know, yeah, she shouldn't have said it, but yeah, it's also corrected very quickly. This is a streamer thing. Like, I feel like that's okay. 3 out of 5, 3, 7 out of 10, you know? Okay. So, I mean, maybe there's a bit more charitability there than you would like. Keffals has done other things that I find frustrating or annoying, like this fucking Twitter ratio shit, right? Like, here's the thing that I've also learned that I need to add. I don't really like Keffals. From what little I've seen of Keffals, I don't watch any of her content. I only have seen her Twitter stuff, and that's not going to give me the best impression, because even with Zonia, nobody gives me a good impression of them through Twitter. Not a single person besides, I think, Supreme. And even then, he tweets like an old man. So, you know, he's not like a normal Twitter person. So, you know, I think everybody disappoints me on Twitter to some extent, but I can't say anything for her actual, like, whatever. Fence-sitting answer for a fence-sitting response, Pepe laugh? Okay. Wasn't Keffals the one that tweeted about it's okay to be mean because most of the people she's mean to is evil? I don't know. But it's also worth keeping in mind, a lot of people have a similar thing here on Twitch. Like, I think Vaush has mentioned a kind of similar thing about people that are wrong, right? I'm sure Steven feels that way about people that say awful things about him or are completely wrong on an issue or talking out of their ass or say something on Twitter. It justifies being mean to them. So I don't know, bro. You change around those words a little bit from evil to some other specific thing that makes it okay. And in my opinion, the result is the same. But anywho, let's get off of this because I don't want to do too much Steven stuff when this isn't, you know, the Steven show. It is a Steven segment with Vaush, which is why we're talking about it. But I kind of want to move on from this.
Meanwhile, Destiny has not only said but maintained for months that a friend of Keffals is a pedophile, because she advocates for like trans kids being able to get on HRT. Like, calling a trans woman a pedophile because she's advocating for trans children's rights to like get access to hormones is literally a far right talking point. But like, yeah, Keffals retracted that point almost immediately, but like Destiny and his community will do anything or say anything about any people and justify it, and they'll gaslight you into thinking that you were the one who wronged him because they have a massive victim complex. It's fucking pathetic. I have seen alt-right communities who
yeah, I'll stop and pause again with the gaslighting shit. I don't know, a big generalization about the community, even though it does fit with some of the people that I've seen and personally experienced, you know. I don't know what, I don't want to say much more there, you know, like obviously it's not the whole community. Obviously, like he's going to be kind of extra mean in a lot of these for history reasons. He doesn't take the same approach that I take to stuff, right? Where it's like, well, if I have history with you, I'm going to try to be extra super careful. A lot of people don't take that. A lot of people, hey, if you wronged me before or whatever, I'm going to be extra mean to you. And if it keeps happening, I'm going to be meaner and meaner. I think that for most people, that's a reasonable thing. I try not to do that. So You know, I just say I'm built this differential, dude. I'm just built different. I try to correct that stuff, and other people don't. So it is what it is, dude. I'm not surprised by it, but I'm not happy about it either.
Fine. With regards to defending the stuff that their like content creator makes or says, Destiny can do or say anything, and the people in his community will bend over backwards, forget anything they have to, retract any statements necessarily. Any statements they need to, like, reframe reality, as long as it allows them to pull out all the stops with you. And when they defend him, they really do.
How often do you trim your beard? Not enough. I'm starting to look like a fucking...
Let's have a smell, all right? Ooh,
easy
wafting, wafting. Oh, everyone likes their own brand, don't they? This is magic.
I've been meaning to talk to you.
Analysis.
Gappy. We are watching the Vaush Fortress arc from the perspective of somebody embarking on what may perhaps be their own version of a fortress arc. However, I've seen from across the way through my spyglass the wonderful land of Gappy V. You have some very happy people. Very happy people over there. A very active Discord community. You have your own clubs. You watch anime with people. We here in this country are very similar. You and I. I would like to propose an inter-Discord event. It could be Jackbox Games. It could be any number of co-op games. It could be a trivia night. It could be we all get together and watch an episode of something that's coming out. Maybe something like that. Maybe we have a cultural exchange. Maybe we pick a day or two where, like, I go to your anime club and watch with you guys and bring all my people. You come to my anime club with all your people. We have discussions after. I don't know, something. We should reach out. We should do that, because I think I'm doing similar things with my community to what you do with yours, and I think that would be cool. I think we should probably try to do that more as streamers. Like, I think Relly would also be somebody down to do this, like a Jack's Games night that's between two Discords where we pick maybe some prominent people in there and have them join us, or do a trivia night or something like that. Some kind of like cooperative game. I think that would be fun. I think you're certainly fun to play games with, if nothing else. Sometimes you're frustrating, but you know, I think it's fun and it's good content, and I think it might be something you'd be down for. So DM me, let me know, because that's certainly something I would love to do. And you guys seem cool. Just DM me. I got a good philosophy game that could fit. I'm not frustrating. I'm not the one who hit the back for blood birds every 5 seconds. Clearly hyperbole from Gappy V. Disappointing. So hyperbolic you are. Also, I don't think a video exists that proves that point, bro. I actually think we could watch a whole video on here where you are the aggressor here, bro. I actually do. I think we have a whole video.
I believe in you.
Gappy. Well, Gappy, you cannot believe in that motherfucker. I tell you, he's gonna get killed, bro. I like how we jumped to this time step, and it's just immediately Gappy getting his fucking ass kicked and disappointing the whole rest of us. Well, you know, what can you do? It was one zombie, you know? One zombie. He can't handle it. What, does he have a gun or something? Come on. I promise you that's not prep. I promise you that's not prep, bro. Oh God!
Who sound like alt-righters. Have you noticed how many people on in Destiny's community have been screeching the transes came for him, next they'll come for you? They said that to me. Who the fuck do you think you're talking to? To me? What? Are you just have it on copy and paste? Oh no, not when the online left and the trans community comes for me. Jesus. Oh, I saw a person. Okay, so we watched the video is on my second channel, but we saw Destiny during the whole like rape apologia arc, where like again he's literally just like laughing at a woman who was raped, calling her.
Is this how everybody outside of the DGG community views it? The rape apologia arc? Oh my god! That's so bad. Oh no. Oh, Misa. Oh, no, I can't do that accent. Yeah. Misa think that real bad, bro. Misa think that one real spicy. Gotta tell you. Gotta hop off. I am admittedly beset by tiredness, but I would like to make a declaration that I hope... Oh, I should read this in a proper voice. I'm going to hop off, but I don't know. I'm not going to try. I'm too tired for this shit. Yes. We will do some collaboration between our nations. I can feel it. This is how a random onlooker picked from the public views it. I could see that. I'm just wondering if that's how every other streamer views it. Because rip, that sucks. What did he mean by that? I meant absolutely nothing by that, bro. It's a Star Wars meme.
Her retarded child attacking her over nothing. Literally, she said nothing to him. He just decided to attack her. Like, just
again, we're saying that I don't know if. Oh my god! If anybody has a clip, I would be happy to be proven wrong and to like let off of Vaush about this. Did he ever say that she is a retarded child? I don't feel like I ever saw him say that about her. I think you have to be very specific. Like, didn't he say, like, we don't want to treat women as if they're retarded children, like they don't have agency in these situations? If anybody has a clip where he says that this lady specifically is that, I would be happy to look at it and to move on from that point. But he keeps repeating this, and I don't know. I haven't heard this. So, you know, I've heard it used in a very different way. And I think that very different way is far more charitable. And he has every reason not to be charitable to Steven. So I don't know, bro. Booksmart says 4 a.m. I would get you the tweet, but I'm delirious. Well, you weren't much help, 3 hours ago. So I don't. I can't roast Steven, so I'm gonna take it out on you, Dick. No problem, dude. No problem. Bruh, yeah, bro. I'm gonna hit you with it. I'm already dead. Yeah, I'm gonna kick you when you're down, bro. Oh yeah, I wouldn't say this is a rape apology, but the amount of explaining you would have to do. Haha, fuck, man. It's not one I like from him. No, it's not a good look. And a lot of these not a good look things start on Twitter, which again, why I said the criticisms I had about Twitter, but I should be getting Joker faced right now. Where are my Joker faces? Tell me to stop. I'm catching myself. Calm and collect. Let's go.
because, and then later he like argued against Me Too and said women should shut up if they get like raped and not like.
I like seeing the
talk
people
about it on social media
who are clearly not subs with their lame ass, whatever the fuck this nasty ass fucking pasty, green haired, gross looking fucking emote is. Come on, become a sub. Attach your Twitch account to your Discord account. Join the VIP chat. See the secret memes, okay? Don't give me this lame Joker face. Come on, hit us with the book Joker, bro. What is this? What is this? Relax, pal. Nah, bro. I'm calling out David and Cinco. I think Cinco was a sub too. Look at this. And we got Nicole showing off the golden brain. Exactly 6 of them to make up for that nasty ass fucking Joker face she just posted. Nice. I see you jumped on the cross for all of our sins. You're giving golden brains for everybody who decided to give me that nasty Joker emote, bro. I hope another gift subber comes in here and gives these poor people what they deserve, which is a book smart sub. Very, very, very valuable.
Media. Anyway, we saw all of this, and like I saw somebody in my replies point this out. And then somebody, a DGGer, replied to that saying, did you look at the context of those statements? My brother in Christ, no context was missing from those statements. What the fuck do you mean? We saw... I swear to God, maybe this is my fault, or actually I think this is Jordan Peterson's fault because he does this worse than I do, okay? When the whole context thing is when a clip is out of context, you don't know what's preceding or following it, where you don't know whether or not it's being said as a joke or like if there's anything around.
But like, oh my goodness. How about this, butthead? $50? Damn, gross ghost just sneaking up behind me and putting that in my back pocket, giving my nice fanny a little clap there. How about that, toots? Get strutting for me. I'm not giving my fucking money to these plebes. I'll put that shit in your back pocket, buy you something nice with it. Buy you some Gucci fucking handbags or something. Nice. Thanks, gross ghost. I certainly appreciate that, you cheeky little bastard. $50. Wow, that's a lot. That brings us passed our goal, which means we will be having the secret react. In case you didn't know what the fuck that is, it means that after this video is done, I'll go into our content vault full of interesting Reddit posts and videos and articles and things from the interwebs that I've collected in my browsing. And I will bring up one of them, we'll view it, we'll talk about it. Some of them are short, some of them are long, always a grab bag. Who knows what we'll get? And we have hit our goal for the day, and we will do that. I think that's much better than picking another thing that I suffer through, and it'll be more fun, and it'll be guaranteed to be something that I like. So I like that as a dono goal more, and I'm going to try to get us to hit that every time I stream. So I'm going to push it, and thank you. Now I don't have to shill for that anymore because we've hit our goal. Thank you. Hey, we made it. Happy to support getting the secret stream that I will probably end up missing. Well, the good thing for you is normally I timestamp these VODs, and I'll timestamp that for you, and you can go ahead and hop to it. I have the last VOD to do, which shouldn't take me a long time. It was like 2 hours and 45 minutes, and I'll do this VOD as well. So don't worry. I'm a big time YouTuber. I do timestamps. That'll be nice for you. Also, shout out to Mr. Thick, who was commissioned to do timestamps on several of the last VODs as well. Thanks to him. And anywho, let's continue with the program because I like your books. Thanks, Gross. Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know why, but I imagine you as like the Penguin from the most recent Batman movie. No fucking idea why, but for some reason you strike me as the Penguin. Yeah. We left off at a very bad point about this, like, context. We only need context when something is truly out of context. And it's only out of context when we don't know what precedes and whatever. But like, he's not really building something here that I think he's going to finish. This is kind of like watching Amber Heard's lawyer try to, cross-examine somebody on the bench. I feel like we build up in a certain direction that we never really finish, and then we kind of move on like that didn't happen. Hopefully this one closes, and he mentions a clip in particular that, again, I haven't been linked by my drama team, so I don't know if it really exists. It certainly doesn't match up with Destiny's coverage that I've seen, so I don't know.
Right. Those were just statements he made. Like I swear to God,
you're wearing like 20 pounds of makeup and prosthetics on your head. Sounds like the Penguin to me, bro.
They would look at like a New York Times article where they quote somebody famous saying something bad and go like, well, context, like, well, my brother. They said that, like, it's and anyway, no context is missing here. But anyway, they'll pull out any rhetorical technique.
Aren't you the same person that gets mad about people clipping you out of content? Come on, bro. This is what we all go through. You don't even say like, oh, I've watched the whole thing. Even in context, it's not good. The context before and after is X and Y, and X and Y doesn't make Z look good. Like, there's so many other ways we could have worded this to demonstrate that like the context doesn't matter. Like by demonstrating that we already understood the context and it didn't make it better and giving what the context is. But instead, we're just kind of moving past it. Listen, next docket context, understood. My spine has been removed. Okay, bro. Vaush be like, distinctly I remember. 'Twas in the bleak December when each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I seek the morrow, for vainly I had sought to borrow from my books to cease the sorrow for the lost Lenore. Oh, Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels named Lenore, nameless here forever. I could do the fucking whole thing. I'm a nerd. Okay, let's just continue. I'm pretty sure I messed up 1 or 2 words, but still, I think that's hard.
Which brings me to my subreddit. The purges will continue. 100%. DGGers, in terms of their willingness to raid and in terms of their moral, like, I don't know, what would I say? Moral capacity, their moral standing are, as far as I'm concerned, like on board with like alt-right raids, and I just don't care. You can look over at like Destiny.
Oh my God. He's really doubling down on this hate. Holy shit. All right, what is this?
Thanks. Wow.
Wait, want to see the gift I got? Wait, did you just out yourself as being... Oh, the gift I got, Gappy. I thought you were like, yo, Book, did you see the gift I got? Oh, fuck, I'm on my alt. Never mind. I meant the gift that I got, Gappy. Okay. Gift you got, Gappy. Let's see.
Wow. I really needed this.
Got it.
There's a shadow of Trump in the background to an anime girl. Who would buy this? Who would buy this? I don't even know what anime girl's on this.
I used to travel with an Astolfo mouse pad. For those of you in the know, yeah, I did that. It was a good meme. I miss it.
You can see the faint shadow in the background. What the fuck?
I don't
Why
know
is
who
this
the
on
anime
Amazon?
girl
Is
is.
this a Groiper pad? This looks like a Groiper pad, yeah. Is this for all the Nick Fuentes people out there? All the Cozy TV refugees?
Boy, this beard is reminding me why I gotta shave mine. Holy shit. I'm gonna do it after stream, I swear to God. Gosh, I look like a fucking bum, dude. I gotta get rid of this shit. It's so yucky. I don't like it at all. Sorry for the casual Gappy V roast, bro, but he's not on the list of people I'm being unfair and uncharitable to, so I gotta take my swings or I could take them, bro. I'd defend that in a heartbeat. That's the kind of clip I'd defend on Gappy V stream. Yeah, that shit don't look good, bro. Sorry to tell you. Gotta keep that shit under control. Where are you now, Buck? I'm in Copenhagen, Denmark, with Clockwork Orange poster. Yeah, a man of class runs this household.
A subreddit, and there are people over there like
Sakura Miko, she's a Hololive girl. Good to know. Vaush is a moral anti-realist. I don't even know what that means, so I'm not going to read the rest of it.
they literally act like Kiwi farmers. That's not a joke. You're free to go and look at Destiny's subreddit. They just act like Kiwi farmers. You can compare. They don't use slurs the way Kiwi farmers do sometimes.
That's kind of a key part. They're like a fucking motorcycle gang, bro. They're fucking crazy. They're like a motorcycle gang without the motorcycles, you know? They wear leather and they have beards. Like, what? I don't know, bro. I'm having a rough go with this Destiny segment. Can we get past this?
But in terms of their behavior and their seeming like adherence to reality, they're pretty much on board with that. So yeah, the bans will continue like pretty much all the time. Their community is like desperate for their editor to release like a 3-year-old clip of me talking with Destiny after the Poppy drama, which I mean they can if they want. They hold that over me. They try to hold things over me, which is very strange to me. As if I haven't demonstrated to this point that I'm essentially like unsinkable. Like what could, like at this point? Yeah. Oh yeah, Kiwi Farm's trying to dox Keffals as well, which I'm sure DGGers have no problem with whatsoever. Anyway, yeah, it's just genuinely pathetic. And oh, last thing, reminds me of Gamergate. Back in 2014, Gamergate. You know, big bad stuff. And during Gamergate, like
Yeah, for how verbose and well-read and everything that he is, I feel like unsinkable would not be the comparison that I would go for. Like, what a tragic adjective to use to describe oneself or frankly anything. If there's anything that has had so many ironic instances of it not being the truth after it's declared, it would be the adjective unsinkable. I wouldn't say unsinkable. It's a bit funny, in my opinion, but I don't know, bro.
95% of the
like the gigantic, yeah. Like the gigantic, dude. I think they made a movie about the gigantic.
intentioned skeptic community, like 95% of Gamergate was full of like well-intentioned people who just wanted to defend, you know, journalistic rights and like games journalism ethics and what have you. And there was the 5% who were like psychotic doxers. This was the case every time. Basically, the psychotic doxers would go to like feminist YouTubers and like dox them, leak all their shit, harass them, death threats, rape threats, everything, you know? And then when those victims complained about it, the 95%, the concerned trolls, knowing or unknowing, would come in and they would be like, how can you paint all of us Gamergaters as psychotic doxers? I don't stand with that person, but they all watch the same content creators. So they do. And they all do the same thing and they play the same game. This is Destiny. This is Destiny's fans. I don't care whether you're one of the psychotic Destiny fans or not, at all. I don't care. You all play defense. You're psychotic. Destiny is psychotic. Do whatever you like. Next topic. Keffals. Keffals is...
Oh, thank God. Let's just move on.
Good. Sure, I disagree with her on a lot of stuff, but I see her on Twitter, and she ratios people, and that makes me laugh.
focus too much on and you be too rude about. You already said your piece, just let it go. Okay, let's just move on. The ratio thing is a personal pet peeve of mine, but I won't, it's not necessary. Let's just, new arc, new me. I'm trying to be better. Let's be better together.
Next subject. Let's see. Close all that. Oh, right. The Canadian Emergencies Act.
Vaush is
I guess I don't really have much to say here that isn't covered by the next subject, which is my fans' capriciousness. That's you guys.
Okay. Why we don't use simple words, I fucking will never know. I already, I'll be honest with you, I do understand what this means. I wasn't totally certain. And if I'm not totally certain, I'd imagine that there's a non-insignificant number of people in the chat who just don't know. Whether they're too prideful to admit that or not, I don't know. It's impulsive or unpredictable. And let's just, for good measure, just define caprice real quick, just to be uber certain. Number one, it could be a sudden and unaccountable change of mood or behavior, so like flippant or wanton. And then the second one would be a musical term, which I'm sure is not what he's using it to mean. I learned this word for the GRE. Nice. And then you promptly probably forgot it, unlike Vaush and his viewers, I think. Let's see here. I thought capricious meant something more similar to malicious. And that's why we Google, right?
My fans' capriciousness. Yeah, you guys. Okay. I just have a request for you. Just be a little bit more trusting in the future, okay? I know that we have disagreements time and time again. I understand that, and that's fine. That's healthy, okay? But I'm not so concerned with the disagreements. I'm concerned with the methods through which the disagreements take place, like the attitudes that people take. And sometimes it feels like I have to swim like upstream.
And you were a ghostwriter for college students? Lol. So I try to be nice even to the people that aren't very nice to me in the chat. And, you know, outside of drunk streams, I generally accomplish this goal when I'm trying to. So, Kurisiva, what I would say is, like, I talked about this earlier. If you're using very flowery language and you're using inflated diction, it's going to be a problem because it might not match up with the way that the student has written before. So if a professor gets a paper in the middle of the semester and they're like, wow, this is really, really good. I don't remember this student being quite this good. And they look at another paper and they see that there's a huge difference in the way that they talk. That's a problem. So as a ghostwriter, probably not good that I make a habit out of using inflated diction, which I would count capricious falling under for the most part in most situations. I'm not a creative writing person. I'm somebody that writes like, essays and dissertations and things like that for other majors. Secondly, if it makes it to where somebody doesn't understand what you're saying, it's not doing a good job for you. I was listening to something on my phone today. Let me go ahead and find it for you. It was who knows? It's one of these. I don't remember, and I couldn't be bothered to look it up. Oh, this is what it is. It's from Radiolab, and it's titled "In the Dust of This Planet." It's by an author who, the way he described his books and the way his family described his books, where they're books that nobody reads, and then it turned into their books that are written for nobody. And I would say that if you use constant inflated diction in a paper that has nothing to do with like creative writing or poetry or whatever, like if you're using all of this in like a psych paper or in like a technical paper or in like, I don't know, a business paper, you're writing for nobody. that's not in there for anybody. You're not really writing for the people that are going to read your thing. So I try not to write for nobody. I try to write for the people who are going to read the thing. And in my best interest, it's best not to put in all the inflated diction, because the people that I'm writing for need not be concerned about who authored a paper, and it needs to just blend in more than it does get the wrong kind of attention. You know what I mean? I didn't go to college to use pleb vocabulary. Omega lol. That sounds like no offense, but like what a poor uneducated person would think, right? I feel like it's the people who are trying to act like they're above where they're actually at, like above their station in life, that feel the need to like, I don't want to have pleb vocabulary. That's how fucking Hicks talk or something like that. I don't talk like a redneck anymore. I'm educated. Like, I don't know. It almost, I feel like it almost, it's almost like a self-report. JK LOL. Yeah, I'm just roasting you to roast you. I love being a capricious interlocutor. Yes. Being a capricious interlocutor is simply the epitome of intellect, quite frankly. The best explanations use plain language and still explain a lot. Yeah, sure. That's always good.
To try to fight against the same misconceptions that I deal with outside of my community. The thing that really, really frustrated me more so than anything else was when people in my sub started to judge me based on Cat Black's framing of my private conversation with her, which I genuinely don't understand why. Like wait a bit, right? Like I just don't understand, right? Like, why would you? Yeah, I don't know. That just seems weird to me. That's it. It's not about disagreeing fundamentally.
This is one of those places where I think Steven points this out sometimes, and I do agree. And it's funny, with a guy who's so verbose and so focused on explaining himself super duper well, I don't like the weird. It feels so weird to me. I think it feels more than weird. Maybe it feels like backstabby. Maybe it feels like it personally hurts you that your community would just take up the word of this random person about a private event before even listening to your opinion. And I think that's human and that's real and that's totally okay, right? So, you know, I hope he explains it a little bit more, because this is a humanizing moment for Vaush, I think. And it might help you understand a bit better why he wants to purge these particular folks, I think.
It's about, you know, the way in which you do it.
No, Jake, I'm up early. I didn't sleep, and it's like 10 o'clock in the morning here.
Okay, last 2 points. My own sub count.
Doesn't keep explaining anything. Okay, we're going to move past that.
Obviously, it's been a bit rocky for a while. We got up, we've gone down. I do think that focusing on building the fortress arc, you know, I think the fortress arc is going to be very good for this community. But I want to make it clear that no matter what happens with regards to my channel,
I've still, correct me if I'm wrong, party people, because we've all been here. I haven't gotten any explanation on like what the fortress actually is. Again, I hate to keep making this comparison, but it feels like Amber Heard's lawyer in cross-examination. It feels like we're kind of vaguely building something, but there's never a moment where we put it all together or give the reveal. He talked about how his community is like interesting and important and whatever, but then he doesn't really talk about like in our focus about our own fortress arc, as other people have labeled it, not myself. We talked about like these Discord clubs are something I really want to push. I really want to focus on my Discord community. I really want to focus on having people here who are not only here for drama, but are here for my life and adventures and things that I enjoy posting about and whatever. Like, I talked about how I want to meet more people and hang out with cool hosts, like the one that I haven't done. You know, like I give a lot of specifics about what I mean by focusing on my community. And the only things I've gotten here is he wants to purge the people who are bad. I feel like a fortress feels like a building thing, but really what's happening here is he's like, we have reached a supermajority in this village and we all believe in this crazy religion. So it's time that we killed all the infidels. That's what it feels like to me. And I don't feel like that's very fortressy as much as it is like jaily or culty. It feels strange to me. So I hope we talk more about that in this last part. Maybe some of the things he wants to do with them. A lot of this is much more explained in other videos, so maybe it's because he's talking to his community directly and expects they've already seen a lot of the explanation. Perhaps. Generally, people who have autism, he mentioned he have a very difficult time verbosely explaining their emotions. They'll default to simple terms in spite of their otherwise flowery diction. Oh, okay, so it might be an autism thing. I told you he sounds like a cult leader. I knew it. Okay, well, we all have our opinions, Nicole. Sorry, I've said this multiple times before, so I feel vindicated. Sure, I mean, but here's the thing, hun. Yeah, I'm gonna hun you. All streamers sound that way that try to build a community. I sound that way. Like, I don't know. If we wanted to think that a streamer sounds culty, any streamer that kind of focuses on like doing their own community and whatever, they do kind of sound culty, especially if you get hypey about it, right? But this, I will say, this sounds particularly culty. It's not very good. So yeah, I don't know, bro. Does he actually have autism, or is he saying that jokingly? That's not something I think. I don't know. I don't know. I honestly don't know, and I don't. It doesn't matter much to me. Supreme is the least culty streamer. I suppose so. Yeah.
Channel or my sub count, whether I get to 1 million or never, whether my channel is deleted or not. I am very, very proud of this community and very proud of the stuff that we have done. I cannot overstate that, you know. Whether, you know, even if all of this were to vanish like a dream tomorrow, I hope it doesn't, Jesus, but even if it were, you know, I could go the rest of my life feeling satisfied that I had, to the best of my ability, positively affected a good number of people. Millions, judging by my analytics, but I think we can do better. Trillions, quadrillions even. Whatever number is.
Antinatalist seething right now. There aren't even that many people. This motherfucker wants everybody breeding. I don't think there's even that many people, Vaush. Vaush is a words guy. He's not a numbers guy, okay? He doesn't concern himself with those things. He's a socialist, you see? They don't care about numbers. I'm losing it, dude.
Bigger than that. Hundreds.
Obviously jokes.
So that's that. And then finally, oh no, sorry, 2 more. Lefty Reddit. As you guys all know, the entirety of leftist Reddit is controlled by a core team of moderators, most of whom are tankies who despise me and just auto-ban basically anyone who speaks positively of me. I don't have a solution for this problem. It's possible that in the future we can attempt to do like coordinated, you know, like, I don't know, mod mail. Nah, that sounds super dorky. Nah, that's dumb. I don't really know what to do about it, to be honest. There might be some way, some underhanded way of affecting an outcome. It's not like I don't have the influence to do this, you know.
Affecting an outcome over what? I totally miss this.
So that's that. And then finally, oh no, sorry, 2 more. Lefty Reddit. As you guys all know, the entirety of leftist Reddit is controlled by a core team of moderators, most of whom are tankies who despise me and just auto-ban basically anyone who speaks positively of me. I don't have a solution for this problem.
Is that true? Is it that bad, or is he being hyperbolic? Here's the problem with being uber hyperbolic, and a big reason why I want to try to fix it is because I want to be known for like saying things that are within the realm of truth and whatever, and not overextend, because I feel like when you overextend one too many times, I just have to put an asterisk by everything you say and wonder, it's true, it's pretty bad. Okay, it's pretty bad. Gotcha. Well, if all of you are saying it, and quite a few of you have not been very nice to Vaush during this stream, I'll take your word for it. I don't want to barge into another person's stream. That's just pretty rude. Oh, I see that you've got like a gazillion messages. You've broken up this message into quite a few things there. Vaush is a Unity asset. I don't even know what the fuck that means. That's some fucking high level memes, bro.
It's possible that in the future we can attempt to do like coordinated, you know, like, I don't know, mod mail. Nah, that sounds super dorky. Nah, that's dumb. I don't really know what to do about it, to be honest. There might be some way, some underhanded way of affecting an outcome. It's not like I don't have the influence to do this, you know. Yeah, I don't really know how that would be done, though. It is very unfortunate. I think probably the best solution is to just work on building from within, you know? Join my subreddit. I understand that it gets a bit of a bad rap at the moment because it's under constant brigades, but you joining would make it better, right? Like,
hold on. As someone who doesn't feel like I've been treated very good on the Vaush subreddit and who has a bad impression of the Vaush subreddit for those reasons, I don't think that's due to brigading. That's an interesting explanation for why they have a bad reputation. But everybody may have their own experiences with this. Just speaking from my point of view, I certainly don't think it's a DGG thing, because DGG liked me at the time where Vaush's subreddit hated me. So, and now they both hate me. Hey, you know, this is how it works. Yeah, but you were brigading him. Let's check out the Booksmarts subreddit here. Let's go ahead and check out the good old Booksmarts subreddit. It's massive, dude. Absolutely massive. 392 people, bruh. That's a riot right there. Look at how active it is. Pinned by moderators 1 year ago, and it's literally just ooh, wow. These are some serious fellas out here. 6 days ago, the top post, reasons that Destiny might or might not like you. Copied from the fucking Destiny subreddit. What even is this?
Let's have a smell, all right?
Oh boy.
Ooh, wafting.
Speaking of loving your own scent.
Everyone likes their own brand, don't they? This is magic.
Sitting here looking at my own subreddit. My own itty bitty subreddit, where one of the top posts is from 1 month and 2 months ago. Yeah, I'm brigading the Vaush subreddit. That's certainly happening. What's up, people from Echoplex Media? Good to have you. Good to have you. We're nearly at the end of this. We're actually watching this Fortress Arc video from Vaush. Please forgive my lighting. My main key light is out. Yeah, we're just about at the end of that. And then we've hit our dono goal. So what we're going to do is go into my vault of fun things to watch that has nothing to do with this community and pull out one of those. It's always a treat. Last time it was this dude doing a fun style of noodling on the guitar, because we were rated by Zane Carney, who performed with people like John Mayer. You may know him for having the sexy voice in songs that you make love to. Him and The Weeknd, bruh. I owe a debt of gratitude to. Anywho, yeah, we're watching this Fortress Arc thing. People saying I'm having a Fortress Arc because I'm focusing more on my Discord community, which if you didn't know, you could do !Discord, join that. We have clubs like Book Club, Movie Club, Anime Club, D&D Club, and it's growing every day. There's tons and tons of clubs on there. Music Club. I run Anime Club, for instance. Every week we watch one seasonal anime that everybody likes, and then 2 random things not from this season that are interesting. And Movie Club does 11-week seasons where every week they watch a movie and have a big long discussion about it afterwards. And then at the end of the 11-week season, they do an Academy Awards show where they prepare a bunch of awards that the different movies won, and they make a movie poster that has Easter eggs from the films. Very, very cool. I love my community and I want to support them more. Just like this wonderful person. If you receive one of those, go ahead and give a thank you to Rezus V. Winners of that include Girly Sound. That's your first month. Enjoy it. Doom 85. That's your 7th month. Thank you. Pelvis Bones. With the 4 months. If you can't tell, him a weeb, in case you didn't know. Nicholas DeOrio, hanging out in chat, apparently. I like Nicholas because he was... What the fuck? Sam, what is this? He was one of the only people outside of like my main circle who reached out to me when I had bad drama and was not doing well, and like asked me how I was doing and stuff. So I like Nicholas because of that. I think that shows character. You know, when somebody reaches out to you when you're not posting anything, that's very different than the people what is this? Who kind of come out of the blue when you're doing really good, when you have a hot stream and they're like, hey, dude, we should definitely talk. I haven't talked to you in forever. Those fucking people you keep your eye on. You put those motherfuckers on a list. Nicholas, reached out to me when I'm not even creating content. And then Joby, 2 months. Welcome. One post pics of your pets. Yeah, everyone posts pics of your pets on the Discord. We need more of those. I love seeing that stuff on there. Anywho, let's go ahead and finish up the last of this. He's talking about actually what he's going to do with this Fortress arc, what he's actually going to do in his community.
Like joining the subreddit, the larger the community is, the better that becomes. Like my Discord, while I don't have direct control over it anymore, there are a lot of people there there are people who got like their relationships there, which is wild to think about. Like they met a partner there or something. And I don't know. That's just kind of cool.
That's cute.
Really? Oh yeah, for sure. I don't know. It's just nice to think of, people getting along and stuff. It's friendly. Meeting friends.
Vels, the Pets channel didn't make you obsolete. The Pets channel made you an evangelist for the cause. What you need to do is submit. You need to become a Pets channel person and post the pets in the other channels in the Discord, and now you have a place to direct them. Now you can make a community of other like-minded people who randomly post pet pictures, and you have a place to enjoy them. So I would agree with Jazul. I like your pet pics, and now you have a place to do it with other people. So I don't know. It's like jerking off. It's always more fun in a group. You know what I mean? It's a solo activity that's only made better by doing it. Okay, I'm enough. I'm losing my mind. We have to finish this.
Friends and all that.
We have to finish this.
Oh, one last thing. Yeah. Offline chat. My offline chat. I don't know if you guys know this. My chat is active all the time, online and offline. You've probably noticed that when the streams end, people in chat start all capsing offline chat, but I'm often looking at offline chat. And
note to everybody, booksmarts.gg is coming along well. I actually was typing into a sample chat and we have login all done. Booksmarts.gg is coming along well. Badges are slowly progressing. I'm seeing like a chat begin to come out of the ether with that, and I'm very excited. I showed on my Destiny stream, which you can go back in the VODs and look at. It's all timestamped for where the BGG layout is, in case you didn't see that. BGG coming together. So look forward to that. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. It's going to be big. It's not going to be ugly like Vaush's site. Holy shit. Oh, Vaush's site is so fucking ugly. No! What is this? Just go there. Fucking Vaush's site is trying to hack me and shit, bro. What the, like, holy monk ass, bro. I don't know. I don't know, bruh. I don't know. We're making something that looks a bit prettier than this, so look forward to that. Anywho, enough roasting of Vaush. Let's continue with this. And beyond that, when you are so big, you feel like you need to prune your own community. Wait, what? It's weird listening to Vaush do this Fortress arc shit. It makes me think about what your obligations are once you reach a point that you are basically supported by the people who exist in your community. And beyond that, when you are so big, you feel like you need to prune your community and you're not, and you're like doing the calculations. Yeah, it's a weird position to be in. But I mean, like, you can hit that at any level, bro. And be quite real with you, because I hit that level with you guys. Do I want to keep serving politics people that like this kind of content when I don't like doing it? Probably not, because I'm not going to enjoy doing it, and I need to just do other stuff and get people that like me for me. So yeah, it's just it's opinion on MrGirl.gg. I don't know. Let's click it. Let's find out. What the fuck is this, bro? Did he buy MrGirl.gg?
Where's the one where I fuck kids? Or not fuck it, fuck.
And I legitimately think that it's really, really cute and cool, and people are just chatting. And when I have like stuff that I want to talk about and I'm not streaming, the first place I think to go to is offline chat. So it just seems like it's a nice, I don't know, like a very direct sort of continuation of the stream at all times. In
reconsidering that Discord event now? Bro, if I had a problem platforming pedophiles, I wouldn't have... I'm not finishing that. I'm not finishing that statement. Stop. Enough talking about this. Clearly a joke. Let's just move on, brother.
In terms of like maintaining the community and the forum. So that's nice. And then finally, my last point on this is
Joker face. Yeah, that's a good moment for the Joker face, bro. Hey, bro, back the fuck up. Put that shit in the reverse and get the fuck out of there, homie. You're heading to the wrong fucking hood right now. Enough. Those aren't the kind of jokes you can make.
It's my own reputation. The most difficult subject here of all. Yeah. So I think that I have a pretty unique reputation with the rest of online politics and the online left. And when I say that, I genuinely think there's never been anyone like me in terms of the position that I occupy. I don't know if we've ever had a juxtaposition of a person who is so despised by so many people.
Destiny.
For so little. Obviously that is a subjective analysis, but given the fact that the last week of drama, which led to me being attacked, news headlines, losing like business connections, was over me saying women should shut up, I really, really genuinely think that I am
What's the big picture takeaway for the Fortress art? Honest to God? I don't know. Like, he talks about he doesn't want to talk about drama or doesn't want to like counter statements that are wrong or people that are wrong, and that he's going to purge his community. These are the main takeaways, but I'm not hearing a lot about like building things. There's mentions of things that already kind of came into the ether of being. There's mentions of his charity stuff that didn't get enough attention to his liking or whatever. But so far, I've not heard a lot about building anything, really. He wants more people to join his Reddit and Discord, I suppose.
a unique position. It seems very difficult to... It seems difficult to pull out of that, to pull through that. But like I said, I think it's about building another narrative, I don't think we can change people's minds by convincing them that they're wrong about their interpretations of me. I think we can get them to think better of me by giving them something good to focus on, which then might lead them to reconsider the negative perceptions they have of me.
Yeah, so just keep doing charity streams and stuff, right? Like, I like when you do charity stream, people say nice, but then again, he did say, man, I did that last charity stream and nobody fucking talked about it. What's up with that shit? Not that I do it for people to talk about it, but I'm just saying, like, come on, bruh. I helped a lot of you, regardless, I think that's good to keep doing. I think it's good to keep doing charity stuff. That's an example of something he could do that fits along these lines. Even if that last one maybe didn't get him all the popularity he was expecting or whatever, I think it's good to make that your kind of what you're known for. And in order for that to be the case, you're gonna have to keep doing it. Like, at this point, I feel like, for instance, if you continue to... Oh, God. No, never mind. Hold on. Book smarts. Careful. Don't bring Steven into this. There's no reason to. See, I'm being good. I'm remembering. Let's just keep moving. We don't need comparisons to Steven here. We can just only talk about Vaush. Hard not to roll my eyes when people think they're so special. I don't know, bro. Would have been funny if he said there's never been a person so despised while being so right. That would have been perfect. How many more days until Steven is unbanned? I don't know. I don't know if they gave him a number of days, honestly. I don't really remember that.
And there's a critical difference between...
I think it's indefinite.
Those two, because one of them is offensive and the other is constructive. In one of them, you attack the narrative they already hold, and in the second, you build a new narrative, a fortress, if you will. And as people appreciate and admire your fortress, they reconsider. How could a person who has done this, who's done these things, how could they be this bad person I've heard of?
How could a person who has defended trans people in so many arguments and taken so many pro-trans positions be transphobic because of these few remarks? I don't know. I don't know if he's really thought this one through from all the angles. I'm not sure if this is going to save him in the way he thinks it's going to save him, but like, I don't know, worth a shot. I mean, if it means him doing more charity and stuff, I don't care. Honestly, I don't care if his logic is funky or whatever. I think doing more charity and doing more community stuff is great. Why not? Do more of it. That's good. I think any way that we can help you guys and help people outside of these communities is good. If I can help you by hooking you up with other people that are interested in books and you do a book club, that's fucking cool. If I can get you hooked up with other weebs that like anime and you get to feel like you're a part of something every week and it's something to look forward to, that's great. One of the things that really stuck with me on Patreon is this person who canceled their membership. And the reason that they canceled their membership was because they died. They were passing away. And there was another person who, in a similar situation, they were like, I'm really ill. I'm like bedridden. It's agonizing like every day. I'm not super enjoying this existence. I don't get to do any of the things that I want to do. But, you know, your streams are great and it's good to hear somebody being positive because I can't stand all this negativity on here and blah, blah, blah. And like this person's talking about how they don't have a long time left, but they're going to, you know, support as long as they can and whatever. And it's like, damn, if somebody's making that decision for me with what limited time they have left and it just makes it a little bit more bearable for them, that's huge. And that's what we do. So whether it's you're building a community for people, you're providing content that makes them happy, you're giving them an escape from some of the shit that's going on in their life, I think it's all good. In varying degrees of good, right? Sometimes if you're just feeding people junk food content, that's junk food content, maybe not the best, but I mean, you know, different folks doing different things. We all serve different purposes, I guess. And yeah, if he can do some good for people in his community, I think that's good. That's making real use out of his position here. I mean, if he wants to occupy the same space as Destiny and not face the same vitriol, he should just try either not being incredibly smug and inflammatory about his positions, or something else I'm sure you would add there. But yeah. One of the interesting things resulting from Destiny's ban has been all the Twitch poll people building up their YouTubes and not renewing their partnerships. I think that was coming for a long time before that. One thing I will say, more than Steven, I will take credit. I will take credit for Wicked Supreme. I will take credit for Irrelevant, and I will take credit for Chud Logic. Those are mine. Those are not Steven's. Those are mine. You know how long I spent lobbying those motherfuckers out of their partnerships and being in their ear like, oh, that shit's not worth it, bro. What is that? That shit's not worth it. Get your YouTube going, bro. That's going to get you more viewers. That's the only way you're organically going to grow. I don't know. I planted seeds and Destiny was the rain. And if you want to say the rain made the plants grow or the seeds, be my guest, bro. But the seed is what's left when the plant's done growing. You know what I mean? So, you know. I personally will take credit for those three people in particular. I think. Oh, let me go ahead and thank that person. Palmitas, keep being you, man. Thanks. Sounds like a Joe Bidenism. I like that. 2 months. Hopefully, here's to many more, my friend. Smiley face. You got your Joker emotes keeping me accountable, and I hope we just keep improving his stream, improving as a community. Join the Discord. Now you have access to that VIP chat room, and we can talk about all kinds of weird shit.
I think this is an effective method. I will continue to defend myself against negative perceptions of me, of course, because I am, you know, I think that's my right, and I think it's good to do so, and I'm not spineless. But I also think it's important to understand that doing so isn't about changing other people's minds. It's about maintaining my character, the validity of my positions. But it's not about changing their minds. We can change people's minds, and I think we should work towards.
I don't really understand this. Like. I don't know. I won't harp on it or whatever because I kind of want to get done with this. But I think in part it is to sway people a little bit. Anytime anybody tells me they're doing stuff not to sway people, I'm always a little bit. Really though, I don't know.
That. So I am going to make an effort from here on forth to try to get back into a more constructive content schedule. The main reason for this being, honest to God, and maybe this sounds conceited, I don't think the drama that I talk about is worth my time, attention, or my smarts. I genuinely don't. Like, pointing out that Destiny is a rape apologist and a transphobe is below my intelligence. As I've said, I have outpaced him intellectually, and at this point I feel like I'm screaming through like a bullhorn at someone half a mile back on the track. You know, it's honestly, my voice hurts. It seems like a waste to go on about the J.K. Rowling drama, because I feel like my positions have been argued for, and I feel like I am borderline self-evidently correct at this point, given that the insane vitriol towards me went that far, and J.K. Rowling's now being endorsed by Putin, and it might have actually been because of the headlines that she made about me, because that's the last time J.K. Rowling made headlines. It was because of her beef with me, and right after that, Putin endorses her, and I can't help but wonder if he knows who I am. Maybe, possibly.
Okay, I and with that, my love, I leave you. Okay, we're gonna dig into the vault. Because I can't. I feel like I'm hurting your image by continuing to watch this, and I can't, dude. I can't. That's where I'm out. We made our dono goal. We're all done with that one. Putin knows me. Millions. There are millions of people out there, possibly multiple millions. They all love me. Mr. Putin doesn't, though. He loves J.K. Rowling. Loves the headlines I make for her. Big headlines, wonderful headlines. Yeah, let's watch literally anything but that. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Let me out, let me out, let me out. Luke Smarts, I think that must have been before he came back to Twitch, because he'd get banned for jacking off on stream like that. That's a YouTube exclusive right there, bro. You should post that shit to his OnlyFans. Unpopular teaching opinions. Oh, this one will be good. This one will be fun. I haven't read through this one, and I really want to. This will be good. Today we'll do a Reddit. I actually like doing these Reddit responses more than I do these React responses. I actually think they could get more popular, honestly, and they could make better YouTube videos and stuff like that, frankly. Let's switch scenes over to this and make sure my camera is in a convenient place. Maybe we'll put it over here. We don't really need this dono goal up here anymore. All right, we'll put me up there, and I'll just remember that we have dead space in that corner, so you keep things in the middle here. Okay, so the topic for this subreddit thing, and I'm just gonna, oops, that is the wrong thing to go full screen. One sec. 75-year-old ex-KGB agent and president of the largest country in the world knows Vaush. Yeah, maybe, bro. It is. It's entirely possible. Entirely possible, bro. All right. So the title and whatever is, what's your unpopular teaching opinion? Something you really think, but would get you downvoted even on this sub. I was interested in this as somebody who has obviously engaged with teachers in school and stuff, but also who did a lot of tutoring for several years. Ever since I was in middle school, I worked as a private tutor. I was a young hustler. It was interesting being like a middle schooler, helping high schoolers with their homework and stuff. A bit of an indicator of things to come in terms of my professional stuff. But yeah, like I'm interested in what teachers have to say about stuff. They have a lot harder job than tutors have. Let's go ahead and take a look here. Gotta love the ask Reddit questions. Yeah, this is just a general teacher sub. Yeah, it's r/teachers. It says a sub for all things teacher related. If you have questions about the sub, please blah 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 blah. Let's see here. As a teacher for the severely handicapped, I agree with number one. Most of my students hate inclusion time and would rather stay in our classroom, which is back far away from the main campus anyways. I used to work in a big city that had specialized school. And when they're saying number one, I think they're referring to a post that says something along the lines of like, I don't like integrating or mixing my special ed kids with, or the integration and mixing of special ed kids in normal kid classes or whatever. I say normal. I don't really know the proper terminology there is. Neurotypical, maybe. Nowadays, you know what I mean. I'm not fucking ableist. I used to work in a big city that had specialized schools like this, and once a week they would take a trip to the normal high school and participate in an elective. If a student didn't want to go or wasn't behaving appropriately, they didn't go. They stayed back at the specialized school. The downside is, as a teacher, I would miss the opportunity, miss the community of the high school. My colleagues at the specialized school saw the same half a dozen teachers every single day. Now my turn, and oh boy, I'm ready for the downvotes. A lot of special education teaching is legalese, compliance, data collection, coordination, ensuring minutes in IEP compliance. It is a federal law that general education teachers be present for an IEP and stay for the duration of the meeting, unless you have a parent consent. Even if you hardly ever interact with the student, even if you don't have any valuable input to provide, even if you don't want to be there, it's a federal law. When you say no to the special education teacher requesting your presence, you put us under a lot of stress and pressure. Please attend these meetings. It's a federal law. Finally, mod/severe special education is more about managing parents than actually teaching. Damn. So a lot of stuff about special ed there. Sort by controversial. I'm going to do the top ones first, and then, yes, we will sort by controversial for fun. So another unpopular opinion by a teacher. This is just a job to me. I love my kids and want them to succeed, and if they want to succeed too, I'll help them get there. But I'm not going to burn up my physical, mental, and or emotional health dragging a kid to academic success, kicking and screaming. Here to pay my rent, not sacrifice myself on the altar of public education. I teach high school. They're nearly adults. I give my 2 cents and then let them make their own bad decisions without losing sleep over it. Yeah, you can kind of tell when the teachers are like this too. And I mean, some people you have to kind of put up those walls to kind of get by and to continue doing the job. I think some of the people who become really, really invested in every student and feel like they need to go out of their way to help every single one are also the teachers that, here's the thing. I think there's a comedian that makes a sketch about this. I actually think it's John Mulaney. Does a sketch about how middle schoolers and high schoolers are the best bullies. They're very good at picking out every little thing that could make you upset. I think his example is they said he had girly hips or something like that. And he's like, what a very particular thing to tell me about. And now I'm self-conscious about my girly hips. I think they do the same thing with teachers, and they get a lot more exposure time with teachers, and they see how the other fucking 30 kids in the class poke at the teacher and find something that upsets them. And I feel like it's the teachers that become personally invested in the success of every single student, despite the amount of work the student puts in, that unfortunately get burned in that way. So I think for some people, it's necessary to put up walls like this and not become too invested in their students. It is John Mulaney. Yeah, he's a funny comedian. I haven't been the biggest fan of his stuff lately, but his first couple of big stand-up things were really, really good. Yes, agreed. I love teaching and I love helping kids who genuinely want to succeed, but I am not going to bend over backwards for a kid who doesn't do a thing. I cannot care more than they do. Also high school, so a lot of the basic classroom stuff is just learning skills they will need in the real world too. I don't take phones, their boss won't, and they need to learn the self-regulation. Ooh, that's actually a good point. I think it's a pride thing, if I'm being honest with you. I don't think it's I hope that you actually learn all this shit and whatever, unless you're an AP teacher, then it's different, because part of your continued having the position as an AP teacher, at least in the school that I went to, is your performance on those AP tests. There's a reason why you get to be that kind of teacher. But I think it's more of a pride thing. I think it's frustrating to do something like this and to have people talking or have people on their phones and not paying attention to you, if I'm being honest. But I don't remind them 100 times to do something. Again, their boss won't. And if they do, they won't be at their job long. That's another one. Yeah. One that I agree with more. Yeah, you probably shouldn't have to remind the kids all the time about this stuff. If it's a project or something, I think it's a bit dickish. Like kids, their brain isn't fully developed yet. The executive part of their brain isn't fully developed yet, especially for boys. So I actually feel like you probably should be letting them know about things that have a due date longer than like a week. I think you should be checking in with them and stuff. I think that would be responsible on your part as a teacher, because the other thing is it creates more work for you later down the line. Like it's going to create more work for you if you mention a project once, like a month before it's due, and then never mention it until like the last week. And then you have a million parents and students writing you about like the problems with the projects. Like I had teachers that would bitch about like, so firstly, I want to say that your parents have reached out to me about you not doing your projects. What's up with that? Every single one of you got a planner for this school, and every single one of you should be able to keep track of the assignments that you have. I've had this up on the board the whole fucking month. And not a single one of you fucking rascals, I bet, even has a page of it done. You know how long it takes to write a 6-page essay? Do you know that? Whoa, boy, I wonder why I gave you a whole fucking month to write it, huh? And I get messages from fucking 6 parents in this classroom alone. And I bet there's even more of you that don't tell your parent. And your parent doesn't know because they don't give a fuck. They're just like you. Like, okay, well, if you don't tell the kids, then you're creating work for yourself, dumbass. Like, if you look at it on the board every day, and I doubt this is the first time you've had to have this conversation, you've been teaching longer than a year, maybe you should know that you're going to have this result if you don't constantly bug people. Or better yet, bug the parents that bug you. You figure out which parents are kind of assholes early on, and maybe you should just have a line of communication with those parents so this doesn't happen. But that's above and beyond, maybe, so it's maybe more than they want to do. My nephew is autistic, and he's great, and mom and dad don't make it about themselves. That's good. My teachers usually bend forwards, Coomer. Well, lucky you. You went to a cool school. Kids don't do shit regardless, except expect to be disappointed. Yeah, maybe. I was always in smart people classes, and this may sound mean, but that's how we in the smart people classes described it. There's a smart people classes and there's dumb people classes. And I tried to not be in as many dumb people classes as possible because A, it's disappointing to see a teacher have to deal with that. B, the students are kind of just worse all around. And C, I don't know, it felt more intellectually stimulating. If I'm going to have to be in jail for fucking 6.5 or 7 hours or whatever a day, I'd rather take it seriously in the jail. Like tomorrow, if I got arrested in California, you best believe I'm doing the college program and shit when I'm in prison. Because I may as well make the most. I have to be here. Why wouldn't I just take something that's at my level and not have to deal with idiots all day? I don't know. So that's what we did. And by the time we got to high school, and this was the time that the R slur was going around, it was some very ableist, mean language about the people that are in the regular classes. I'll tell you what. There was a very big separation between the AP and IB students and the people who are doing regular classes. We would even make fun of the honors kids. Look at these fucking guys. They're the ones that can't take a fucking test. Who's afraid of the AP test? I mean, really, if you know the fucking shit, then you'll get a 4 of a 5. No? Can't even shoot for a 3? What the fuck is this half-ass shit? Why would you take a class that's fucking harder than the regular stupid people classes and not get fucking college credits for it, you fucking dingus? Little did I know that later I'll realize those AP classes are kind of baloney, and they're a lot of hard work for just not a lot of gain. If I could go back, I'd probably take stupid people classes and have fun, honestly. Did you play Fortnite in this jail? I don't know. In California, they give you TVs and stuff, maybe. Schools need to expel students. If my school of 1,200 students expelled the most disruptive 3 kids out of each grade, we'd cut our discipline in half. All those kids do is interfere with everyone else's education. I think this is one that I remember seeing quite a bit in this thread. And I do agree with this. As a student, there's always 1 or 2 in a few different periods that cause all the problems. And you could ask all the students to vote on it, and they'd vote which motherfucker it is too. I remember them by name because they were the people who dragged a bunch of attention to themselves. So yeah, I definitely agree with this. And it may be unpopular, but I don't give a fuck. If you're ruining everything, it's the same as the people that kill people or rape people or sexually assault people or drug people or do any other terrible thing in society. If you make it harder on everybody else intentionally, consistently in a really critical way, sorry, you're gone. We excise you from the community. That's how it's going to be when you're an adult too. If you're the one guy at work that nobody can trust, that fucks shit up or fucks people over, nobody's going to trust you. Nobody's going to treat you right. And eventually you'll get enough write-ups that you'll be fucking gone, right? So, you know, I feel like what the other person talked about as adults, this isn't going to be the thing for them. I think they should be punished in school too, and they should just go somewhere else. Put them all at a school. Like, where I lived in Huntington Beach, we had a school called Ocean View, I believe it was, or Oceanside or something. And that was a school that all the shitty kids went to, and they just put all the shitty kids in one school. So maybe that's what's got to happen. Sure would suck to go to the shitty kids school, but what can you do? I think that's the other problem is you're kicking this can down the line, and eventually all the cans end up in this like ocean inlet, and that school fucking sucks because it has all the trash, all the bad kids in it. Okay, let's see. Mine is that some students will be left behind, and that's not always a reflection on the teacher. I have 3 or 4 students this year who, no matter what I do, will not do the work. I literally have to sit next to them the entire time, and when I have 20 other kids in the room, all of whom need help, that's just not possible. This is where tutors come in. So when I was in middle school and when I was in high school, I volunteered at the like homework club, and I volunteered at the there was this thing that we did in high school where like when you're doing finals or midterms, you can be one of the people that like helps tutor other people. I used to do that as well. I think some people do just dead ass need a tutor and they just don't have discipline. And when they go into adult life, sure, they might just get fucked. But I do think that this is an easily solvable thing. If the school just put forward an opportunity for the smart kids to do tutoring, I think a lot of smart kids and goody two-shoes would sign up for it. And a lot of the kids that are falling behind would have the help that they need. These are typically kids that don't have like a support structure at home and stuff too. So if they can have a support structure after school or at lunch or something like that, I actually do think they could be helped, but I don't think that's a teacher's job necessarily. At Booksmarts, think you'd probably need to make those schools not so shitty. I don't know. Didn't Relly say he went to the shitty kids school? Well, then he'd probably know better than me. I kind of agree, but I do think those kids act as lightning rods for trouble and discipline. And if those kids were expelled, other kids would end up filling that role. I agree that they're lightning rods, but I disagree that more kids would necessarily fill the role. Because in classrooms where I had just a bunch of normie kids, we didn't have all that nonsense. Maybe we had kids that talked and stuff, but we didn't have kids that made jokes about the teacher or threw shit or like fucked with the classroom equipment or fucking made noises during tests. Like, there are certain kids that make it hard for other kids to focus. And I think that that's what we're talking about there. And I think actually removing them would remove a lot of these problems, because in classrooms where those kids weren't present, they went fairly smoothly. Do you have that take when it comes to homeless people? No, not really. Although, I don't know. It depends. The homeless thing is a lot more complicated. And I have a complicated opinion because as a security guard, I think I had to deal with more homeless people than maybe the average Twitch viewer. So my opinion is going to be off from yours probably. And that's due in large part to my own experience with homeless people. I think that often, at least in the US, people that have to engage with homeless people have very different opinions than people who don't really engage with homeless people. So I find that I only find friends in people that also have to deal with that stuff. And you might not like what I have to say about it. It'll be all over the place. Extreme in some regards in favor of homeless people, and extreme in some regards against homeless people. So, but I think a lot of it isn't down to whether they're homeless or not. I don't think that's necessarily the primary problem there is part of that. I think there's a big difference between people that are homeless that are not on drugs and people that are homeless that are on drugs, for example. And there's a difference between people that went homeless and then got hooked on drugs and people who were on drugs and that made them homeless. These are also two very different groups of people, in my opinion. So I think talking about homeless people without talking about drugs is like only having half of the conversation, in my opinion. Like, I never had problems with homeless people at work who weren't on drugs, but I always had problems with homeless people that were on drugs where I worked. So I find that that's the bigger determining factor than the actual like state of whether they're homed or not. It was kind of depressing how you weren't supposed to be too interested in classes, or other kids would pick up on it and make fun of you for it. That's why I liked being in the special classes more, because I could take it seriously and try to learn. That's why, like, if you're a smart kid, maybe that's something you want to do. Very different experience walking by a homeless guy every day versus having to chase them out of your dumpster and stop them from putting up tents in your parking lot every day. Yeah, or like knowing that they go to a specific place all the time to like shit, and then you have to be the one that like has to get it cleaned up or something, or when they're taking drugs and like passing out or sometimes dying, like where you're working, and then you have to call the police and the paramedics and manage that and all the, you know, like, or they get drunk and they throw shit at you, or they throw urine at you and whatever. Like, oh my God. I just had to deal with so much stuff at the job that I worked at. We were in a really bad area in my first post for security. And that's the same place where I got hit by a car by a crazy shoplifting lady. So it was just all over, like, not a great experience. I didn't have a lot of sympathy for thieves. I didn't have a lot of sympathy for homeless people. Like, most thieves are not like Aladdin. Most thieves are not stealing breads and apples so that they can eat with Apu, okay? Most thieves that I had to deal with at work are people who are selling shit. They're part of organized crime a lot of the time, or they're doing it for thrills and internet points and shit, you know? Like, I just... I don't have a lot of sympathy, but then I see on Twitter people acting like everybody is stealing simply because they need food or whatever, or they ignore that they're not stealing for food and they say that it's because of their material conditions or whatever. I'm not behind that. I'm much more conservative on those sorts of issues. How do you throw urine? Do you piss in your hand, or is it bottled? It is bottled. It's definitely bottled. Also, there was this fucking guy that had a bucket that he used for his excrement. And he would always come to behind this like bank building to dump his bucket full of excrement. And there was one time where I watched him as he's walking over there, and I'm like, bruh, I know what you're going to do. Please don't do it, because like we have to clean all that shit. Like, don't do this. Like I see the mess that you make every time. You can't keep doing it. And he threw some of that shit on me, bro. And it's disgusting. And at some point you break and you can't fucking... you know, you can't with that anymore. You can't with that shit. Like, no pun intended, bro. It'll just fucking irk you, bro. Another time I had a fucking beer bottle thrown at me. Here's a tip. This is a very fucking serious thing. Like, my dad always had this story from growing up where my cousin got hit with a beer bottle and they thought that motherfucker was going to die. People were throwing beer bottles at this party, and somebody died at that party from a fucking beer bottle. Beer bottles, when they hit you, they might break, they might not break, they might break your fucking dome. Like, it's a very serious thing. So when I had a fucking bottle thrown at me, it snapped something in me, dude. I had so many moments of just having like something in my brain snap, and I lose it with this shit, dude. Hard disagree on this? Don't care. I really don't care. Were you armed? No. So, you know, and even if I was armed, I don't think that puts me in a better situation. I'm not about to shoot some homeless person to death, bro. That's not happening. And there's a lot of laws regarding how you can use that firearm and stuff like that. Like, I certainly wouldn't pull out a gun and try to shoot a homeless guy who threw a bottle at me. That I wouldn't do that. You know, I don't have Steven's same opinions on like shooting at people and stuff. Luckily, I never had to deal with deaths, but yeah, I had to deal with I had to deal with walking up on a car, telling somebody, hey, I think I know what you're here for. Like, if you're not using these facilities for anything, please don't be here. Please don't do anything here. And then coming back like an hour later and they're fucking dead. And you can only go through these experiences so many times before that like changes you, you know, like finding somebody dead in a car with like needles and shit all over the place and they fucking overdose. It's like, Jesus Christ, dude. You know, so like, that's why just if you want to have this conversation with me, I'm not like super open to it because I'm not changing my mind. You're not changing my mind on a lot of this stuff. That's why I like to sour earlier. Like, you can have disagreements and you can hard disagree on this and whatever. But if you hard disagree, then I'm not talking with you about it because I don't know. My personal experience is going to guide so much of my opinion on this, and it's not going to be changed by whatever you have to say, I don't think. I'm going to have a Vaush moment and I'm just going to think other people are wrong, honestly. Anywho, We are way off the mark. Let's continue with this. Sorry, when I have to talk about that security job, I get thrown off the mark. I redirect them constantly, but nothing. Okay, let's just skip this one. What's this next one? No, this is good. I mean, like, here's another thing. I don't want to upset you or anything. I mean, you could type your thing and I could look at it. You're not upsetting me at all. It doesn't upset me that other people have different opinions. Like not really. I'm not like super attached to that or anything. But I will say it's an opinion that I just don't think it's likely that I would change it by somebody talking to me about it. You even made me stop lurking. Okay, well, I'll continue a little bit then. All right, just one more note on the security job, okay? And I'll switch to the just chatting for this. So I worked 2 main posts that I spent a lot of time at. So number 1 was in Costa Mesa at a really, so all these events that I'm talking about with the homeless people dying and shitting in a bucket and throwing it all over the place and throwing bottles at me and being rude. All of that is right across the street from us. There was this place that used to be like a hotel, and then it was a motel, and then it was like a building that they stopped using, and so a bunch of people moved into it that aren't supposed to be there. And it was right across the street. And so we had a lot of people where they were coming to and from that drug den, and then they would come and like be all fucking whacked out across the street at our at our complex area. So that place really sucked. So my second job, I went, fuck no, I'm not going in the fucking ghetto, and I'm not going to go to the fucking ghetto to do my security job. I don't care if it's like good paying or whatever. I really don't. So I chose the most bougie location that I could. I used to have an office on an island called Lido Island in Newport Beach, California, which is a really nice place. And it was in an area called Balboa, for the Balboa Peninsula that goes out into the water. And right at the start of the Balboa Peninsula, there's a place called Lido Isle. And Lido is where I used to have my office a while ago, so I knew that place was really, really nice. And so I decided I'm gonna work at Lido. To give you an idea of how upscale and fancy this place was, there was a Nobu there. Nobu is a very, very fancy Japanese sushi place, and a lot of famous actors and politicians and stuff eat there. I would see on many occasions many different famous people getting drunk as well, many self-important people getting drunk and being a nuisance. Many self-important people being a nuisance in general. It was a very different kind of belligerent crowd there. Although it was much more fun to fuck with those people. Like, I felt bad for the homeless people. Like, if it was up to me, I wouldn't be kicking you guys out of here when you're not doing anything wrong. Like, a lot of the time I had to kick people out who aren't doing anything wrong, and that would make me feel bad. The fact that there were people who are just trying to exist, who actually bought stuff at Starbucks, and they're just trying to fucking stay there, and the Starbucks wants them out. The fact that that's against company policy for Starbucks, and despite sending emails in, nobody responded to that and fixed management at that location. All that really bugged me and started to grind my gears. And it grinded my gears even more to have the contrast to other homeless people who are just being awful and are ruining it for everybody else. The reason why they're kicking every single homeless person out, or every person that smells out, is because a few people scream at people, they yell at people, they make a fucking mess when they go into places. Like, they ruin it for everybody else. And they make it to where we have to have much more strict policies than we need. And so I often didn't enjoy having to do this. I don't enjoy having to approach people to kick them out of a place, or trespassing them, or whatever. Or seeing them get, taken away in a cop car and knowing they're going to be back in like a month or something. And now they're going to hate me because I was the one that got them arrested. It's very frustrating. It's annoying to have a sheet of a ton of faces that you have to memorize as people who are the homeless that aren't allowed because they're the bad ones and whatever. Completely different at Lido. At Lido, at the fancy place, I loved getting back the fucking rich people, dude. I could have been turned into a fucking communist. I was watching, I remember at the time, America Johnson Believe it or not, I shit you not. I was watching American Johnson. I was starting to reconsider the way I was like running my essay business and stuff. Like because of how much I started to hate rich people. I can get why if you work like a wage cuck job or if you're exposed to rich people, that you start to despise them. Because I started to despise them. And I despised them for their money because it was the only thing that related all of them together in my mind and their self-importance and whatever. I would always get the fucking Newport Beach Police Department to fucking give them tickets and I wouldn't warn them. Like if somebody was an asshole to me, especially, like I'd be like, we had this main like street where everybody would park and there's these little shops. However, there's paid parking in the parking structure. And the thing is, you have to go to the paid parking. You can't park in these 5-minute zones and leave your car there and go shopping and shit. Because the 5-minute zones are for delivery trucks that are like coming all day, or people getting picked up and dropped off for the boats that go out and they come back. So you're not allowed to be there. And it's for Ubers and stuff, or people getting valet service at Nobu. So you're not allowed to park there and stay there. And it's not enforced by us. We could write you this little ticket, but it doesn't do anything. So I'd fuck with them. I'd pretend like I actually could do something with the ticket. I'd sit there and write it and I'd freak them out. And if they were chill about it and they were willing to move and stuff, I would give them the hint about where to go that would be free parking if they didn't want to pay and whatever. And if they were an asshole, I'd be like, oh, you know, I just have to do it for my work, and it's you're not going to have to pay anything. I just write this and I take a picture of it and that's it. Like, we don't have any power here. And they're like, oh, okay, yeah, I thought so. And fucking, yeah, what are you going to do? Fucking bosses, man. Like, after being a dick to me, once they figure out I don't have any power, they kind of act a little bit different. But low key, I pull out the phone, and other people that worked with me didn't do this because they're like, well, they'll move eventually. It's kind of a hassle because if you call Newport, you have to like write it down in the app. And I'm like, no, fuck it, dude. I'm not doing anything else here. I'm gonna fucking write them up. I'm fucking call the Newport because they would get there quick. And they ticket those motherfuckers. And if you get more than one, I think it increases in cost and stuff like that. So I would get their ass ticketed. And I remember this one fucking guy. He saw that the thing was on his car and he presumed it was from me. And he's like, he got really upset about it. He's like, why would you still put this fucking trash in my car if it doesn't mean anything or whatever? And he like took it and he fucking littered it. And I'm like, oh, I'm not going to say anything, but that motherfucker's going to climb in that car, drive off, and eventually they're going to get a letter from the fucking city. And now it's not going to be a $150 ticket. Now it's going to be a bunch. I hope, you know, you get too many of those for too long and they'll fucking suspend your driver's license. One day you'll get pulled over for one thing or another and there will be a warrant out for your arrest in the city of Newport Beach because you have too many tickets. Oh, God. Oh, punishing fucking rich people, dude. I fucking love it. I fucking love it. Another thing was like drunk people that would go outside of the area that they're allowed to be when they're drinking. Super fucking annoying. And that was sad because like it's one of those things where I can't call the police because if I do and they're caught, the store could lose their liquor license. So one time I did it and the police came and I immediately made an enemy of that restaurant. They immediately hated me. They started saying shit that I was doing that wasn't true to my boss and stuff because I fucking called the police on them and they were worried they're going to lose their liquor license. And it's like, well, I don't know what to tell you, bro. It's technically not even my job to be, you know, monitoring these fucking people. You can't let them walk out of the store with liquor in the US. It's illegal. For all my Europeans out there, you're probably like, what is this Nazi shit? That's how it works here, bro. So, you know, that sucks. But yeah, God, I started to really hate rich people quite a bit there. Really hated rich people, dude. And I started to really hate my work too, because like I was smart, dude. I was like a fucking clout shark. You want to talk about clout shark? That's why it pisses me off that Steven says that nowadays, you know? Because like back then I definitely was. I knew how to like climb to the top and stuff. Like we had a lady called a site manager. The site manager is the person on the contract with the security company who's like our point of contact for stuff about the stores and whatever. And the site manager also happened to be like the lady that did hiring and stuff for staff at the like shopping area. And so I was like, there are jobs at the shopping center that make a lot more money than I do as a security guard and are a lot easier than my job as a security guard. So what I did was you can have a direct report to the site manager for certain like levels of problems, like if you need keys to a store, or like I said before about the drunk people, you don't necessarily want to call the police because it'll get the store in trouble. So one time she told me, oh, just contact me, and I'll handle it. I'll come down here and I'll talk to him. And so I started to get a relationship with that lady. And when it came time for my manager to leave and be replaced, she had somebody she wanted to be put there. But my site manager lady, she wrote into the company and she's like, I actually think that Noah should be the person that is here. Noah and I have a really good rapport, and he understands how to handle things sensitively. He's always nice to the guests that stay here. I never get any serious complaints about him. Like, he understands the politics with a lot of the stores now and like whatever, because my boss lady didn't play politics with the stores. Everybody hated her. Everybody talked shit about her. Anytime any of us would get chewed out, they're like, oh, is it that fucking bitch Cece or whatever? Yeah, she's a fucking bitch. I don't like her one bit at all, and blah, blah, blah. She was like in the army or something, and I think she got discharged or something or other, and so she wanted to be like a secret bodyguard eventually or something like that. So she had this like uppity aura where she's better than everything else and whatever. Nobody liked her, but everybody liked me because I made sure I played politics and I check in with all the stores, everyone except for the restaurant place, basically. And what ended up happening was she sent like messages to the our main office to tell us that she didn't think that I should be it for this reason and that reason. Then she started writing me up for like random stupid bullshit. And like, it was clear that like, oh, she's just trying to like get me out before she's gone. And that was not fun. So I talked to the dude who ran the bookstore, and I talked to my site manager later, and I told her, hey, so CC's fucking with my promotion, and I'm not going to get it. And if I don't get it, I'm kind of sick of this. I don't want to work as a normal security guard. It fucking sucks. I'll be real with you. I love you people, and I would love to work here, but certainly not, doing that. And so I think I'm going to work for the bookstore. And I worked for the bookstore for a little bit, and that was fun. I just fucking quit. So fuck this shit. But yeah, that's there you go. That's a whole thing. That's your whole spiel about being a bodyguard or whatever, being a security guard. I hope that was as entertaining as you thought it was going to be. CC is the poop bucket of rich people. I don't even know what that means. I ran a business, and people parking in my delivery zone and taking off shopping drove me nuts. So I would just have them unload behind the parked person like 10 pallets. One guy was trapped for literally 10 hours because we can. Yeah, like that's the other thing is like they liked me because I would enforce the law and stuff. Like I would bring the Newport Beach people to like ticket and tow cars. Because like it fucks with the business. Do you realize if you're charging like over $100 a person for a restaurant, like it's very important that you get your fucking fresh fish there fresh and they don't sit out there. Like it's super important to all these bougie places that their deliveries don't sit out there, that their delivery drivers don't have to come back on another day. Like you can ruin a business's whole day by just not taking your job seriously as a security guard. And that's why like I advocate for you guys, and I try to follow to the best of my ability. Take your job seriously because you're a cog in a machine. And if you're just a good cog, it helps everything else run smoothly. It makes life better for everybody. It makes life better for the guests at the restaurant that won't get sick because their shit wasn't sitting out. It makes it better for the restaurant who gets good reviews and can continue to exist because they got their shit on time. It's better for the delivery driver who is now not late to their other shit because somebody didn't want to ticket a fucking car of some entitled asshole. Like it's better for everybody. Sometimes people gotta get punished, and I am the law there, bro. Maybe if I can get your attention, we can chat. I don't know, bro. Well, hey, man, maybe I can catch you at next stream because it's 5:40 a.m. here. I really enjoyed the stream, even if we're not in 100% agreement on subs. Yeah, it's totally fine. Let me see. I'm sure you typed something else before, and I totally didn't read it because I'm on my rant mode. Yeah, in security, you will get paid more if you're the security guy in hell. Same goes with if you're like an armored truck driver or an armed guard or something like that. It pays fairly well and requires absolutely no prereqs. True. They'll push you through the validation accreditation process for security. And any dumb fuck can do it. They'll even let you cheat on the test. Not that I had to, because I'm a fucking genius. But yeah, like it's very easy to get a security job, and it's a well-paying job. So I would highly recommend you do that. Also, if you like it and it's easy and you can get the hours that you want, you could get a gun, get your concealed carry, do your requirements for being an armed guard, and you'll make even more. You could work at a cushy place like an airport, or a less cushy place like a hospital. So yeah. Yeah. Also, the story of getting cars towed makes me happy. Yeah, there you go. That's good. At least that's true. All right, let's continue with this. Are we on the right scene? Yes, we are. Okay. If there is no special ed teacher in a class, that class is not inclusive to special ed kids. Ooh, that's a good opinion. It is a disadvantage to everyone in that class when supports are not in place. Also, are supports ever in place? Yeah, like when kids have an aide, we used to call them aides when I was in school. If a kid had an aide in the class, that was very different than them being on their own. Inclusion without support is abandonment. Wow. And I've yet to see inclusion with actual real support. I don't know. It's tough to know what the kids are going through or how much support they actually got. But when I went to like a richer school, we definitely had aides for all of the special ed kids. And like, some of the other kids treated them well and like were friends with them and stuff. So I don't know, bro. It depends on where you're at. Do you get paid more as an armed teacher? I don't know, bro. That's a good question. Education is 90% the culture, discipline, and the expectations the parents create at home. Damn. Maybe. Culture's an interesting inclusion there. There are 100% students who should not be allowed in a normal education. And wow, a lot of these are special ed related. After this one, we'll hit up controversial. One such student was one I had a few years ago who would be written up for different stuff at least 2 to 3 times a week. He'd throw furniture when you asked him to do anything and all of this sort of stuff. The most severe punishment he ever got was to be sent home for a couple of days, where the student who would physically assault other students on a regular basis and wouldn't get in trouble for it. The principal would... at the school wouldn't discipline the students. He told us that we could paddle them if we wanted to, but I didn't feel comfortable doing that. The student I referred to before who would physically assault other students, one time she stood up in the middle of class, in the middle of one of her classes, and started punching another child because he was being annoying. And after being sent to the office with a referral, she was back in class 30 minutes later and was just told, just behave now. Oh my God. One more. I've worked in an inclusive program for around 7 years, and we accept children of all ability levels. I do not believe inclusion programs work. Damn. I like how they like keep it brief and whatever. Okay. Another one about expelling the bad kids. All right. There was a study done that Jewish girls did better than other races, even if I gotta say, at my school, and it was an affluent school, the one where I had a lot of Jewish kids in it, the Jewish girls were certainly very good at school, and they were in the, I think there were a lot of Jewish girls that made up like student body in the AP classes and stuff like that. So, I mean, maybe. I think Jewish culture in particular really promotes studiousness and stuff like that. I think that's like a pretty undeniable thing. And there's a link for anybody that cares about that. I already know it to be true because I stereotype. I don't know. In my personal experience, it's been the case, and I've heard that passed around, so I don't not believe it. Let's see here. Positive stereotypes are okay. Just kidding. Some people really hate positive stereotypes, obviously. Boys and girls schools should be the norm. Wow. There's a controversial opinion. Boys and girls schools should be the norm. After elementary, genders should be educated separately. I think both genders benefit from it after having taught in both. Absolutely agree. I wish it was an option for my own children. Damn. There have actually been studies that back this up. My former AP did this, assistant principal, I think, did this with one of the grades at the middle school where he taught as his capstone project. Capstone is it's something that you do for one of your higher degree programs, whether that's your master's or your doctoral. I'm pretty sure it's only for your master's, but different schools call this shit different stuff. It's like your master's project. The results are pretty incredible. Damn. There are very few scenarios where we only interact with our own gender. Shouldn't schools reflect that? I don't know. I actually don't even know if the basis of this is necessarily true. Maybe at work you interact with different people, but I think a lot of people, their friend networks tend to be swayed one way or the other. I don't know. Notice how I said secondary school, not elementary. There are many studies that show that single gender education, but okay, and they're getting downvoted like a motherfucker. Okay, let's keep going here. I definitely benefited by going to an all-boys school. I mean, Steven's pretty smart. I think he went to an all-boys school, no? Orthodox and conservative Judaism has a day of the week dedicated to reading and contemplation. Probably reinforces behaviors that are helpful for academics. Yeah, sure. And when your coming of age thing is all built around like study and stuff like that, I could imagine that contributes to it as well. I feel like the AP would be incentivized to teach better to a level it would no longer be representative. No? Well, yeah, that's a problem with like expanding something. What is it called? I think it's like not the reproducibility crisis. It's something else. Scalability or something. I think Planet Money or Freakonomics did a really cool podcast about that, about how difficult it is to scale things. So yeah, that might be the case, Draco. The job is fairly easy. I totally agree with this to an extent. Once you are in for about 5 years, have a base of information to pull from, and have learned to streamline your grading processes, it's not that bad. Just because a job is easy doesn't mean we should get paid crap. I will say those first 5 years can suck eggs, though. I don't think it's ever easy getting yelled at by admin and parents. I don't think it's easy to motivate kids, and I don't think it's easy to be given the task of educating the next generation. Sure. One thing I will say that kind of supports this is a lot of the people that I helped with their education degree that went on to be teachers would actually come back to me for help writing lesson plans. And they would actually commission help with lesson plans because lesson plans were that much of a fucking hassle to do. Technically, you can just go online and you can cobble together materials per the standards at your school, but it can be a bit of a tedious process, like, because you have to try and match everything and you have to kind of fit with what the other teachers are doing. And like, you have to have your own materials and you have to know when to print stuff out. Like, it's a bit of like a logistical nightmare to have all your lessons prepped and stuff. But once you have your lesson prep, once you have your test prep, once you have like the rhythm of it down, I could see how it gets easier for you, because then you're just going through the motions. Like, I remember I had a U.S. history teacher named Mrs. Dubuisson. Mrs. Dubuisson, if you remember me, you're one of the people that helped me be an essay writer. I loved her class. She's a cool lady. But she was the kind of teacher that only taught with slideshows. And all the students used to make fun of her. But low key, when I was in her class, I was also helping people with their education programs in college. And I was seeing towards the end of the year why it is that she teaches that way. And by the time I was in my senior year, I had helped more people and I really understood like why she teaches with PowerPoint. Like, she's still a good teacher. I got a 5 on the AP US history exam, and plenty of other people got 5s, and she had good test scores. Like, at some point there's a system that works and you don't fix what ain't broke. If your slideshows and everything have all the information you need for the tests and your pre-tests are all from past US history tests, it does its job. I feel like the AP would be incentivized to teach. Okay, I already read that. Oh, I randomly seem to stumble upon teacher TikTok. Pepe laughed. They got some real fun stories to tell. Oh, I bet they do. I am Miss Dubuisson. You're welcome. Well, you spelled your name wrong, so I don't think you are. I feel it's kind of bizarre that AP English exists. If you're reading on a college level in middle/high school and your comprehension is up to par, who's to say what you're supposed to be reading? Let me break that down for you. So what's not important is the books you're reading. That's not what's important. What's important is learning how, at least like we could take, for example, maybe AP Lang, which should be, I think, your junior year of, junior year should be AP Lit. Senior year should be AP Lang, I believe. So if you're taking AP Lit, for example, I may be mixing them up, whatever. You'll get what I'm saying. The purpose is not really selecting particular books. The purpose is in giving you really good examples to practice analysis. So for instance, if we want to be teaching kids to look for themes in symbolism, there are a few books that are going to be really good for that because it's already ground that we've tread over. We know that certain books already have really well-defined themes and well-defined symbols that are obvious to point out. And if they have a wide variety of those, it gives a student a basis for which they can begin to interpret other media. Same with allegory. If you want to teach students to look for allegory, look for references to other materials and other essays and poems and books within a text that is separate from those. There are going to be texts that are good at that, and there are going to be texts that are bad for that. If you want to learn about ethos, pathos, and logos, the main Greek, ways of convincing people, which is going to be your appeals to authority, your appeals to emotion, your appeals to logic. There are going to be better pieces to look at that are examples of that. For example, Letter from Birmingham Jail is one that I use for college students and high school students alike to teach that because I think it's really, really good for that. You can see that Dr. King is using all those in different places to different groups of people. So if you want to teach rhetoric, that's a very good place to start because he has way different appeals everywhere, and it's easy to chunk out the text and see what parts are made for what people and what are the different appeals that he's using. So it's not as important to like pick out the things for the kid to use as much as it is to teach the kid what to tune into, how to interact with the text. Now, AP Lit, I think, is going to be something different. In AP Lit, you're getting...
Sam, what is this?
Oh, cool. Thanks. Thank you for the subscription with your Twitch Prime. I think that's your first month. Welcome to the club, D-Lock. I'm happy you like what you see, D-Locky. Where was I? Oh yeah, with Lit. With Lit, it's very different. So you should have a foundational understanding of some very, very important texts that again are going to make up the allegories that you see in other places. So maybe some understanding of like biblical themes and things like that. Biblical characters are really important. They're everywhere from movies to TV shows to books. That's really important to know the biblical characters. Anything from Judeo-Christian values to Judeo-Christian, characters, that's important to know because it's going to help you decode a lot of media. I think really that those are the skills that they're teaching you, which I think are good. They help you understand deeper about the world around you, right? It's the same way that like learning science maybe gives you an extra special appreciation for what trees are doing with processing light, or, what your stomach is doing when it's processing food, or that the sun is a giant fucking fusion ball of energy that is just sitting there that is a gazillion times bigger than the earth, right? Like, yeah, your teacher is doing, your history teacher is doing what every medical school does. It's boring, but effective. Yeah, that's the thing. It feels but yeah, I hope that answers your question. Fair. I wish that had been my experience. Fair enough for sure. I think you make a way better case for it than what my experience was. Yeah, to be fair, and I'll give another shout out to Mrs. Yena, my teacher for AP Lang, I believe it was. She is the one that really turned me on to this. And she was one that explained that like, what I'm here to do is to help paint a more vivid picture of the world and a more vivid understanding of text. I want you to look at something and be able to tear it apart and relate to it and understand it at a deeper level. Whether that's articles like in the news and stuff, or that's, historical pieces of text or whatever. Like articles, it was huge for me. That taught me a lot. And I think that's really important for students to learn. Like, looking for bias immediately in an article is something that's super duper important to do. And I always do it when I read something. Like, you can immediately tell through particular words what an author's opinion is about something. And if you can immediately pick that out, think about that source before you ingest it. Spit it out if you need to, if it's not what you're looking for. If you're looking for a source that is unbiased on purpose, then spit that out. Don't consume that. And just a lot of things about like how it's structured, because once you figure these out, you get superpowers. So if you know how things are structured, like for instance, this is why I teach people in their master's and in their doctoral program who are writing a thesis very early on, what are all 5 or 6 chapters of your thesis going to be, and how are they structured, and what are they doing? because not only is that going to help you write it, it's also going to help you read. It's going to help you process sources because you know exactly where to go, because every single like paper or every single publication in this discipline should be more or less the same, right? If you're comfortable and familiar with how a methodology section is laid out, how a lit review section is laid out, that's going to monumentally improve how you interact with those sources. And it's going to improve you speed wise, comprehension wise, note taking wise, etc. You don't have to read the whole thing. You need to look for particular things that you need. And once you have that purpose and you know all the parts, you can just find your purpose in those parts. So yeah, like in a separate, lol, my girlfriend asked if I was listening to my teacher. In a separate reality, I think Booksmarts became a teacher, an English teacher, and did all this. An English teacher or a history teacher, that would be really fun. I think I would really enjoy that, but I don't know. Kids fucking, you love them and you hate them, dude, you know, for very different reasons. So, yeah, it's a pre-recorded lecture. Being well-rounded is so underrated. Specialization is not a good pursuit until general education is achieved. Yeah, and I think one bolsters the other. I think you become a better specialist the more general education that you have. Funny how Americans laugh at you when you call yourself a doc when you're not a medical doctor, but everybody calls MLK a doc. Yeah, but that's because that's part of his whole brand, I think. When it's your brand, then it's your brand, you know? So that's what I would say there. Reverse the roles? Reverse the roles of what? I don't understand. But yeah, so that's that. Okay, let's continue here. I went on yet another rant. Let's see here. I think with the exception of kindergarten, pre-K, and moderate to severe special education, teachers should be expected to dress business casual with casual attire on Fridays. I'm an elementary special ed teacher who dresses up and still manages to get down on the ground to teach. Why? This is one where I don't understand. Teaching in a hoodie and jeans just looks so unprofessional, but the kids like it. It's not about you, it's about the kids. The kids like it better, I think, when you're not like that. If everybody did it, maybe it would work better. Maybe kids would take school more seriously. But I think my teachers that dress like normal fucking people, like, maybe this is my bias. My dad used to be like a surfer skater dude, so he still dresses like that into his adult life. He dresses like a dork. So when I would have teachers that are in like graphic t-shirts and cargo shorts, like in flip-flops, I would just think that they're like my dad. And so I would like them more, I guess. What's the topic? Just jumped in. I don't know if Vaush has a strong opinion on teacher dress code. No, we covered all that earlier. We hit our dono goal for the day, so we're going in. We go into my vault of different content things that I actually enjoy and I like going through that are related to my life or other things. So we've been talking about how teachers teach in school. We're reading this thread about what's your unpopular teaching opinion, something you really think but would get you downvoted even on this sub. So it's on the teacher subreddit. Dr. Disrespect is the only doc I'll listen to. Him and Dr. Pepper, bro. Those are my doctors. Yeah, I don't really agree with this business casual thing. I'll probably get downvoted, but I kind of agree with you, though I'd maybe go up through mid-elementary since you're still having to get on and off the floor with students, and our floors are pretty nasty. Wow, this must not be an English teacher. Holy shit. But here's the thing. I want to be treated as a professional. I want to be trusted as a professional. I hear people say all the time that we are highly trained professionals like lawyers. Yeah, okay, I'm not reading this because this person, math. In Alabama. The Alabama has nothing to do with that, but the math does. Okay, I'm not reading that. Because he's like trying hard too, but he's not doing a good job. Make school a privilege, not a right. Damn. What the fuck? Bro, these controversial ones are fucking popping off. Doesn't Alabama have the worst math scores? Yeah, because they secretly want to be English teachers. Holy shit. Or just lower the dropout age so the ones who clearly don't want to be there do not have to be. Damn. No. That one's certainly an unpopular opinion. That was a rough one. Oh, good night, Vels. Giga Chad refuses to elaborate. No. I think it's self-explanatory. A lot of teachers want to be able to weed out the undesirables from their class/school and are on their way to creating segregation 2.0 because students of color are disproportionately disciplined in schools. Downvoted for having an unpopular opinion and an unpopular thread. Reddit, I guess. Actually, I agree with this. I don't know if you guys don't agree. I do think that if you weed out undesirables or kids that are acting up, it probably is going to mean that more minorities and people are impacted by that, and maybe students of color as well. But I think it's more than that. It's a lot of disadvantaged groups. It's going to be kids with undiagnosed or untreated like mental conditions. It's going to be kids that come from like a rough upbringing or come from a bad neighborhood. Like I think it's going to be all sorts of like underprivileged students that are probably going to be segregated. However, at the same time, I'm torn on this issue. Like, if they're being super disruptive and they make it harder for the other, like, I'm thinking about it like mathematically. If the kid being there benefits them by like 30% compared to normal life or something like that, but it makes it more difficult for every other student in every class they're in by like 5 to 10%, at some point I need to add up the 5 to 10% they're negatively impacting everybody else and do some kind of utilitarian calculus to say like, well, you're hurting more people than we are helping you. So unfortunately, you're fucked. I don't know what to tell you. Like, you're going to go somewhere else. You're still going to have an education available to you, but you're making decisions that are causing you to like, you know, I give more agency to individuals because these are like individual kids that are acting up. Like, there are plenty of other students that are there that are from underprivileged areas or are people of color or have learning disabilities that are working really hard to work through it. Like, my little brother and sister are like a good example. Like, I think my little brother worked a lot less hard than my sister. My sister took it really seriously when she learned that she had a learning disability. And she tried really hard at school and she spent a lot of time on her homework, even if my mom like made fun of her and stuff. Like, you know, like she's not even having a super good amount of support at home. But like, she soldiered her way through it. And because she soldiered her way through it and stuff, like, I don't know. I do expect at an individual level that these individuals need to take some responsibility for their education, or at least for the impact they have on their fellow students. And if they don't, you know, there are other people who are taking advantage of this privilege that they've been given. Maybe I actually agree more with the privilege education thing than I thought. I think everybody's entitled to an education. You're not entitled to a good education. And you're not entitled to an education at the expense of like other people's educational experience, I think. I don't think that just because you deserve an education means that you can like kind of fuck up the education of other students. I don't think that's fair. I wouldn't do that. The way you analyze text is really interesting. Maybe that's because English isn't my first language, but it's really interesting still. I'm happy you think it's interesting. Brother, I used to work in admin for a private school and even we avoided this kind of language. Well, yeah, I think this is like a teacher subreddit and they're like venting or something is my understanding. Can't we just redefine how we grade disruptive too? Sure. I mean, maybe we get a sliding scale of disruptive and make clear to the parents of kids that are being disruptive what's going on. The take is on teachers at the intersection of problems individuals or society could solve. It's going to go back and forth on that. Undesirable kids are kids that are going through negative shit and act out. So here's the thing. I'll be honest with you. I don't always think that's the case. I don't. I know it's something we repeat a lot, but low key, I don't believe that. I think that is the case for some students. And it's enough students that we probably know in our own life that we're going to repeat it as if that applies to everybody, but that doesn't apply to everybody. Like, I have been like, and again, maybe this is because I've been at really poor schools towards the end of my educational career, and I've been at like rich schools in the middle, and then poor schools again at the very beginning. At the rich school I went to, we had even more undesirable kids than I would say that we did in the poor schools. Like in the poor schools, I felt like more people took stuff more seriously than the rich kids. And with the rich kids, I don't know. I don't think all these kids are going through negative shit based on talking with them and stuff. I think some kids are just like little assholes and they get in a habit of being assholes. And I don't think like their dad being an asshole and copying their dad is like a good excuse for this or whatever. I don't know. Book smarts, not anymore. We are in bootstrap stream. I don't know, bro. Not entitled to good education. Wouldn't that mean it's possible for kids to get really bad educations, which is really detrimental? It is. But you know what? Again, it's this calculus. If you're making what could be a good education for other people even worse by your simply existing there, I think we need to put you in like a subpar place that fits with like people who are already doing that. Like, I don't know. I view it like society, dude. There's two separate societies. There's a society that exists in jail and there's a society that exists outside of jail. And if you keep fucking with the unjailed society, eventually you're hitting a point where like, I think you should be jailed because you're making stuff harder on everybody else. So I don't know. I don't know. I think that we should afford opportunities to the people who show that they are responsible and can handle those opportunities. If it was up to me, I think schools shouldn't be based on like the income level of the area or how much taxes the parents are paying. I think kids should go to schools more like China based on like how well they're doing on tests and stuff, how much effort and discipline they're putting towards their studies. I think that's a much better way of doing things. It may promote some things that are bad that don't exist in the current system, but I think I would take those trade-offs probably. You know, it's just unfortunate the way that schools are set up presently, but yeah, I think I think if you're not going to try at school, you should probably be consecutively moved down in your education levels and stuff. I don't think good teachers should waste their resources in class time on you, honestly. Even if the only explanation is that the kid's dad is an asshole and the kid copies him, the kid still needs therapy, not to be weak. No, this is not an either or thing in my mind. Maybe that's where we disagree. The kid can go get therapy and shit. That's fine. But they also probably need to be weeded out for their negative, not for their negative influence outside of school, for their negative influences that they're bringing into school. Kids are little people, dude. And I think to some extent we have to assign some agency. We can't treat them like they're, you know, whatever children, bruh. Honestly, like they could need therapy and stuff. And again, this comes from like my personal experience with my family. Like my little sister and my little brother went to RSP, which is the special education program that's an intervention for kids that have learning disabilities that gives them tools and study skills and stuff like that so that they can go back to their normal classes and do a lot better in them. They just need a little bit of extra help. For those kids, get them that for sure. But if the kids don't take RSP seriously, and they still fuck around their classes and they're disciplined constantly, no, they should be expelled and they should have to go to a shittier school. Sorry. If the therapy and the interventions aren't working and they're, you know, resistant to it, then they're resistant to it, bruh. And I don't think that has to be everybody else's problem. Kind of same with the opinions about like including special education children in like normal education classes without proper support. If the kids don't have proper support and they're not going to succeed, like if these kids are failing and they're being disruptive and shit, get them out. Sorry, get them out. No fucking way, dude. You're fucking it up for every other kid there. And at least in California, there are resources and stuff available to you in the areas where I grew up. So at least in my schools and in my experience, you know, I think you have support structures in place. It's about whether or not you want to, you know, use it or not. I wish it were easier to convince people of the reality that certain environments will change certain people. Example, if you're gifted or spoiled, you need to experience failure before it's too late. Yeah, sure. How would we weed out the kids that just have shitty parents that never taught them discipline? I don't think we should. I don't think that's up to the school. I think that's a problem bigger than that. I don't think it should be up to the schools to make these types of judgment calls, because I don't even know what you do with that. What do you do if the kid just has a shitty parent? Like, and your therapy isn't working? What, are they just doomed? What, like, how does that help us to know that, right? Like, here's my take. Enforce some form of tertiary education, be it a trade or collage. I feel like people need to spend a lot of time, even into their mid-20s, dedicated to learning. Yeah, for sure. Low key, and I think this is the way it works in the UK, I think some students should just work on learning how to be wage slaves like way earlier. And I think it would be better for them. Or, honest to God, go to some kind of military school or something. I think discipline is something that for these cases of kids that we're talking about needs to be instilled in them in a more like heavy-handed way. And they need to be in an environment that is far more restrictive, because the environment that they're in is the problem. And I don't think having an environment that is built for other kids that aren't starting behind the block like that is the best solution for them. In much the same way, I don't think it's the best solution for kids that have like special needs or whatever. Like, maybe there are some kids that should probably go to like an all boys school to be mellowed out, or a military school, or honest to God, start a trade school when you're 15. Learn how to weld, learn how to do construction work, learn, you know, that kind of shit. Because even if you don't end up doing it, it might teach you discipline. It might expose you to the adult world and the realities of what's your level of discipline and the way that you're putting out into the world is going to give back to you, and show you what that future is. And if that's something good and you're cool with it, and that's how your parents are and stuff, then that's fine. And then you can save up money early, and then you'll have enough of a safety fund that you can choose to do college later if that's really what you want to do. But you'll be able to figure shit out quicker. Because if you fuck around in school and you don't do a good job and you fail everything, you're just going to keep doing the same in college. If you even get into a college, you're going to waste a bunch of money on it. So maybe it's better that you have an intervention that puts you into like a regular job quicker. Let's see here. I was pretty annoyed as a student with the same kids constantly doing dumb shit. Yeah, me too. Are we talking about teenagers or children? Because they say an 8 or 10-year-old doesn't really have agency. No, I'm talking more like middle school to high school, really. I think elementary is when you really want to focus on like interventions and stuff, though. To be honest, I think if you're under the age of 18, you're not a real person yet. I don't. I think a lot of who you are going to be, low key, the machinations of the mind, I think they get cooked pretty early. And you may go through some serious hurdles and changes in life and meet mentors and stuff that change you, sure. But I think the baseline machinations for how you view things and how you approach things, I think that's formed like pretty early. Certainly before 18, in my opinion. Dude, shut the fuck up about your advocacy. This dude is just straight up tanky. Who are you talking about, bro? What do you do about the negative spiral you stick disruptive kids on? That's a separate problem from educating the masses. I feel like these are edge cases that need edge case solutions that I'm just not interested in. Other people could interest themselves in it. Had a math class where everyone was doing just mad on all of our tests until a disruptive kid got suspended for a month for assaulting a teacher. Collectively, we all went up from a D to a B. Yeah, it can just ruin it for the rest of the kids, dude. And it sucks when I hear that in tutoring, too. It fucking annoys the fuck out of me. Like, oh, I didn't know what happened because fucking Cameron was doing X, Y. Like, fucking Cameron, dude. This fucking Cameron dude is always ruining this fucking class. Like, I would have to write in an email to the teacher, like, hey, can you please move Dennis away from Cameron? Because he's saying that Cameron is distracting him every day. And she'd be like, yeah, they talk a lot and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, move him, bitch. What the fuck? Put somebody else next to that little fuckhead, dude. Move my kid because he has a tutor and his parents are paying for shit and they give a fuck about his education. Don't cuck this little boy because this other little boy's an asshole. Move him, you know? Like, I would draft really heavy-handed, mean emails for these parents. And it's like, yeah, this kid's not one of the other fucking kids that their parents don't care about. I'm like, this kid's getting a tutor. This kid's getting help. He wants to fix his shit. You're not helping him by having him next to this fuckhead, dude. Move him. Or get that fucking kid out of there. I don't know what to tell you. Write them both up and then take them to the principal, and then we'll explain to the principal how we've emailed you 3 times to move this fucking student and you're not moving them. They're getting help at home. There's no reason they should be failing this class. The reason is you. You're the problem because you're not moving them. It was so annoying. I remembered this so vividly. This fucking teacher was like, well, we have a seating schedule and he shouldn't be by somebody who he's already been in a group with. And at this point in the year, he's already been in a group with these students and he hasn't been in a group with Cameron yet. So unfortunately for the harmony of the class, he had like, no, bitch, don't hit me up with no harmony of the fucking class, bro. My boy needs to pass, bro. He's going to a good college, bro. Don't fuck him on this grade, bro. Holy shit. Are other people... okay, you're gone. I'm done with you. You're literally, I'm just gonna straight up ban you. You're banned. Congratulations. That's the only one we had to do today. How am I fucking Nosbull? Like, I don't understand. I'm so happy I tried super hard to not become fuck for the rest of my life. Boo. What the fuck what does Nosbull have to do with anything here? It's rewind time. I don't know why do you think he had a tirade about how poor people are so bad? It's not about poor. It's not, I'm not even talking about poor people, bro. It's fucking idiot, dude. I'm ignoring the rest of their chats. I couldn't tell if they were memeing or triggered VGG or I don't care. In any case, they're fucking dumb, dude. I don't know what to do with that. We're not even talking about anything that they're talking about. It's not about poor kids. It's about kids that are bad. And some of them come from environments that make them bad for sure. Like, I don't know. I understand that, I think, more than the average person. Anywho, a lot of teachers want to be able to weed out, okay, the undesirable segregation 2.0. Well, let's see if we have any more of these. Why are you using AAVE so much? What are these chatters today? Where are you people coming from, you people? That's certainly not AAVE. I think that comes from the other side of the aisle. I disagree to some degree. Okay, this will be interesting. From Abject Pawn, I like your chats normally. I never struggled, but we had a particular student who was and held everyone else back. Eventually, she was forced to learn work ethic, and it prepared her well for university. Her marks are now better than most other people's. I think she would never have developed if she had been removed from class with everyone else. Even though it cost me a little, I feel this was worth it. So yes, I think you have to try interventions first. So to be clear, I think there should be steps to this, right? And the steps should start really early on in your education. Like, I think it's really important to diagnose kids with like, mental illness or with learning disabilities in like elementary school. So you can begin to like have interventions all through late elementary school and early middle school and through middle school to help them. Because I do agree, there are some people that are just struggling with shit and they need extra help. And if you can get them that extra help, it's going to help them a lot. And even if in the short term it fucks with other kids, like I think it's worth giving everybody a shot. I'm saying for the kids who are not responding and not taking seriously their special education classes, their RSP classes, their therapy, their counseling, the suspensions or other disciplinary actions, like if none of it's working, I think that's the point where you're like, all right, you're gone, right? So when you're talking about eventually she was forced to learn work ethic, like I think this forcing comes through interventions. And if interventions aren't working, at some point you have to figure out when you're going to cut that line. And I cut that line after like the interventions haven't been working for multiple years. Like, let's see here. All disruptive kids are poor, lol. Yeah. Like I don't think I ever said anything close to that. Their biases are showing. Yeah, evidently. Standardized testing was actually, I mean, they're hearing what they want to hear. I'm sure they're putting together some things that I'm saying and drawing a bigger picture from it. Standardized testing was actually promoted by ALEC and promotes teaching to the test, the opposite of what we should be teaching kids, which is critical thinking. Here's the problem though. We don't do a good job of teaching critical thinking. And it's really hard to teach teachers to teach critical thinking because teachers come from an education system where they didn't learn critical thinking. And so it's all fucked, dude. As much as I agree with you, it's a lot like saying, yo, man, these fucking companies, man, they're polluting so much, man. Like, if they would just stop polluting, man, this fucking global warming shit would, like, stop and reverse. Like, yeah, for sure it would. And we know what the problem is. The problem is solving the problem is too hard. Like, unfortunately, some places are just stuck, like, teaching to tests and stuff like that. So, and that continues to when you're in college for a lot of people as well. So it's like, I feel like you're going to learn more critical thinking doing adultish things. I think the best that we could do is give kids more of an exposure to adultish things, like have them do working programs, have them do working electives. Like, honest to God, I think that rather than having electives like art or drama or theater or musical theater or like, this is going to be an unpopular opinion. If I had to choose between having all those art electives or having electives like construction or auto shop or, woodworking, I would honestly rather teach the kids those, because I think they're going to teach them more of what you're talking about with critical thinking and whatever. I think critical thinking and like real life, like what jobs are like, is more important to kids than art stuff. Art, now kids are going to like art stuff more. You maybe were in one of those art programs like me and you really enjoyed it like I did. But if we're going to do art programs, I think it should come with a practical application thing. So for instance, making them volunteer or making them work with somebody who is a real artist, making them interact with people who are actually authors or people who actually sell paintings, or make them volunteer at art shows. So like, I did volunteering at an art show, and I think that was way more impactful for me, helping volunteer at the art shows, than being in the art class ever did. The art class was fun, but I learned a lot more volunteering at the art shows than I did working in the art class. So maybe that's a hot take from me, but I feel like I learned more in construction than I did from any of my art class stuff, and I think it was way more helpful. Same argument as the disruptive kids, but for teachers. I was a sexist asshole for a long time because I had an English teacher who hated men and refused to teach male students. Literally just do better or good enough, and saying we solve problems by removing men. To me, that is what feminism meant for a long time. I went from for bad teachers, we should get rid of them, but it's hard because they're unionized and shit. So it's a lot like cops. It's tough to get rid of them because of these fucking unions, which like unions have a bunch of other benefits. Don't get me wrong. I'm not like uber duper conservative, but they have their problems as well in this country. The problem being with that is that one girl might have gotten better, but she could have potentially fucked up multiple people's earnest efforts to try to be educated. Yeah, and that's on her, honest to God. The point, oh God, I'm arguing with everybody now. The point I am trying to get at is she didn't respond until we graduated into university. Sure, her marks moved up slightly before then, but I honestly forget who I'm talking to and what the things are. So I'm curious on your thoughts that Corporate Cat brought up about agency and others who thinks you aren't a real person before 18 years old. To me, it sounds silly that telling a 10-year-old to stop breaking class shit or punching kids, barring some major disability, they have agency to learn acceptable behavior. It depends on what they're going through. So this agency thing, it's not as simple as like, oh, you're this particular age and you're this thing. And anybody who says that, I think is full of shit. Like, for instance, socialization in kids with ADHD is uber duper important. And if you don't properly socialize a kid with ADHD, their outcomes even further into like adult life are going to be hindered like a lot. So if they have ADHD, like, it's uber duper important to socialize them. And if you don't, I think a lot of stuff is out of your hands for how bad they become, because then they just become set in their ways more and more the older and older they get, and they start relating and befriending kids that will deal with that and enable it in them. And same with adults. So I don't know, if for different kids, there's different things. That's why I think evaluation is the first thing, then intervention. And if intervention and evaluation aren't working, discipline stuff. And if they get disciplined too many times, they got to go, dude. You've given them everything you could give them. Well, we should have arts programs as long as they're devoted to venerating our fearless leader. There's a lot of basic knowledge people need to have to think critically. Some of that is just memory. Yeah, I just think... when you have very practical, hands-on things, it's very clear when you fuck up, and you have to think in a way that you don't get to think when you're working on paper all the time.
Oh, my history exam, and the Japanese had this fucking shogun, and the shogun did this, and then the samurai were like this, and then the fucking Meiji period, and they took all the swords away, and fucking like... Yeah, there's all that, and then there's like, x squared plus y squared over fucking x squared plus this squared, like all this shit you're fucking writing on paper. That's all very different than like, all right, here's a 60-step thing on like how to make a checkerboard, and here we go. And if you
fuck stuff up with your hands, like you need to be safe with the machines. There's very real consequences to not following the rules. You're forced to follow them. It scares the fuck out of you. If you do things like fuck up staining, it'll make your shit ugly. You have a very easy way of comparing to other people. You have to learn how to ask people that are naturally good at something to help you with what you're bad at, because there's pride in the way that your thing comes out. And when it comes out, whether it's good or it's bad, I think a lot of people take pride in it. They have something they made with their own hands. And I think it gives students an opportunity to unlock something in themselves that didn't exist there before. You have those opportunities for students that are little academics and could go, wow, I really like math. Math is beautiful. The whole world is math. Or the people who do science and like,
oh my God, I love this. Fucking the evaporation, the water cycle. That's nutty. I want to be a meteorologist,
you know? Or physics kids or whatever, or history and literature kids, you know, you have that for them. We don't have something for a kid who they have that snap moment of what they want to do in their brain for working with their hands. And I think we need that. We need to give kids that early. And then those teachers need to be a conduit for showing them how to do that for work and show them that you can make a lot of money doing this. Like if you're good mechanically and you understand how engines work and machines work, like, okay, well, there's two separate fields for you. You could really work hard on your studies and be an engineer, or you could get certifications and work just a step below that and do some kind of like hands-on work with like testing things or fixing things. And then on the other side, you could do basic stuff. You could be like a welder and go to a welding school and then make a ton of money straight out of high school, or straight out of school once you finish that, you know, like giving kids these other options and showing them, hey, it doesn't have to be that hard either. You could go work on a construction site right now and start making decent money. You could go to an electrician school, become an apprentice, and you have a whole path lined up for you, just like the college kids have, except yours is much more guaranteed because yours is something that is needed everywhere in the world. Everywhere in the world is going to need buildings created, and they're going to need like your help. And it's usually an in-demand thing, construction and electrician work and you know, plumbing and those sorts of things. They're very important. And if you can get satisfaction out of working with your hands and doing that, I don't think a lot of other things in school give you that opportunity except for art. And with art, you're faced with this like dilemma of like, how the fuck am I going to make money with this though? Because everybody tells me I can't make money with this. Like I'm not fucking Picasso, and even Picasso died fucking poor and penniless. Like, you know, like what the fuck? Or if you learn how to do poetry, like, you know how hard it is to teach a kid about how like book publishing works and, you know, finding an editor and an agent and all this other, you know, like that's much harder, but it's easier if they can see that with something else. Like, I think they did have pottery though, but pottery is another thing where it's like, am I going to be a pottery person? Like, you know, I think construction's really good because you do everything. You learn how a house is made. That's cool. That's like science. You see how the world around you is built. And it has a bunch of different things that you could do from there. You could be an architect. You could be an engineer. You could be a materials specialist. You could be just a regular construction worker, an electrician, a roofing person, you know, a person that does cement testing. There's a ton of jobs that you could do. And you learn which parts of it you like, and you learn that there's a gazillion different jobs involved with building a home. My construction program also taught us about solar heating and solar electricity and how to set those up. And it's like, you know, whatever. A roofing person? A roofer? I don't know, bro. Trades. Yeah, you learn there's a gazillion trades, and there's plenty. And if you don't enjoy one, you could do another. If you don't want to go work on the roofs in the fucking beating Arizona heat, then do something else. Work inside, be an electrician. Their job's cushy, you know. You have to have an unbreakable mental to be a construction worker long term. You can only walk into work seeing broken and miserable people complaining about their lives for so long. Yeah, that's why you become like a site manager or something, and then you boss around, you know, immigrants all day or something. I don't know, bro. There's other things you could do in construction. And if you wanted to, you could save up money, go get a degree to do something else, become an architect, become an engineer, do something else, go back to school, you know, like you have options. You're immediately building options for yourself. Lol, just be an electrician. You could become an electrician. You could go do your apprentice work. Alternatively, you could go to a trade school and learn it and be a non-union electrician if that's what you wanted to do. Like, there's clear options for you. Wait, but you spent a lot in academia, but you recommend trade instead of academia? Yeah, for most people. But remember, I worked in academia as a ghostwriter. So who do I encounter but people who are not really cut out for being academics? You know, I encounter a lot of people where it's like, oh, you would be much better doing something else than doing this. And, you know, honestly, I mean, a lot of the people I worked with did real jobs, you know, like an architecture lady that I helped with like her master's and her doctoral, like she's doing architecture stuff. She's helping with like disability accessibility shit, you know, like they get to do their other things. Academia is not their thing. For most people, academia is not going to be your job. You are going into academia so you can learn skills and get a fucking stupid fucking rubber stamp that says you should know what you should know, and then learn the actual things you know when you go to the job. So very few people are going to work in research. And if you're going to work in research, you're going to be good at working in research. You know, I don't think you continue at it when you suck. What you're saying about construction trades is absolutely true. I would recommend if you choose to go in that, you research every job avenue possible. If you choose one you really don't care for. Yeah, for sure. See, Ro knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, for sure. If you don't like one job, there are plenty other places on site that you could work, and there's demand for all of them. If you don't like doing, you know, carpeting, you could be a mason. You don't like doing masonry, you could try and be, what is it? The people that do drywall. You could be a drywall person. You don't like that, but you like, you know, doing this on the wall. You could try to be a painter. There's tons of different trades that you could get into. Don't like that, you could be a plumber. Don't like that, you could be, yeah, you could even do inspector stuff if you don't like any of that, right? Like there's just so much there that you could be. It'll burn you out so fast you won't have the time to burn your overalls off with the sparks or the brick saw. Sure. There's a sense of fulfillment with having a physical product at the end that is personally super beneficial. It's much easier to feel like you're making a difference when you can touch the difference. Yeah. You like methamphetamine? You can be a steel worker. Yeah, maybe, bro. Standardized tests are very good at identifying ability and learning, and getting rid of them allows all the wealthy and well-connected to hijack the system. Wow. Oh, man, this is tough. I actually don't know if I agree with this last part. I feel like they're already hijacking the system, but that's because I've been a part of them hijacking the system. Like I've seen people get admitted into colleges who shouldn't be in those colleges simply because they can afford them, for example. Or like your SAT and your ACT, in my opinion, for a lot of like regular schools, doesn't matter a ton. And you can get past it by simply doing good in a junior college and transferring as well. Like, I don't know, you could get past this, I think, already. But I think standardized tests, if I'm being honest with you, are generally good at identifying ability and learning, because they're testing your ability to try and learn and memorize things. And learning and memorizing things is going to be the way that you get past most of your college. I don't think there are many degree programs where you're really using critical thinking to get past at least the bachelor's level. It's more of the same. I think a lot of degree programs, especially undergrads, are simply like grade school 2.0, at least in the US. So, and that's the people that I help. Maybe math and shit is different. I don't know. I don't do your guys' majors because they're too hard and they require actual abilities that I don't have. But yeah, I think they measure your ability to like study and memorize and stuff, which are going to be important for your higher education. Critical thinking might play a role later on, and it plays a role in your adult level decision making. But I think critical thinking is something that, oh man, this might be a bad opinion. I wish schools could teach it, but I feel like in the situation we're in now, adults in your life have to teach you critical thinking. Your parents are probably more responsible for teaching you critical thinking than the school system is right now. And as much as I would like for that to be different, that is the truth, which is why when I tutor kids, and I was actually telling my host this the other day, I try to instill in them as much like critical thinking skills as I possibly can, because adults have to teach you that. School isn't going to teach you that really. Instead, you're eventually going to be dropped into a situation where you're expected to already have developed it somehow and then figure it out, kind of like taxes and other adult stuff. Booksmarts, what is your dream job? Retired. So passive money, dude, doing absolutely nothing. That's what my dream job is, because then I can just do whatever I want for fun. Then I don't have to take any of you seriously when I stream. I just like, you know, if you fuck with me, then I just ban you. I don't care. Because I just do this as a hobby, bro. My dream job is to be a freeman, dude. I'd like to be a free man. Let my people go. That's what I say. Don't be a plumber unless you like getting dirty. Be an electrician instead. True. I'm not gonna lie. SAT doesn't mean shit. And here's another thing that I totally disagree with this person on. Standardized tests allow the wealthy to hijack the system. Not the well-connected, but the wealthy. I'll tell you what. If you pay the $3,000 for a good SAT crash course program, you're going to do well on the SAT. As long as you're not a shitter kid, as long as you pay attention, you take your notes and you take it seriously, you will do really good on the SAT. Because the SAT is something where they can teach you how to do everything. SAT preppers, yeah, those motherfuckers make a lot of money. I couldn't do that, dude. I couldn't. My little heart couldn't take it. I'm literally watching as people are paying to like get past all the obstacles that were put in front of them, while like students that aren't wealthy can't. But if you go into an SAT prep school, because the SAT is for those of you who don't know what the fuck we're talking about, the SAT is a timed standardized test that you go and take outside of school. And it's supposed to be for college admissions. So depending on what you get on that test, you submit it to your college and they can make a determination as to how smart you are or whatever. And there's different sections. There's like a math section, English section, whatever. You can learn how to pass all those tests really well. They're timed, very tightly timed, even tighter than the AP test. So if you don't know what the fuck is on that test, when you get it and it's your first time seeing these kinds of questions in this format and you have to read the rules and shit, you are wasting precious minutes just trying to figure it out, just trying to read the directions. Students that already know what the directions are already get a leg up time-wise. And that's just one step of many to prep you for the SAT. If you already know what you're going to have to write, you already know the kinds of questions that are going to be asked because they're all about the same grammatical concepts, for instance, on the English exam. Like, if you know the difference between an apostrophe and a period, you don't have to sit there and debate in your mind, oh, fuck, or not an apostrophe, sorry, you know what I mean, like a semicolon or whatever. If you're not one of the kids that has to sit there and think about oh, fuck, so in class, I remember that in English in 7th grade, they said that what was the trick to this? What was the mnemonic? The kid that was already taught, you're going to be asked a question where you have to distinguish what the difference is between these two things and how they're used and which sentence is correct. You're literally just looking for, if I put a period here, would it make sense? And then we go through 20 questions from like past SATs where we're looking only at like semicolons versus periods or whatever. I say semicolon because I mix up semicolon and colon all the time. So you put you just give them 20 questions, and that way when they see it on the test, it's instant. The fucking neurons and the pathways are already there. And they do that for every kind of question, every kind of comma question, every kind of partial sentence question, every kind of grammatical question that's on there. Same with the reading section. They teach you how to read, how to manage your time between looking at the questions and looking for the answers in the text, how to skim. Same for the math section. They teach you all the concepts that are going to be on there, and they give you like 10 to 15 different versions of every single standard thing that you're going to look at. If you were a student that got that kind of prep, you're golden. As long as you paid attention, you're fucking passing that shit easy. You're getting a good ass score, dude. Can you retake the test if you do bad? Yeah, you can retake it as many times as you want throughout your entire life. Yes. Okay, that's good. Yeah, and you can take an SAT prep test. So they have prep tests where you go and it's all the same rules and it's graded the same way, and you can do that as well. So there is that. But if you're well connected and you're wealthy, you can also talk to other parents that are wealthy, figure out where the SAT sites are, where the proctors don't do their job super well, or it's a proctor that or whatever, and you can get somebody else, some like random Asian kid or something, to take the test for you and then pass it super duper well. There are people that do that. And I say Asian in particular because at least in the US, especially in areas that don't have a big Asian population or don't have Asian proctors, they can't tell the difference between names or genders or age. So rather than like confronting the student that might not be the student that's supposed to sit there for the test, they just let you go. And then you're able to just do it. The same thing applies to college. A lot of like Chinese exchange students, for instance, do this because Yuan Wang, they don't know if Yuan is like a boy name or a girl name. It could be either. And you can't really tell how old kids are because you don't have an eye for it. And like a lot of people get away with having replacements for them in classes and shit like that. So yeah, it's a nutty system, dude. It's a very nutty system. You can retake the SAT in the States. Yeah, you can. Let's see. But prestigious colleges will see how many times you took it. So you usually don't want to take it too many times. Yeah. If you're going to go to a prestigious college, you're going to get your prep and you're going to do your prep SAT tests at least once or twice to make sure that you're consistently getting the right scores. And then you'll take it for sure. If that's what you want to do. Seems to be the same in Australia. 100%. Australia, I would say, is worse than here. That's what I hear, is that Australia is even worse than the United States for this. You guys, I understand, have a bigger problem with Chinese cheaters. I've seen it on like Australian news and stuff. I'm a 3D artist. The movie and gaming industry has a lot of jobs for artists. Oh, there you go. Maybe you'd be an artist. Should book update the title? No, probably not. We're getting in all the VGGers. I love the idea of being able to redo school stuff post-school. Yeah, maybe. I don't. I don't know. PBS is great. There are very few bad kids. I don't know what PBIS is, to be honest. There are very few bad kids. There are very few kids that are beyond help, I think, in most places. But maybe in the ghetto or something, it's very different, or in underprivileged neighborhoods, it's very different. I don't know. I think there's a lot of kids that could be turned around, in my opinion. Like, I've had a lot of dickhead kids that I've been able to turn around, I think. So rich people get a leg up on the SAT, but the non-standard stuff like research and sports skew to the rich. I always hated courses where the final exam was worth 30+%. Yeah, me too. It's unnecessarily stressful. Like, I think it should be more on participation and continued like performance that it is one fucking test. It's lame. Art, music, and gym teachers being on the same salary schedule as everyone else is absurd. Damn. I'll join you in hell. In general, I have a high opinion of my colleagues. I met one gym and one art teacher worth their weight. Music teachers seem to be a bit better. My school's gym teacher just did open gym today. She didn't even put any of the fun stuff out. Gym teachers, I find, kind of either really suck or are really cool. Am I high or did you say no more politics? I don't think I said that like this stream. Luckily, it was also the day my super walked through. To boot, she gave one of my former students a 2 in the gym. This child always had a great attitude and was a junior Olympic training program for gymnastics. I think she made up some shit about how she was dropped because of throwing motion. What? Huh. I don't know. I had a gym teacher last stream. No, I mean, I've said explicitly like several times that we're still going to do reviews and stuff. I don't really care too much about politics stuff. I don't care about it, but we're going to have to cover it because I have to pay my bills and stuff, bro. And I have to transition you guys over to see how awesome IRL streams like, I had a gym teacher that literally just liked running. Like, he was a runner and he did running. And so he would literally be like, yeah, we're going to run every day. This is going to be a hard program. If you want to swap out, I would go tell the office you want to swap out because we're going to be taking this seriously. I do every run with you guys, every period. So don't complain. I do this 5 times a day. So you can do it once. Like, bro, you are a fucking marathon athlete that is using your job to train. Don't give me that shit of if I can do it, you can do it, motherfucker. You know as well as I do. There's some motherfucker who doesn't train for this shit ain't gonna be able to do it. I think the fuck not. It did make me take running seriously though, and that was fun for a while. Like, because it was so easy to overachieve because other people sucked. If you just put in a little bit of effort every day, you could see yourself making a lot of progress with like your mile run times and stuff. Like, I think by the time I left, I had maybe barely broken sub 5 or sub 6. It was one or the other. I feel like it was sub 5, but that seems very, very fast. It might have been sub 6. We had like different colored shirts. Sub 5, no shot. Yeah, maybe not sub 5. But here was the thing that I remember, and this is why I think it might have been sub 5. There was one of the tracks that we did that was technically not a mile if you ran it the right way, because it would go through this like River Valley Creek trail. So if you just cheated enough, I think you could edge it out way quicker than you normally would. Like, because if you break out of the pack in the very beginning, and if you beat the teacher who has to keep pace with the normal kids, you can get a lot of cheating in. And I think that was maybe part of it. But I know for sure we got sub 6 because I remember the shirt for that. But yeah, like in our school, everybody wore red shirts. Right? And that's your normal PE uniform. It's like this red shirt with like, the school mascot in it, whatever. Now, if you hit a sub 7-minute mile, you got like a green shirt. And if you hit a sub 6-minute mile, I think you got like a yellow shirt or something like that. And so the cool thing was like trying hard at the miles so that in PE every day you had like the different colored shirt because you're like a pimp. I'm pretty sure the other kids didn't look as cool on it as we did, but me and a few other people, we like really focused on getting the shirts and shit. Your gym teacher actually they ran every period. They ran every period with us. They would run all the runs that we did. But we did like a mile run. You can do a mile run for 5 periods a day. At first I thought it was crazy. And then I got into cross country in high school and I was like, that motherfucker, you could easily do 5 separate miles a day with all this fucking time in between. That's very easy once you're like actually running a lot. Because if you're doing marathons and stuff, and if you're at that level, you can easily do a mile with like a break in between and then a lunch and all this other, it's not that impressive given he's doing other stuff. It's impressive compared to the average adult, but it's not really impressive for a runner. It wasn't as impressive as he like made it out to be. Hey, Boogie, I heard you were doing some anime watch thing in your server. Do I need a sub or be a Patreon to get that? No, you do not. You just need to do ! Discord, join the Discord, go to the README page, scroll down till you see the anime club thing, react with that Sharingan, and the club will appear for you. And that is happening Sundays at, I believe, like 10 a.m.-ish Pacific time. I think that's where we've landed, between 10 and 1 p.m. Pacific time, somewhere around there. I think I try to lean it towards 1 p.m. for people. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. To be fair, he was probably old. Yeah, I think he was in his 50s or late 40s. Can somebody link the Reddit thread? Nope. You're going to have to read it with me, bozo. Some bullying can do a kid good. Ooh, that's a spicy one. You know what? I think bullying a bully can do good. I think if a shithead kid gets the shit kicked out of him like once, I think that actually can have a good... I think some people need to get the shit kicked out of them, dude. I think sometimes they do. Bullying, not really, I don't think. But maybe one good ass kicking, bruh. Bullying enforces conformity. Yeah, I think that's what they're going for here. Like, bullying can like stop you from being too much of a weirdo too early on. But at the same time, I think it goes the other way more often than not, where it makes you even worse. It makes you become a recluse, and it harms your ability. Like let's take one subculture that's bad, for example, incel. If you're an incel, you can't get any girls, you're not popular with them, you dress with like a fucking hoodie and fucking sweatpants that are pulled up to your fupa, or I don't know, ugly ass jeans that are floody and way up on your ankles or something, and you get the shit kicked out of you. Like, I don't think that makes you all of a sudden a Chad. I think you're going to become more incel-y as time goes on. So I actually think it hurts more people than it helps. But an ass kicking, maybe an ass kicking could do some kids some good. I that's as much ground as I can give them. But I don't think like straight up prolonged bullying helps more people than it hurts. I think that's easily like, maybe it helps like 2 to 5% of people, and the other like 95 to 98% are fucking hurt by it. So teaching license or vote? Well, I don't have a teaching license. Zero tolerance to bullying policies in practice promote bullying 100% of the time. I 100% disagree with that. When zero tolerance bullying policies are supported by the students who are popular, it will work. I went to a school in a poorer area, and the sports teams were very, very, very supportive, as was the student body, of the zero tolerance bullying policy. And they had a really good connection with staff. Like, this is where like the getting an ass kicking thing comes to mind. We had this kid transfer, this Mexican dude. He was all cholo-esque and dressing like a fucking gangster and being like a pretend gangster. And he started picking on kids. So first he started with the stoners. He would pick on the stoners and he would jump them and shit with some other bad kids in the area that didn't go to school. And they would like steal weed and shit and like little nicotine things from students. And then they moved on to like fucking with nerdy kids. And that's when it stopped. One time this nerdy kid got the shit kicked out of him in between classes because he like, I guess, stood up for himself or something, and then got his ass whooped promptly by the cholo dude and his 2 friends. And after school, the fucking Samoan kids in the football program jumped the motherfucker, and they beat the shit out of him. They beat the fucking daylight out of him. And he didn't show up to school for like a week. And when he came back, he was mellowed the fuck out. He didn't fuck with anybody no more. And he didn't hang out with his gangster friends because they made fun of him for it. And I think that in that case, that ass whooping probably helped a bunch of people. And then the Samoan kids like hung out with the kid that got the shit kicked out of him because he got suspended. And he was like, he felt really bad about it because he's a nerdy kid and he likes school. And, like, I think it really depends on the culture. If you have a culture that supports the zero tolerance thing, I actually think like it's important that the kids that are like influential back it up. And it was the same with the student body. If you were a kid that was like nerdy and was getting bullied, and you went to anybody in the student body, they would coordinate with the people in your classes to make sure that shit doesn't happen anymore. They would talk to your teacher. They would get that kid moved. They would get the counselor involved with the bully. Like, when you have this zero tolerance and you have the assistant student body and the teams and the teachers and they're all on board, I actually think it works really, really well. So I don't know. None of the violent kids at my school ever got whooped. Sag. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I've seen a lot of kids that are physical get their ass whooped. Like when I was in, I used to go in this after school program. And when I was young, I got my ass kicked a lot because I went to bad schools and I didn't get to be in separate classes. So I got made fun of for taking stuff seriously. So when you guys talk about that, I know exactly what you're talking about. And I got my ass kicked like quite a few times. But that's also because like early on I was mouthy and I would talk back to the people that were trying to like fuck with me. But then they would look for an opportunity to like get me alone and they would fuck me up. But then I stopped being mouthy because I learned that'll get your ass whooped. But I still got my ass kicked, dude. Somehow they smell it on you. They know that you're the kid that got beat up when you moved to another school. So I learned Kempo. And I don't think Kempo is like good for beating the shit out of people or anything like that. But learning Kempo, even the little bit of it that I learned, gave me the confidence to like fight back and to not be afraid of like getting hit. Because I knew more like what the average person could do to hurt me, and I knew what I could do to hurt the average person. I think that gave me a lot more confidence. So I remember one time I was in this after school program at like the YMCA or some equivalent of it. I was in the bathroom, and I hear these kids come into the bathroom after I went in, and nobody goes in the bathroom, but I've never mind taking shits in public. So anywho, they're sitting out there giggling as I'm taking a shit, and I know that there's at least like 3 kids out there. And so I flush and whatever, I do my business. And when I open the door, a kid fucking walks in and grabs me. And I won't forget this moment. I learned this thing in Kempo, and it's like pinky thumb, run. I only had to do one pinky thumb, and that motherfucker didn't know what was going on. He like lost his grip. He wasn't grabbing hard enough. He was like right up against the wall, and I fucking thrashed on him, dude. And then he like fell over, like out of the stall and like onto the floor, and the other 2 didn't fuck with me, and I fucking kicked the shit out of him. And then I think I got in trouble, and like they talked to my dad and stuff, and I never cared if they talked to my parents, because my parents are chill. They'll listen to me. So I told my dad, no, this kid fucked with me. I was taking a shit, and these kids fucking came up on me and shit. Like, I'm not dealing with that. It's the reason I learned Kempo, is so I could kick ass, dude. Fuck that shit. And so, yeah, I whooped him. And then I don't think I ever had like problems with kids after that. Like, again, I think I had like one incident where like, I was like grabbed and held, and some people tried to like hit me and shit. But if you put up enough of a fight and they're not really that much bigger than you, I feel like you can get past most stuff. Like, I was like a tall kid and shit. So I think that was the only thing that happened after that. And I got out of that as well, although I don't really remember it too well. But yeah, so I don't know. Not gonna lie, we'll never shit in school. Guys are stupid as fuck and piss everywhere but inside the bowl. Yeah, maybe, but I don't know. As long as it's not on the seat, who cares? I mean, your shoes are already dirty. I went to several schools from fancy private to shitty public, and every case I saw was shit. But you have changed my mind. I can see student culture affecting it. Yeah, but I mean, maybe it was extraordinary because that whole district, we had like a lot of pride behind like our school, because like we had to compare ourselves to the rich people's school. There was this school called North, and it was where like the fancy kids went. It looked like a fucking college. It looked like what fucking Denmark looks like. All these glass fucking windows, and it's all cubic, and it's got 2 stories to it. And we came from this shitty fucking brick building that used to be like where the black kids went to school. It was like a segregated school back in the day. And like, it was shitty, but we had spunk, we had charisma. We loved our school, and we loved our sports teams and whatever. And we went to all the events and whatever. Like, we had a pretty tight culture. And that's why I think it's important to encourage that, because the rich kids school I went to was the same way. Like, a lot of praise and stuff for the sports teams, and the ASB was important, and you know, whatever. I think if you give kids responsibilities and you give them something to be prideful about, I think that does a lot for them. I think it's the same for everybody, for prisons too. If you make a prisoner feel like they're a part of society and that they can be productive, and give them something they can take pride in, whether that's like a dog training program or something else, like I think that makes a huge difference. People need to feel proud about the things that they're doing, or about something in their life, man. You got to give them something to hold on to, and that can really pull the people who have the agency in them out of the situations, you know, like, but you got to give it to them, dude. Let's see here. When I was in school, I was half years older than everybody else. 1/2 maybe. I was a super shy and quiet kid, and sometimes they tried to bully me, but I just beat the shit out of them with 10 times more force than them. Lol. Yeah. I think I remember when I was in elementary school, like carrying a binder around for this specific purpose, like before I learned Kempo and shit. If you hit people with shit like a ruler or shit like a binder, I think they think you're fucking crazy. I think they let you go more often. I think it's the same nowadays with weapons and stuff too, like as an adult. I think if you have a weapon, I think that can really deter people. But at the same time, it could really escalate the situation. So I certainly wouldn't advise it for people, but I don't know. Another W for the Japanese school system? I don't think that's a W. Anywho, let's continue with this, and then we'll do a couple more, and then I think we'll close up for today. Public education is too big and too legally cumbersome. it needs to just go ahead and fail completely so we can quit pretending that public education is equitable. Rich kids already go to good schools because of zip code or tuition. Just kill public ed already and let capitalism grind it out. People think public ed is a way out of poverty. Anyone ever see that happen for more than one or two lucky starfish? Nope. Let it go. Let it go. Jesus Christ. This guy's got a lot more faith in the private system than I certainly do. Schools are absolute cesspools of misery for students, and teachers are the problem. They literally are causing harm. Teachers believe they're doing something good for kids and fulfilling for themselves, and teaching is neither. It's simply a way to condition humans to 40 hours a week of sheer misery under someone else's thumb for a lifetime. I taught 12 years. Holy shit. What the fuck is this mess? I don't know. That person is a teacher monk. I mean, both of these people are kind of monk-ass. Jesus Christ. Yikers. For the opposite, I think if more teachers were worried about social justice, both new and old teachers, it would improve their teaching. Maybe. I think it could also make it worse for what are considered to be privileged kids, though. I think that's a knife that could cut both ways, honestly. I think it could also trick... Okay, this is going to sound bad. It could also kind of get teachers to spend more time on students that I don't think they should be spending time on, and invest in something that they're going to get heartbroken about, and then they're going to quit quicker. So I don't know if in practice this actually works. I think in other jobs for sure, like in nursing, I think social justice is incredibly important. From what little nursing stuff I did for people, like I think the social justice shit that's included in nursing programs, at least in California, are really good. Because there's a lot of things that are inequitable in the healthcare system, like not taking Black women's pain seriously, or not realizing that people that are in lower class jobs and stuff are going to really underreport pain and stuff like there's just so much that I didn't really think about that I think nurses and first responders and people that handle intake should really be trained to look out for. And they should adjust the way that they handle patients per the social justice stuff. And I think that does improve outcomes, and it's like demonstrable, but I don't know if that's the case for teachers for some reason. Imagine choosing to stay at a job that makes you unhinged. I mean, I could go back to doing essays and I certainly would be less unhinged, dude, but I'm choosing to do this. It makes me crazy, but I also get to meet cool people and hang out with you guys. So it's worth it. STEM teachers, or for that matter, teachers with hard to find certifications, should make more than other teachers. True, I think. When there are 3 applicants for a high school math position and 100 for an early childhood position, you are offering the same starting wage. You're doing it wrong. Yeah, maybe. Although they shouldn't get high and mighty, though. I think that... Oh, God, this might be controversial. I think that somebody with just a standard education degree could probably teach any of the STEM positions at a middle school, middle school and high school level. If you're teaching science or math or even computer programming, I actually think you could probably teach it without a background in the thing. I think you're less of an interesting teacher because you can't go deep with students that want to go deep. So maybe for AP classes and stuff, you should have a teacher with that background, but I actually don't think it's super important. And I actually think that for math and some of the mathematical sciences, like chemistry and physics in particular, if you have a background in it, you can actually become more detached from students. The teachers I had that actually had like a background in math, I would say that more than half of them were like bad teachers because they already understood everything. So they don't really get how to teach. And that actually made them worse teachers. And they felt like they had this uppity like aura of like, I could be doing better. I'm here for you right now. You're lucky I'm here. I've done math that's fucking so fucking far past this. It surprises me that you guys can't even sit here and learn this basic shit. Like, having that fucking uppity ass aura, I think makes them worse teachers, in my experience. So I don't know. I think that's a tough part. Calling high school math advanced mathematics, Pepe laugh. You need to teach the basics of calculus, not the twin prime conjecture. Yeah, I don't know. I think if you have a good degree, sure, you should be entitled to better pay, but I don't think it makes you a better teacher. I think that's something to keep in mind there. Track students beginning in middle school, maybe. Allow students to graduate after 8th grade. Strong agree. I do think that students should be allowed to graduate after 8th grade. 110%. I wonder if people disagree with this. I disagree with number one only because I think we should raise the salaries of all teachers. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. As a high school math teacher, definitely agree about number one. I don't get why it doesn't follow basic supply/demand principles. Far fewer adults can adequately teach advanced mathematics, and yet we are compensated. Yeah, but advanced mathematics doesn't really represent all the... I don't think this degree should automatically get you guys money. You guys are fucking privileged fucks, you STEM major people, bro. No offense to my STEM major friends, but I think a lot of y'all were sold on the idea that if you get this degree, which was hard as fuck, that you're automatically entitled to like a ton more money. And a lot of you are very bitter that you found out that's not the case. It took a lot of other work and connections and stuff to get that to happen. And if you became a teacher after you got a STEM degree... Sorry, dude. You're a teacher. Like, I don't know what to tell you. You're not using your education to do something crazy high level. You're using it to teach something that was way below whatever you would even cover in your college classes. Like, I don't know. I think that's like off. A big problem is the age limits. I think there's probably a bunch of 10-year-olds that could do calculus. Let them. Yeah, sure. I think math is something that some people have a knack for and they understand. And I also believe this. After staying with Cherry and Eric, Eric kind of turned me on to this concept that I looked more into, that like, we don't teach math like how math should be taught. We're teaching like a formulaic, weird Frankenstein monster built for tests thing. But you learn real math when you pursue like a math degree. And he wishes that like math was taught as math is. Like it's its own thing. It's not this formulaic weirdness. I think that for kids that show an immediate grasp of math, they should maybe be put in other math classes where they're not taught the same way as other students, in my opinion. Like they should be taught like math in an organic way and just let them go as far as they can go with it early. Because if we can get good mathematicians started early, and then they go into high school and they go into college with collegiate opportunities to pursue that, we might have a lot more success with like high level mathematicians later in life. And I would have never thought that or experienced that if it wasn't for Eric. Booksmarts take solace in the fact that STEM majors weren't taught how to properly communicate professionally. Shame. They have those classes available to them though, and I know that for sure. You can take those classes. It's just up to you. You're not encouraged to, but you certainly can. Again, that gets back to the critical thinking thing. You have to think about what your goals are and then what opportunities are presented to you. And I was telling my host, like, that's something I always taught the kids in tutoring. The number one skill you need to learn to be a successful adult is to be an opportunistic adult. You need to learn how to see opportunities and to seize them. You need to figure out a direction you want to go and look for the spaces in front of you to get there. If you see a connection with a professor that you could squeeze to try to get a job, do it. If you see that like there's an opening position at this thing, but you're not sure if you're quite qualified, just fucking apply, right? Like you need to learn how to be hungry and fucking get in where you fit in. And the reason why this was brought up with my host is he was talking about this principle in Danish culture. And it's one where it's kind of like Japanese culture where like you don't want to be super prideful or ambitious or whatever, and you want to kind of like fit in more and just do what's expected of you, and that's the extent of it. Because if you try to be ambitious, other people feel the obligation to like tell you why it won't work and point out why things are done the current way that they're done and be very like pro status quo. And so being ambitious and stuff and stepping over other people to climb is like something that is generally discouraged here. But in the US, very, very different. So I tell all my students like, hey, you need to do that. Like with your teacher's offering fucking lunchtime, study shit. Your lunch doesn't fucking matter, dude. Your friends live down the fucking street. You know what's the best time to hang out with your friends? When you're not at school. You know how fucking lame school is? Fuck school, dude. School is prison. You're there from this time to this time. And as far as I'm concerned, like whatever fun you have in there is like 1/10 of the fun that you would have if you're not in school. And if you are having more than 1/10 of fun, you're risking getting in trouble, right? So like, let's just focus on school when we're at school, and you'll be happy you did later, because you need these grades and shit so you can have a good life, and then you can drive fucking Maseratis later. Do you want to fuck around at lunchtime right now and like enjoy that with your friends that you're never going to see after you graduate high school? Or do you want to do shit now that's going to enable you to do whatever the fuck you want later, to go to Thailand and fuck bitches or whatever the fuck it is that you want to do? So like focus on this. If you have an opportunity to go to a pre-test thing with your teacher, do it. Ask your teacher if they have pre-tests. You want to know why? Because teachers are fucking lazy. They're like you. They're lazy. So if you ask them for a pre-test, they may even give you a version of the test that is actually in use. And maybe the odds will be in your favor that between the A test and the B test, you got the B test as a practice test and you got the B test as your real test, right? And then you're fucking set, right? Then it doesn't even matter, right? These are things you want to look for. Your English teacher, how guilty is that bitch going to feel if she tries to give you an F when you came in every lunch and asked if there were ways to improve your paper? Guilt trip her. Make her think that you're working really, really hard on this. I mean, you are. You're doing more than 99% of the students that she sees, and then she remembers your name. She remembers your paper. She remembers your voice. And even if it isn't the best thing, even if it doesn't hit all the marks, she knows that you're trying. She appreciates that, because every other little fuck that walks through that door doesn't give a fuck. They think that her job is fucking bullshit. They just want to get through this class. They don't give a fuck about anything that they're reading. Ask questions. Here are some questions that I'm going to give you to ask the teacher about when you go into class. Like, I would fucking just like, it doesn't matter. None of this matters. You're never going to see these people again. So just power your way through this, be opportunistic as fuck, snake your way through it. And then at the end, you'll have the choice of college. And then your fucking dumb fuck friends who didn't give a fuck about any of this will be like, oh fuck, I fucking wish I tried hard in sophomore year. They said they wouldn't look at that shit. Yeah, well, you're the person that had 4.0 the whole fucking time because you picked the right classes and whatever, like, so there was a lot of that with the students. And it's like, you need to continue to do this in college, because now you know the cheat codes and I'm not going to be there to help you. So what do? You write down these fucking questions. You go in during office hours. You do everything you can so that they know who you are and that they're going to fucking pass you along. Don't piss them off, And that does a lot for you. And I told them, and that happens when you're in a job too. If you're the dude that fucking was in the contact number of your boss, and when he broke down, you went and picked him up, like, who's going to be considered for the promotion? Who does he have more of a personal connection with, right? Like, or like me at the security job, who's going to be considered for the promotion? It's going to be the person who is fucking elbowing their way through it, So that, I think they have to be taught more of that, because the school is never ever going to teach them that. Ayo, Booksmart's off topic, but have you tried Frikadeller? No, I don't even know what that is. So that's this one. It's kind of hard to realize that stuff as a 14-year-old. Nah, I don't think so. I think you'd be surprised. They get it, dude. I've had more successes than failures with getting kids to understand this kind of shit, because it feels to them like cheat codes. Nobody's ever talked to them like that before. Except for the Vietnamese students in my experience. And I hate that I keep breaking down everything by race, but like, that's That's what I'm seeing. Like the Vietnamese students were a little bit different. I feel like their parents were much better at teaching them like how to get by and like common sense and critical thinking and like real life skills. So I feel like they got it like immediately. They know what I'm about and they just like copy what I'm telling them to do. But you know, for some of the other students, they're a bit more apprehensive at first, but then they realize the value of it. And it's like, yeah, you're not going to see this teacher next year. You get to start over every time. And as long as you're building good relationships, you're good to go. And I would talk to their parents too. I'd be like, right, mom, is that right? Like, if you do this and you're at work, like you're going to go further up, right? If you're an asshole at work, what happens to you, mom? Well, nobody likes you. If nobody likes you, then they treat you this way. And then when, you know, this comes around, you're treated this way. Yeah, exactly. See, like this is how you succeed. It's about this because like, this is where you have so much more wiggle room is in the human aspect of things. It's not in the numbers. The numbers game is the hardest game to win. It's in the people game that you win because it's in the people game that everybody sucks at it. And if you just try a little bit harder than everybody else, you have a lot more to gain from that little bit of effort than you will like trying to study or trying to do this or trying to do that, right? Manipulate teachers, Giga Chad? Yeah, bro. Booksmart's creating a legion of sociopaths? It's just how the world works, bro. I get it now. We'll pass that time, but it is still not internalized. Even now, I'm not sure what to do, to be honest. Just do what's going to help you, dude. Just do what's going to help you. Then come back to them a few years later to beg for teacher recs. Exactly. I do that when I help people with their resumes and stuff too. Like, that's the other thing is I used to tell these students, like, you know what I do for a living? I help people cheat. And those people have to learn how to cheat because they didn't learn how to like get in where they fit in and whatever. I help people write their fucking resumes and shit and their cover letters. Like, it's all the same shit. You're going to be doing this forever for your entire fucking life. You know, there are people who are like, oh, I don't want to write a resume. I don't want to write a cover letter. I don't know how to write a cover letter. What would I even put in there? It's so awkward, blah, blah, blah. Bro, that's the social part. That's the human part. That is the easiest part to kind of wiggle your way in. What the fuck are these people looking for? Can you call the HR person beforehand? Like, how much information can you get? Is the manager that you'll be working under accessible? Like, cheat. Just talk to the people. The people are the weak link, you know? The people are the weak link, whether you want to break into a building and steal fucking data or something, or you want to get a job. The people are the weakest link. They're the thing that you could get into. So just try that, dude. There's a lot of distractions at that age, but there are, but I think they already understand that. They understand this stuff with their friends and stuff as well. I don't know. How can I reach these kids? I'm not going to tell you how to reach these kids, bro. You're a creep. General education teachers should have the choice of which special education students they allow in their class. Jesus, if a student is functionally illiterate, I should be able to refuse entrance to my general ed class. I went to school to be a general education teacher. I was trained to be a general education teacher. Obviously, I wasn't naive to think all of my students would be on the same level academically, but I didn't think 50 to 60% of my classes would be special ed. It's not fair to the student or me. Yeah, I guess. Side thing is that a lot of people have shit parents. Sure, but not usually my thing when I'm doing tutoring. They care to some extent, or they care at least enough to spend money to offload the problem to somebody who could help. Yeah, I get your point. I just don't know how realistic my expectation is. Difference of opinion, overall good advice, though. It took me a while to realize a lot of stuff. Yeah, you have to just be enthusiastic with them, dude. And you have to really follow up with them and stuff. Like, I was lucky in that, like, all I did was essay writing and tutoring. And both of those needed, like, my calendar. And I was in my office every day making tons of phone calls and writing emails. That's literally, like, all I did all day. Like, the essay writing is the fun part because it's the part that's not phone calls and text messages and emails. It's still like that today. Like, I much more enjoy doing this than I do like replying to my emails or doing my fucking Discord stuff, you know, like, if you keep following up with the kid and you become like an intrinsic part of their life, they know that you always have like an eye on them and you're always like involved with them. That's why I could only take so many students, and I would drop students if they weren't taking me seriously. Because yeah, you're right. Some students, they don't care and they're not listening to me. But you know what? I had enough of like a demand for me that I could just drop the students that weren't listening to me. I would tell their parents straight up, yo, this is a collaboration. This is a 3-way ordeal. It's between me, you, and your kid. And if you and your kid are not working together when I'm not here to make sure the shit gets done, like you're not checking their homework and shit like that, when I text you and ask if you checked their homework, like at this point, it's just as much your fault as it is their fault. They actually have to do the homework. That's a lot harder than your job. All you have to do is check it. And so if I don't have the support of you, it's no different than not having the support of the teacher or some shit like that. You're an intrinsic part and your job is way easier than everybody else involved in the system. It's easier than your kid's job. It's easier than the teacher's job. If you can't fucking do that, I'm not going to tutor for you, right? Like, and I wasn't charging like an exorbitant amount of money either. And like I had a background in this stuff. So, you know, I would just straight up drop people, dude. Book 3 hours later, still on teachers. I have a lot to say about teachers, bro. That's why I like these Discord segment or these Vault segments, because I like these subjects. I like teaching. I like education. I like learning. I like students and stuff. I almost said I like kids, but you know, like I love it. They're little people, and you get to have like an impact on their life. And if you're like a good impact, they remember you later on, and you can really like help them. Like I love seeing that the kids that I helped went to a good college and they went out and they did cool shit, you know, like even the people that I helped do like their master's degrees and stuff, if they went out and they did something good in the world, like I had plenty of people that ended up becoming special education teachers, or they ended up becoming like architects or like practicing counselors and therapists. And, you know, like these are people that are going out and doing something. I feel good being a part of that. Teaching seems cool, just underpaid for how much education you need. Yeah, I think tutoring is a lot more fun, honestly. Immigrants are built differently, man. Yeah, like I would say, again, we get back to like race and stuff, but I would say like the Mexican kids that I had that like were getting like the $20 an hour like tutoring, where it was like with a group of 3 or 4 different kids on the weekend. Those kids like really took to the tutoring and stuff like really, really well. So yeah, like first generation kids, especially because their parents are like super on top of them about trying to do good shit, you know? I think it's more pressure than race. What, being an immigrant? Yeah, probably. I think it's, yeah. Yeah, especially if you're like first generation, for sure. My parents didn't know what grade I was in half the time. To be fair, it's tough to keep up with, dude, especially if you have multiple kids. Did I miss the Fortress Arc discussion? Yeah, you could rewind the VOD though. I'd advise going on YouTube for that. Teaching seems cool, just underpaid. Yep. Pension is iffy nowadays too in some states. Or non-existent, dude. Most teachers are still prioritizing content over life skills. Teaching your students manners is much more important than chemistry, sentence structure, or dare I say it, math. Yeah. But parents hate it when you teach them real shit. Like parents are like, nah, Common Core's no good. I don't understand the fucking answers to these questions. That's because you lack the skills we're trying to teach your kids, bro. Because you are a result of the same fucking system that is failing all these people. Like it failed you. That's why you don't know how to answer a fucking second grader's question. You get confused because you have no critical thinking skills. Like, I love that. I love when the parents would complain about Common Core and I'd sit there and nod along and like go with them and bullshit. And I'm low key just like, you are the exact reason why they have to teach this way, because like you should be able to read a word problem, still your brain for a second and think about it logically and like break it down into steps. And instead you're like, nah, there's no numbers lined up. When there's no numbers lined up, why doesn't it say 15 watermelons into 6 slices? Why isn't it simple? How am I supposed to know this? On the topic, my friend will never fail a student that turns up to class every session. Oh, nice. Yeah, we're just reading like unpopular opinions from the teachers subreddit. I keep saying I'll do a couple more and then I'll quit, but I love talking about this stuff. I'm talking my throat out. Let's see. Do offer services for cover / resume read over? Yeah. I've been trying to land a job at Discord over the past year. Okay, cool. Yeah, if you email me, just do !email or just type into your email booksmarts.twitch@gmail.com. You could also do !work and look at my prices beforehand if that's something you want to consider. But yeah, I actually think that I have an admissions letter that I'm supposed to do this week for somebody for some kind of program. I think it was 2 weeks ago. I did like a resume and a cover letter as well. So yeah, if that's something you want, that's definitely something I offer. I think it's worth the money, because if you get a job, that's another one where it's really cool to hear back from people that they ended up getting the job from like a decent cover letter. I would suggest that you do research yourself on who your hiring manager is and what they're looking for and whatever. Provide those notes to me in the email, and then we'll talk about what to do with your cover letter. And if you have drafts of your of different cover letters, I think that's another thing where you could save money by just doing it yourself. Then we'll talk about it. We'll edit those and talk strategy a little bit. Can you still fail in elementary school? I actually don't know. Yeah, but the parents are frustrated because they can't help their kids with homework or they're dumb. Yeah, for sure. I get that it's frustrating. But here's the thing. Again, this is critical thinking 101. If you don't know how to do it, you can have the teacher teach you how to do it. You can Google how to do it. You can go on YouTube and you can look up the Common Core lesson for literally any standard that your kid is being taught. You're given a syllabus at the beginning of the year with all the standards. And usually the standards are on the worksheet that you get. It tells you what standard it's meant to teach. Like, it's just parents don't do a good job of being parents. I'm gonna be quite real with you. When your kids go to school, you low-key have a part-time job being like a school parent. And it's not just like you send your kid and it's fucking free daycare. If your kid sucks at school, congratulations, you now have like a part-time job as like a teacher. And especially now with COVID stuff, you have to just accept that. And it's not a hard job either. You can YouTube all this shit. You can watch Khan Academy. You can explain it in a different way and just fuck Common Core the whole way if you really wanted to. Or you could ask the teacher to explain to you. You could ask the teacher to give you a TLDR. You could ask the teacher for resources on how you could learn about this. Like, I just don't think parents try. Because when I ask parents about this stuff, when I used to do tutoring, they often will respond in what I would describe as like unsatisfactory ways. They haven't Googled how to do shit. They haven't talked with the teacher about getting materials about how to do things or getting notes about the lesson. They don't do any due diligence with trying to learn themselves. They expect that they'll know how to do it because kids are fucking stupid. Of course I could do what a kid would do. I just think they're a little foolhardy and they're not really trying. Also, beware, students from the COVID era are shit, like forgetting how to be a student. Yeah, it's not good. No parent wants their kid's teacher to teach them, though, as an adult. Suck it up, Buttercup. Suck it up. You're already at a place where you have to accept that you can't do fucking second grade math. Suck it up. That's your fucking pride. What's more important, your pride or your kid? What, you look dumb to a teacher? You already don't look good to the teacher because the teacher knows you're not helping them with their homework. What do you think happens when the teacher asks them why they failed their homework? Oh, I asked my mom, but she didn't know. She's just Common Core is fucking bullshit and blah, blah, blah. Right? Like, they already know. They already know that you don't know. The cat is out of the bag because your kid is fucking up. I just don't understand it. It's pure pride. And it's so silly because it's like, you're already ratted out. This is like being afraid to get an STD test because then you'll know you have an STD. Like, it's not Schrodinger's cat, okay? You either, like, you have it or you don't have it. And the test is not what determines that you have it or you don't have it. The state exists already. It's already determined. It's already there. You going to the teacher is simply going to remedy the problem and turn it to the direction you want it to go. 100% if you aren't willing or able to do that, don't have kids. We don't need more idiots running around. Well, I won't say don't have kids. I mean, if you have the money, you could fix that, right? Like money fixes a lot of things in life. If you have money, you can fix that. But, if you don't have money, I don't know. You're already making poor decisions. Well, but some people, their whole dream is to have kids and whatever. So I don't know. or it's their religion and they're Mormon. They have to have a gazillion. So, well, assumably they went to school too. It should be, should all be old hat. No, it's not. It's definitely not. First of all, a lot of people sucked in school and got through it anyways. Second of all, a lot of people never touch back up on those concepts, and so they suck at it. Third of all, the way that a lot of Common Core stuff is written and the way the student is expected to do it is very different. And if you do it the way that you were taught and you teach your kid to do it that way, sometimes they'll still fail, because a lot of Common Core is about the thinking, the critical thinking, and doing it the way that you're supposed to do it, more than it is about getting the right answer and stuff. So unfortunately, it's not that simple. You have to do it the way they're telling you to do it a lot of the time. So you can't just teach them your way all the time. I know I'm behind, but I've been a security guard for 6 years now, and my take on homeless is almost complete opposite. Interesting. What do you think of pride? Like, not gay, but like the emotion or sin. Like, what you're saying is kind of mixed with it. Like, how you value pride when should you value pride? Well, I think it's worth remembering that all of the sins, like pride, lust, envy, these are all gluttony. These are all very human things that are taken to an unholy extent, right? So pride in and of itself is not a sin. It is being prideful. It is being too prideful. Being attracted to somebody or loving somebody isn't a sin. Being lustful is a sin, right? Enjoying food or satiating your appetite is not a sin. Gluttony is a sin. Eating past your share or more than your share or past the point of feeling comfortable is a sin, right? So pride is the same way. I think everybody needs a healthy bit of pride as like some wind in their sails to keep them going. It's just a matter of like keeping that in check and not letting that guide everything about you and lead you to make decisions that in other regards you would find bad, right? Like, don't be so prideful that you hurt your kid. Like, what do you care more about, your pride or your kid, right? Don't overeat so much that you're like unhealthy and you can't play with your kid anymore, right? Then your eating is a problem. Don't be a burden on your family because you become 600 pounds and they have to take care of you, right? Like, it's when you're like giving up on the things that are actually important because of the sins that you're committing, I think that is like really the problem there. Where that line is different for everybody, right? And sometimes it is the fuel that helps your other endeavors. Like, you may become fat if you're a chef, or if you travel a lot, or if you have a sedentary job. It might happen. You may, be super prideful if you're like a top performing like lawyer or something like that. If you're in like a high achieving position and you do so as like the only breadwinner for your family or something like that. Yeah, some stuff might fall to the side. You have to be super careful. Sins are often defined as untempered virtues. Yeah. Like if you let them go out of control. Let's see here. Kid performing bad in the school equals lazy parents. Bit too simplified for my taste. I hope because I think you've been in here the whole time. I hope this isn't like your whole takeaway for this, because we've talked previously in the stream about all sorts of other reasons that like I'm sure there was a line where I said this, like, yeah, if your kid is performing badly on homework and stuff, the teacher is going to assume that there's something going on at home, and it might be because you're bad. Like, but the lazy parents thing is about not reaching out to like the teacher, or not trying to do other things to fix or remedy this problem before they call me. Like, I think that's what we're pointing to. So I feel like what's a bit too simplified for my taste is your interpretation of what we're saying here, because I feel like we've covered a lot of facets to this, and you focusing on one and essentializing it to that is too simplified for my taste. Rich were uppity and the homeless were ready to kill me. I don't know, fam. I don't see how anyone can come out of that thinking you like the homeless. I'd like them to improve, but I don't like them. I mean, it depends. Maybe he went to an area, the guy who was a security guard before, maybe he lived in an area where like, it's just they're homeless by circumstance and they're not, maybe they're very nice to him and whatever. That's just not what my experience was. So I don't know. And it's not the experience of the other security guards I worked with. And maybe it's just a Southern California thing. Maybe we have particularly bad homeless people. I hear they're bad in Portland as well. So I don't know. But maybe if you're working with homeless in like an underserved area or something like that, maybe there's more chill homeless people. Not really sure. He could have had a good batch of folks. That's entirely possible. Why is that ridiculous anyway? If a child is failing in any way, it's the fault of the parent. I don't think that's true. Like there's a lot of really try hard worrying helicopter parents whose kids fail. And I don't think you can blame the parent for that. Sometimes it's something to do with the kid. And other times it's not laziness. It could be like personal beliefs of the parent. So for instance, I used to get a lot of people that would reach out to me and they'd be like, hey, so my kid, he's diagnosed with like ADHD and whatever. I think it's just because he acts up in class and stuff like that. And I don't believe in any of that medicine or whatever. I think he's like a good kid. And I'm like, oh, okay. Like, are you bringing him into counseling? Is he in a program at the school? No, I really think he's just, yeah, you should meet him. He's just a normal boy and whatever. Like, sometimes it's their beliefs about shit like that. That's like, well, have you tried putting him on Medicaid? Like, it's not my place, but like, and that's not that they're lazy necessarily. It could be their personal beliefs about things. There's a lot of other reasons, you know, that could still do it with the parent that isn't necessarily laziness. And there are things that could do with just the kid. There are parents that try really, really hard. And for instance, my uncle, he was the baby of somebody who was addicted to drugs during their pregnancy. And we've talked on stream before about similar stories. And so he was just a monster of a kid. And his mom was a school teacher. So every day she would come, and she was a special ed teacher. So like she would come home and she knows everything to try and teach him, but he was resistant to everything very purposefully. And that I don't blame her for that. I really blame him for that. And knowing him growing up and stuff, it was all on him. He had everything he wanted. He lived in a good area. He was spoiled rotten. He had access to tutors and all sorts of other shit. He went to a private school. Like he had a lady at home that was a fucking special ed teacher who could teach him. Like, I don't think it's the parent in that case. It's definitely the kid. Now there's loads of other factors, weird chatter. Yeah, I feel like they were focused on one little particular thing they didn't like, and then they essentialized my argument. I really find these conversations really interesting because I think you can extract like small things into more bigger picture stuff to make your life better. Maybe this is a bit too much off topic, but I think I asked you about like life sessions or like life advice things or things you regret or learned earlier. Yeah, I mean, that's such a long list of stuff. I mean, we have the Ask Booksmarts email, which in case anybody who's listening to this now, whether you're live or you're a V Omega Little D loser, leave a comment down below about what you liked in this VOD, though. That would make up for being a V Omega Little D loser. You could email askbooksmarts@gmail.com and you could put a question in there or a situation in there. And eventually I'll go through those and do those for content and stuff. So just know they'll be shared on stream. But yeah, I take them there. But in terms of like things I regretted or learned or wish I learned earlier or whatever, I don't know, man. There's like plenty of stuff. But I mean, it's tough because when you have hindsight, you also see like what was enabled by doing them. Like if I could go back and I wanted to be lazy, I might not have taken AP classes, but if I did take AP classes, I may have never become an essay writer. And if I didn't become an essay writer, I probably would never travel the world. And like, you know, there's a bunch of things I would have missed out on. There are like solid regrets, like how I treated like my early relationships with people, I think was mean. How I treated friendships early on was pretty mean. I was like a mean dude. Yeah, parents should be prosecuted for truancy, for example. They're causing their kids to be brain dead and poor for life, far more likely to end up in crime as well. Sure. I don't know. That's like that Hasan topic, right? About ICE agents and shit. I failed my best subject in my final exam in a topic I was skilled in and could practically breathe knowledge about it. It was traumatizing because I passed every practice test too. Damn, rip, dude. One thing I dealt with in tutoring quite a bit is people who had testing anxiety. I don't know if that applies to you, but that was really interesting to try to get kids over that. Like, they knew everything, they could do fine, but the moment you put a timer, they like fall apart. They like start freaking out, and you have to like help them with that. It's almost something that I felt like a therapist should be doing with the kid, but they don't have access to that. Testing anxiety? Yeah, like when they're put in a scenario where it's like you have a limited amount of time to complete the test, or they know that it's an important thing, their brain starts to shut down. They get really like anxious, and they start forgetting or making very silly mistakes. It's really frustrating to watch from the outside, but being somebody who like lives with anxiety all the time, like it's part of the reason why I didn't go to sleep last night. I just couldn't turn my brain off. You know, like I sympathize with it because I see what the parents don't understand. And that's the other thing. Parents make it worse, because if the parents don't get the kid diagnosed and get them treated and get them with somebody that can help them, then the parent is also incredibly frustrated with the kid all the time, and it makes it worse. So what starts out as like, oh, I suck when I take timed like math tests of my times tables when I'm in second grade, turns into like, my parent sits with me to do my homework, and I get stressed out when they're sitting there over me and I don't know what I'm doing, and they make it harder and they make my brain go crazy. And now every time I do homework, this is triggered for me, right? Like they can make it worse and worse and worse. And when a student's been pushed like really far in that direction, their anxiety is really bad. It's tough to try to help them out with it. And all I can do is tell them things that help me. And it feels inadequate. It feels like, you know, this should be this should be something a therapist helps with. We already have way too many people in jail. Yeah, I don't know if it helps the kid to put the parent in jail. That's why I would be like apprehensive about that. Like, I don't know if, you know, a kid who has like 10 truancies a year passes some threshold and their mom gets arrested or something, and then they lose the only income for the house they had. Like, now how much truancy is there going to be? Or if they're moved into a foster home and they're moved out of a school that was good because sure, their parent didn't make sure they went to school every day, but they made sure they could afford to live in an area where like the kid could at least go to a decent school and be in a decent zip code, right? Like you can make things a lot worse by arresting parents. You have to be super duper careful about that. And it can fuck up kids for life. Whereas like, sure, the education thing could fuck them up for life, but not nearly as bad as losing a parent, dude. That's something to keep in mind. Or like if the dad is the one keeping like the mom stable and the dad leaves and the mom goes back on drugs or tries to fuck other dudes or get with somebody who can support her and then gets abused, you know, those situations are really complicated. And I find that the answer is not often locking up the parents. Oh, fuck yeah. It sweated so often and legit had blackout periods during exams and didn't realize that was like a serious problem until halfway through college. Jesus Christ. And even fines can put them in a financial state that doesn't help the issue. That too, yeah. It has to be some kind of like intervention to just help, right? Like it's not going to be the kinds of ways that you would punish people that speed and shit like that, right? We all have that kid who turns in the perfect essay every time and then the result in exam is tragic. Yep. It always took 20 minutes into an exam before I actually start because the first 20 minutes was me trying to calm myself down and remember what my own name was. Sorry to laugh at that. It's just, you know, an unfortunate situation, bro. A parent could have a chronic illness. That too, yeah. There's a million reasons, bro. This might be a STEM bro take, but I think most people who suck at math just lack confidence in it. But you realize how this is like a chicken and egg thing, right? If I suck at something, I'm not going to have confidence in it. And which came first, my lack of confidence or my sucking? You know, it's tough. I think some people's brains just don't work no good at math. Like me, I tried really hard because, dude, if I could do the statistical processing on like tests and stuff, or if I could help STEM people with their stuff, like if I could do the CS classes for STEM students online and not just the psych students or the business students or the education students or the nursing students, do you know how much money I could make? Do you know how much money I can make off you fucking STEM people? You rich, privileged little fucks who have to do real work and then don't want to do it. Do you know how much money I can make if I did that for STEM people, bro? Do you think I just don't? It's just a confidence thing that I couldn't do. No, I suck ass at math, bro. My brain no good. My brain don't work. That math no good, bro. This is how it is. I don't know, bro. As somebody who brain don't work no good with math, bro, I gotta say, I don't know. I don't think it's just confidence. But that's a very common STEM bro take. I hear that from a lot of people that are in STEM. They don't understand why people are bad at math. In much the same way, it's difficult for me to understand why people are bad at English. Like, talk. You are talking. Talk the sentence out, then write it, then read it back and see what sounds cringe and fix it. Like, it shouldn't be that difficult. Like, once you have an outline, everything should be easy. But it's not, and people struggle, and there are confidence issues, and there are writing issues, and you have to hash those out individually and fix it all and whatever. It's insane what you think was normal and perfectly fine growing up. Yeah, like all your testing stuff. A lot of people miss the basics with math. Just look at parents losing their shit at Common Core. Yeah, but I think that's more critical thinking than just math, right? It's good to see in adoption agencies that the environment the kid would be brought into is under heavy consideration. They absolutely will turn down applicants that don't have a stable environment. That's good. I remember getting nervous once, spending like 2/3 of an exam time on the first question, didn't understand, to realize I had like 50 minutes to do the rest of the exam. First time I failed a test. Damn. That sucks. I don't know. Can't relate. I loved all my fucking... I loved all my fucking hardcore... all the AP tests, dude. I loved them. I love seeing everybody around me sweat too. I love stressing people out by being one of those motherfuckers that walks to the front and turns it in early. I take the slow walk back, looking at everybody fucking stressing out, clocking what pages different people are on. Like, oh, that motherfucker's still on the multiple choice and we only got 20 minutes left. There's no way in hell they're writing the essay, dude. That motherfucker's screwed. I was a mean kid, okay? I love those fucking hardcore tests, bro. Especially the AP ones. They're so fun. I think the SAT was the only one I like really sweated, because I was like, man, I read on paper that this is going to be like 20 minutes for this and 10 minutes for that, but I didn't do like a prep test. Man, that was rough. That was really rough. I was like, after the first one, it was like that SpongeBob meme where he's naked and he's like, whew. I was out there in the break with all the other kids, and there was a clear difference between the people that had prepped and the people who didn't. The people who didn't were looking like a nervous wreck, bro. I was one of them. I was like, dude, I didn't even fucking finish that one. Holy fuck, you have to move quick for these. Holy crap. You know, it was like 30 seconds a question or some ridiculousness, dude. It was crazy. I imagine English teacher underlining a sentence in an essay in red pen, then writing the margins. Cringe. See me after class. I took AP classes, but never the test. Was going to community college, so the test wouldn't have helped me at the time. I mean, they would have gotten you out of some of your community college classes, but sure, I guess. They would have saved you money. Like, an AP test is what, like 60 if you're a poor person, 120 if you're not. Like, it's way cheaper per the course, per your unit hours to just take an AP test. And if you already took the class, it's kind of like Pepega, not gonna lie. We used a much stronger word to describe the people who would take AP tests and then not take the or would take the AP class and not take the AP test. We use much stronger language to describe those folks at the time. But yeah, I think if you're already going through the class, you may as well just take them. I don't know. Unless you can't afford it, I guess. But you said you're going to community college, so I don't know why you wouldn't. We shouldn't be teaching math beyond basic arithmetic. We should be teaching Excel instead. Ooh, maybe. Administration does the best job they can. I don't know. I don't work at a school. K through 12 teaching positions shouldn't require so many degrees. It gatekeeps a lot of positions. Yeah. It's kind of surprising just how much you have to do to become a teacher, especially relative to how much it pays. Like, you have to get all these certifications and shit too after you get your degree. Like, I don't know, bro. kind of doesn't make sense. It's kind of like pilots. Like pilots make shit money for so long and they have to do all this fucking expensive flight school and fucking training hours in the sky and whatever. Like that's the reason why nobody's a fucking pilot anymore, bruh. And then on top of that, my job isn't guaranteed like a teacher. Like these companies go bankrupt all the fucking time. Like every time there's a recession, it's always the airline industry that gets fucked. Like, teaching in fucking public schools and being airline pilots, man, that's too where I feel like the education requirements stuff just really don't line up with the pay. I don't read anybody's IEP or GIEP ever. I treat all my kids the same to start and adjustment. Oh no. Yeah, that's illegal, bro. Oh no. That is a self-report. I hope nobody figures out where that person works. CRT should be taught in schools. Sure. I don't think it's that unpopular. Well, I guess it is. I guess conservative people hate that shit. You need so much shit to teach the most basic shit, but with something like tattooing, no education is required in order to do that, at least in my state. The college I was going to didn't accept the test. Oh, that sucks. Took AP Spanish and AP Calc for fun. You must have been like a native Spanish speaker, right, Fridley? AP Spanish is like Spanish lit. Like you have to read a bunch of like Spanish texts and stuff. Right? Like I think I only knew maybe a handful of people personally who like took AP like in my whole life that had taken AP Spanish that like didn't already have like native fluency in Spanish. AP Spanish is hard as fuck, dude. That's a tough one, bro. What time zone are you in? I'm in CEST, so it's 1:54 p.m. here. Man, even the teachers do the why do we even need math meme. Well, because computers, man. Like, we don't really live in a time where if your job doesn't require it, you really need that shit, in my opinion. I think Excel would be way more helpful for practical stuff like accounting. Oh shit, I thought you were on Mega DJ hours. No. Seeing the kids that were fluent in Spanish in my intro to Spanish classes made me so jealous. Interesting. Not me. Spanish is so fucking easy, dude. Can we look at Spanish real quick? Can we look at Spanish? Spanish is so easy. I don't know. Maybe it's my fucking genes, dude. Maybe it's hard-coded into them. Spanish is uber easy, bruh. What do you learn? The alphabet, which is literally our alphabet, just pronounced funkily. Days, months, dates, and time, which is hella fucking easy. Hey, lunes y martes y miércoles, jueves y viernes y sábado. The week is 7 days or whatever. Like, that shit's easy. Dates is easy. It's literally just fucking numbers. So is time. It's just like numbers plus some grammar. Greetings, farewells, and personal information. You've heard this shit on TV and shit. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Bien, ¿y tú? Fucking, like, hasta luego, or whatever the fuck, bruh. Like, it's so easy. I don't know. All this shit's so easy. Spanish was easy all the way up until, like, Spanish 3. Then it started to get a little bit difficult. Motherfucker says AP Spanish is hard, then goes on to say Spanish is so easy. Because AP Spanish is not Spanish anymore. It's this is not learning Spanish. That's why. Because like, oh, of course it's Lucifer the dumb fuck, dude. Because you're not learning Spanish in AP Spanish language and culture. This is literally like what AP Lang is for English people. You're having to like read shit and like learn about like all this culture shit. Understanding Spanish when you hear it and read it, so you have to be like fluent level. Holding conversations in real life situations, fluent level. Writing stories, letters, emails, essays, and other texts, fluent level, right? This is the easiest of all of them, right? Because if you can do this and if you can do this, then you can do this. And on top of that, you're reading a bunch of shit. Like it's hard. It's not comparable to this at all. This, you're learning a language. The other one, you need to prove you're a master of the language. Booksmart's doing Duolingo Spanish 1. Bro, I could literally give like a crash course in Spanish in like 6 hours and you'd be fine. Like, Spanish 1 is so easy, bruh. It's so easy. Ignore all this cultural shit. It doesn't matter. Just do the communication parts and you're good. Like, it's so easy.
Hoy es miércoles. Entonces que trabajo on my fucking like journal, and I did this, and I fucking leoed my fucking biblioteca. You don't even have past tense, so you just say, yo, leo mi biblio, my fucking libro or whatever. Like, I don't know, bro. This shit's so easy. This shit's so easy. And it's easy in Spanish too as well. Why does this random senora's fucking class come up, bro? Bring me back here. Let's see. Let's scroll down to here. Body part health and fitness. So again, you're just memorizing vocabulary. School schedule, which is easy. It's just vocab. Daily routines, which again is just vocab and some verbs. Description of people, personality, and nationalities. It's just a little bit of new grammar and verbs for fucking countries, and the countries already sound like they do in English most of the time. Sports, which again sounds a lot like it does in English already, and then you get some action verbs. And then shopping, like, yo voy a la biblioteca. Oh, vamos a la discoteca, right? You learn fucking basic shit, dude. Directions. Oh, it's fucking over there. It's here. It's there, right? Like, I don't know, bruh. You learn fucking food stuff and how to order food. You learn like what buses are and stuff. Like, I don't know. It's all easy, bruh. This one's literally just vocab and a little bit of grammar. And then you get into Spanish 3 and then it gets hard. A little bit. Because that's when you have way more grammar and writing. Let's see here. Let's see. You have greetings and farewells, which you should already know. Holidays, geography. Yeah, you take a geography test. That was, I guess, hard. Comparisons of past and present. Oh, okay. So you learn past and present. So you get to talk in the past tense, which has, I think, 2 different forms. So that's a little bit complicated, but you already know. So in Spanish, and I'm sure in other languages you have the same thing, but I haven't taken other languages, so I can't speak for those. In Spanish, you have a conjugation table, okay? And it's depending on what you are doing. So up here is going to be I, like me. Over here is going to be you, as in, you. Over here is going to be they. Over here is going to be they, but for Spanish people. Or actually, I think this is us, we. Oh, us. Oh, I did this in the wrong order. Oh, us. Amos. Ice. On, which is going to be they. And it's easy. You just have like 2 different kinds of verbs, and they're all the same here. It'll end with O. Over here it'll end with as. If the verb has an A at the end, or S if it has a E at the end. Over here is whoops. On and N, right? And like all you have to remember is the consonant. Oh, you has an S, they has an N, we has most. So what would go in front here? An A. What would go in front here? An E.
Like, it's easy. And then you just conjugate all these like this. And you just do a gazillion sentences where you have to pick the right square. Like, okay, guys, if we just focus on these 4 squares and I give you this word, let's see, let's pick one. If I give you comer, what type of verb is comer? Well, dude, comer has an ER. That means we're going to need to use an E. And so if I said, I eat, what's it going to be? It's going to be como. If I said, you eat, what's it going to be? Is it going to be comas? No, bro. That's not an A. That's an E, bro. It's going to be comes. And you just do this over and over again, bro. Like, the way I would tutor it is we literally had like dice, and I would throw the dice, and whatever it landed on, they would just have to conjugate this. And then I would give them numbers for the sentences and a number for the verb, and then a number for what the subject would be. And then they just would make sentences with this. Like, it's uber duper easy. It goes I, you, he, she, it, us, plural, you, plural, he, she, they. Yeah. And then here's the funky Spanish one that you literally never ever use, so it's completely useless to learn. And then you have proper they. Yeah, so like, I don't know. It's very, very, it's very, very easy, bro. Is Spanish hard for someone that doesn't have masculine and feminine? I don't really recognize masculine and feminine in English, so I mean, not really. Like, you learn the tricks for that too, like. If it's libro, anything with an O is going to be masculine. Anything with an A is going to be feminine. So if I give you a random word from Spanish, like I give you maybe let's do this one. Everybody knows this one. Tortilla. What do we think, guys? I wonder, is it masculine or is it feminine? Well, just like the rest of Spanish bros, all we do is look at the end, and that's going to like tell us everything we need to know about the word. The last letter here is like an A. A is going to be feminine, dudes. So you're going to use feminine types of words to refer to this. That means you're going to use la instead of L. L is for boys, which is really easy to remember because L also means he. Like, they reuse shit. All of it is literally phonetic. Like, all of Spanish is phonetic. So if you're dyslexic or you find English to be troublesome, like, all of Spanish is phonetic all the time. Like there's no tricks. It's tor. So you just break it up by its syllables. Tor, ti, ya. You just break it up, bruh. And all the words work like this. Chi, ka, li, bro, co, mare. Like, it's just such an easy, and you do this for weeks and weeks and weeks, dude. In school, I was taught that the ending sound / letter represented if it was a boy or a girl, but using terms like masculine or feminine helped me understand that much more. I guess. Yeah, because I guess things aren't really boys or girls, right? Words aren't really boys or girls. I think what I did in tutoring to help people is teach them the cutesy things that you can call things, like using words like chiquita, and learning this like ita and ito that you can add on the end of stuff. Like if you're a little fat boy, what do I call you? If I say the gordi is going to be the first part, gor, I don't think there's 2 R's there. Gordy, then are we going to, if it's a girl, we're going to put ta. You're, oh, little gordita. Or if you're a dude, it's going to be gordito. Oh, little gordito. That's why when you have a gordito crunch, it's a little fat thing, bro. Little fat thing, bro. A little gordito crunch, bro. Little fat one. The vowels are pronounced differently too. They use single sounds, whereas English uses double sounding vowels. I don't even know what the fuck that means. Well, if you good morning, Xander. Well, if you look at like Ukrainian, if it goes like if it holy shit, what a fucking sentence you've written me. It goes with if it ends A, it's feminine. But if you were to say glory to Ukraine as a man in Ukrainian, you would say Slova Ukraine, but Slova is feminine, so isn't it confusing? I don't even understand what the fuck you're talking about. If it has an A, it's feminine, but I don't have any idea what you're talking about. I don't have any like frame of reference for Ukraine. The only A I see of that is in Slova. But you have Ukraine, which is a noun, which I presume doesn't conjugate at all. You don't change Ukraine. So unless you're not telling me the rule about what part of Ukraine we're looking at to determine if it's feminine or masculine, that's kind of the part I need. Like, I don't see why this is confusing, because for all I know, Ukraine could be a feminine word. I don't know what the rule is for it to be feminine. You said if it ends with an A, it's feminine, but Ukraine doesn't end with an... I don't know what means... What is masculine? Is E always masculine? I don't know. Don't worry, my little gordito. All right. But yeah, they're very easy. Like, this little box is like 80% of what you're going to do in Spanish, like 1 through 2, and maybe even a lot of 3. Because then when you start doing, actually, I could just show you this. Look, they do it here. Yo, that's I. 2, that's you. L/AS/usted, that's all the they. Nosotros, that's us, all of us. Vosotros, that's that gay ass fucking Spanish shit. Ellos, ellas, ustedes, that's you lot, that lot over there. And then you have your present, right? O-S-A, hemos, es, en. And then you have your preterite. The preterite is used to describe completed actions. So like, I did that shit. I aided. You aided. They aided. We aided. We aided. They aided, right? And then you have your imperfect to describe the past habitual actions. So, yeah, I was fucking this bitch. Yeah, so I was eating this bitch out. Yeah, so he was... you were eating this bitch out. Yeah, so they were eating this bitch out. Yeah, so we was eating this. Right? They have conditional. The conditional used to talk about hypothetical. Oh, I would have ate that shit out. Oh, you would have ate that shit out. Oh, we would have ate that shit out down here. Right? Future. Oh, I'm going to eat that shit out. Oh, you going to eat that shit out. Oh, he going to eat that shit out. Oh, we going to eat that shit out, bro. Right? And it's just like that over and over. I think Spanish should have y'all. I mean, like, vosotros is kind of like y'all, I suppose. Kind of, not really. Anywho. I'm not reading all this stuff about Ukraine. As much as I care for the Ukrainian people's plight, I do not care for their language very much. So, do not care. Ooh, you see my secret PC background, which of course you guys gave me. I didn't pick it. Okay, I'm not that trashy of a weeb. All right, not my cat girl trash. Okay. Anywho, I'm getting real tired, so I have not gotten any sleep, and I'm going to close out for the night here and find a place to put y'all. If you had a fun time, that's super cool. If you'd like to donate before we go, that's awesome too. If you had a fun time, you got entertained sufficiently, if I've been in your ear long enough to get you through the workday and you want to toss me a meager percentage of what you've made today, that would be very nice. It would help me out a lot. I'm like a busk around the street asking for money. Please spare me a shekel, sir. Please. My family, bro, my family. It's not easy out here. Pimping ain't easy. But no, for real. I mean, if you enjoyed it, that's cool. If not, catch me when you're rich, dude. You make a big sale at work. You work in real estate. You sell a house. Just kick some back to the old boy for keeping you through it, But going to bed at 2 a.m. I'm not going to bed, dude. I'm going to stay up until nighttime. Then I'm going to go to bed. Hopefully my sleep schedule will reset, Oh, man. Maybe I should teach you guys Spanish. That'd be very easy. Wow, 6 hours. Put out a lot of content today. I'm proud of it. I hope you guys enjoyed it. We covered Vaush. We did a lot of talking about education, perhaps way more than I even thought. But, we hit our goal of $100 today, and that helped to fund the second part, which is fun stuff that I like. And I'm happy I got to share that because we got to talk about a lot. We got to talk about security lore from Book Smarts, which I'm sure I'll have to repeat again in the future, and tutoring lore and teaching kids to be sociopath lore and all sorts of cool stuff. So even if I'm not live, honestly, I see your donations because I know, and that I know that some of you do that. So if you want to donate and you just don't want to bother to do it right now, you don't want to open PayPal or whatever, just think of me later, bro. Just think of me later. Just know that I see that. I do appreciate you guys hanging out. Let's see. Do you have any preference for where I send you guys on Twitch? Let's see here. We have, we're in DJ hours, huh? We have Sarada and we have Mr. Mutant. That's all I have on my friends list. We have 39 Daff, Limmy, Just Leah, Tommy K, Adept the Beast, Rob CD. Not sure if any of these are interesting to you. I guess Rob is in Tokyo if you wanted to watch that. A rainy day and then they're going to eat lamb, it says. Not sure if that interests you guys. I got like 420,000 Shiba coins and that shit rises. I'm a think of you bookie. Yeah, reach out. Email me if you want to pay in Shiba coins or something. All right. If there's no better recommendations, I suppose we'll raid Mr. Mutant. Contrary to popular belief, I am still a supporter of like the DGG people, so I don't mind to raid into Mr. Mutant, honestly. And if you go in there, bro, tell Mr. Mutant, bro, I'm not some fucking cloud sharking asshole or something, or whatever the fuck it is that they believe about me nowadays, dude. Like, I still like all those dudes, even Steven, if he pisses me off sometimes, right? But, like, he's right about some of the things we need to fix on the stream. I'm working on it, bro, but I don't know. Pretending I'm some enemy, I don't know if that's quite the case. I think you got the wrong one, but anywho, have fun with Mr. Mutant. Have a good day. Book, I went to bed and woke up and you're still live. Yeah, I know. I'm a fucking no-lifer, dude. Trying to get this shit done. Trying to get my hours on the clock, bro. You do what you got to do, bro. I ain't living that fucking YouTube lifestyle, bro. I wish, bro. Just added a fucking video in your underwear and your panties looking like a fucking terrorist with your hair all fucking crazy. Looking like you woke up in a cave in the middle of the desert. Yeah, I can't do that. So, oh well. Maybe one day, Nick, and I'll see you then. All right, load up. Oh, I tried to raid my own channel. I'm a dumb fuck. That's how you know my brain is out of juice, bro. All right, jump in for Mr. Mutant, everybody. Jump in for Mr. Mutant. I will talk to y'all later. Announcements channel in the Discord. Join the Discord, ! Discord. If you're a V Omega D loser, check out the description in the YouTube down below. If you're watching on Twitch, go watch it on YouTube. It's much better. It has timestamps and everything. I would highly, highly recommend it. And I'll talk to you guys later. Have a good one. Thanks for supporting. Thanks for hanging out. Talk to you later. Bye, Raiders. All right, YouTube chat. Here's the down low. I love you guys. I love you VOD people. I just have to make fun of you for Twitch's sake. That's all. I mean, I really do like you. I like that you leave comments. I like that you tell me what's going good. I like you tell me what's going bad. I do listen to your feedback, and it is probably the bigger thing compared to Twitch of like how I figure out what to do. That in the Discord. So for real, if you're not in that Discord, just click the Discord link. It's in the description. Join. We have super cool fucking clubs. We have Anime Club, Movie Club, Music Club, fucking D&D Club. Like, we got all the clubs, bro, and all of them are tryhards. They're all trying to do cool stuff, so join them. And if you want to do activities, you want to go above and beyond the Call of Duty, they're accepting of that. So just tell them what you want to do. We're trying to build that up, bro. We're doing our own little fortress arc where I'm trying to build up my own community, build up my own people, build up cool stuff, get you guys to meet each other, get you guys to come be comrades over something that's not just me, That's what I'm going for, YouTube chat. So I feel accepted now. Yes, it's secret. You're like the girl on the side, bro. Like, man, I wish we could get married, but we from different classes and shit, and it's just how it is. It's just how it is. But anyways, I'll talk to you guys later. I had a good time. I hope you had a good time. Bye.